Hello? Can you guys all hear me? Because I just had a little bit of a breakdown here. I went to plug my Wi-Fi in somewhere else, and then everything shut down right down to the lights in my room. So there I am, like a fool, getting out my phone to try to find my way around. And then it took, of course, a while to boot everything back up. So I was kind of rushed. I just want to make sure that we're all good and the volume is okay. Just let me know that. Most men, just give me a one or a thumbs up. Just let me know that we're good with that, so we could start. I think my first live, I might have talked to myself for a good 5 minutes before I realized it wasn't on. Okay, perfect. Thank you. How is everyone? Let's see who's here. We have hey Seth, how are you? How you doing? It's been a while. I hope well. Hope everything's going good. Got Molson Man in the house, of course. I have my girl Shelly. Thank you, Shelly. Love you. I have my new girl, 71. We met last week through Dolly Vision, which is fantastic. He's amazing, and he love bombed my live, and I gained at least 10 between Teresa Smith's channel and Dolly's. I'd say about 10 new subs. So I owe both of them to, make sure that I drop their links and mention them in all my lives, because a lot of creators don't do that. They don't really promote each other. And that's why I give everybody a wrench, because if you have a channel, I ask that you please drop your link so that we can all join and help each other grow. Because we need good people. Like everybody that comes in this chat is so nice, and it ain't easy having a channel that's not right now drama mixed with true crime is growing. I can't believe the number of new channels, but worse than that is the number of new channels that maybe are up a month or so, maybe a month, and I'm being generous, that have like 2,500 subs. And like in May, I'll be a year in May, and I have like 520 maybe. But it's just the point that I see what people are interested in, and I get it, and that's why that's good that there's channels like that. It's just not here, and so I understand it's a slow process then to build up. But who I have here, I'm lucky to have. Honestly, I don't even think anyone's ever had to use a wrench, honestly, because it's all usually a lot of good people just come through, and everybody likes trivia. Usually, when we start playing trivia, they start rolling in. And I am not sure who is live right now. I did not look at that. I usually do. I don't like to do that if it's somebody that, I care about. If it's somebody I don't care about, well, then I'm going live. Tough poopy. But this, I usually don't like to go live if someone especially if it's someone that I enjoy. So I just hope whoever, Teresa Smith last night on her channel, she was supposed to go live, and I don't know, 71, did she go live? She was supposed to go live earlier, and then they were going to make their way over, but I'm not sure she did or not. Hey, Ginger! I was just talking about the live last night on Teresa's channel, and just the amount of good people I met. It was really a lot of fun, and I'm happy that I don't even know how. Oh, Molson is the one that got me to that channel. He said, she's a sweetheart. It's fun, good people, and he was of course, absolutely right. So I was really happy. But then when she said, "Oh, we mention we mention your channel, quite a bit here," and I thought that was really nice. So, I'm happy to see you here, Ginger. I wasn't sure if Teresa had gone live tonight, but she'll pop in, I'm sure. If she wants to, she knows that I was going live, and she'll be in if she can. Let me make you Ginger. So in this group, unless like it's somebody I blatantly don't know, I give everyone a wrench. I know that sounds crazy, but I got that from Three Souls Paranormal. Okay, that's another great community. They're wonderful people. Oh, good. She plans on coming. That's good. So I give everybody a wrench, and that the reason for that is if you have a channel, it's much easier than for you to just drop your link. So anyone, like I said, with a channel, you have that wrench there. Drop your link. But also, it's very hard for me to, do when we do trivia to look at the screen, look for, and the only trolls I get are those bot trolls that I don't get mean trolls, but they're a pain in the butt kind of trolls. So if anybody sees those coming through, they came through quite a bit last Friday night. They're the ones that have the names that aren't like, they're more like symbols, not really even names, which is, that's your first clue. So a couple of those came through, and I was catching them pretty quick. But if you see that, just block them. Just block them. I would, that's the only thing. And if anybody is, and I don't see it in chat, I know all you guys are great people. But if you see somebody come in, maybe somebody new I don't know. I don't want any channel. I don't want any creators bashed, and I don't want any subs bashed. If anybody starts doing that, please just hide it, time them out, and then I'll let them know what kind of group we are here. And if they'd like to stay, of course, sure. But if they're going to continue like that, then this is definitely not the channel, because we don't do that. There you go, Seth. Good. So the first link, Seth put his link up. Make sure, Ginger, if you, like I said, if you have, I can't remember from last night. I think I already subbed to you. Yeah, same rule. That's T's, exactly. And yours. That we were saying that last night in the chat. That you really don't, you don't get that kind of nonsense. So, hey, hi. Oh, my favorite cowboy's here. I watched you today, Cowboy Crusher. I forget what you were crushing, if it was a blue, if it was a Jeep or a truck, but that's a good way to get your aggression out. I was mesmerized like a fool with my mouth open, like, wow, that's a great job. Cowboy, let me make sure you have a wrench. I'm giving you one now. Please drop your link, Cowboy, to your channel so that we can all sub to each other. It's the only way we're going to grow. Otherwise, it takes forever for us little people who, you're not a little, you've had, I'm not even sure how long you've had a channel, but I'm going to be like a year in May. And I had taken some time off when my COVID hit the house and we were sick. But nonetheless, right now, we all know it's, a lot is going on and a lot of mean, horrible stuff and drama. And I don't do that here. So to a lot of people, that's boring. That's okay. But that's none of that here. I come here to get away from, first, the reality, the nonsense of just life in general, let alone if I'm going to come on here and somebody's going to start being nasty, either me or one of my people, or even another creator. It could be a creator that I'm not even like, I really may not even like their channel, or I don't like them. Like, that's okay. We're normal. I still don't want their names I don't want any of it. So that's another reason you have a wrench. You'll know when you see it if somebody comes through and they just start talking crazy. So you've all got them, but really, please drop your links and let's grow as, this small channel is slowly growing, but I don't care if you're a big channel. You're still here to grow. I mean, we didn't come to YouTube just for the hell of it, and it's really to get our message out. And mine really started out with Michael Hutchins, John Lennon. I did those series. I'm not done with Hutchins yet, but mental health support. So that's a biggie. And right now we are in the world, the country, we are all trying to recover from what we were, pretty much 2 years at home, isolated at home. So depression and suicide is at the highest it's been, and I can't even remember. I read the article last week. Even in teenagers, which is Madonna. Thank you for being here. You never let me down, love. Even in teenagers that are really having a hard time with just acclimating back to school, back to life, feeling hopeless. So we need to look out for each other. If we can do that when we come here and make each other laugh in the chat, laugh when, Molson will come on panel and show us all his 4 cats. But Molson, if you didn't change that damn smoke alarm, I swear to God, don't make me drink this whole bottle of cherry vodka. Don't dare me with a good time. What do you say, Molson? Making fun of me for a SOB. You didn't? We were just messaging. DC is not that far away. Road trip with a new. What do you need? AA? What kind of batteries? Just put that in the chart. I'm surprised the missus has not told you by now. Please change that before I lose my mind. I'd lose my mind. Last Friday I thought it was mine for a minute. I'm like, oh no! Like, did my father put something on the stove at 2 a.m. and the house is on fire? And you didn't say anything at first, and then after a while you said, and I liked the way you said it. That might be mine. Oh, it might be yours. No, it's yours. You and me are the only 2 on panel. I'll get to it. I just haven't had a chance. You are a brat. By now, the cats have smoke alarm psychoses. You better change it. Now, let's see here. Give me a second. First of all, for a minute, I was so nervous with the goddarn everything, the lights, the Wi-Fi, everything going out. I was drinking my hot tea without the hot tea without the bag in it. Yeah, that's right. Hot water, with honey in it. It was just, it wasn't that bad, but I realized it, and I was missing a little part of it. I wasn't missing, and I don't drink when I do this show ever. But last week my son turned 21, and I had bought a bottle of cherry vodka. So I made a little drink with, some cherry vodka mixed with some raspberry iced tea. And it's very good. And I'll drink it slow, guys. Don't worry. I promise. I promise. And I'm a happy drunk. I'm a hugger. So you guys are lucky you're not here. I like to hug everybody when I'm drunk. Nah, not really drinking, Seth. It's pretty much all raspberry iced tea, which is delicious. But I put a splash of the which is my favorite, the cherry vodka, and I threw in some fresh blueberries. It's delicious. It really is good. But no, I don't like to drink on, when you're doing a panel. It's the last thing you. Teresa, I knew you'd come. I was just saying, Ginger was saying you'd be here. We were talking about you in a good way, about how I got to your channel, which was through Molson, and how your channel and Ginger, it's relatively the same, theory, which is it's a nice channel. We're here to, just talk about anything and everything, but not in a nasty way, not to beat people down. I don't like any of that. I don't like anybody in my chat bashing creators or other subs. And I'm going to, and as you'll notice, Teresa, and I got this from Three Souls, which is a paranormal channel, and they do that in their community because they're a huge community, but they're like a family. And I'm lucky that I met them. They give everyone a wrench. You go into their channel and, you stay a while. Everybody gets a wrench because you then ask anyone with the channel, drop your link. And, it is hard otherwise. If you have only one or two mods and, you want to drop a few links. So I gave you do have a wrench now. So the next time you do write in chat, the wrench will be there. And then you could drop your link because we have to sub for each other. We have our channels have to grow, and this is a good way to do it. And this is a great group. People usually come in when we start playing trivia, especially. Again, like last week, I just put the notification out early this evening. I was caring for my dad, and the day just got by me too fast. Oh, Christy, I love elderflower liquor. It's fantastic. I drank too much of that once, but I had a good time. I heard I had a really good time. But, so yeah, Teresa, we were just talking about that, and I knew you'd stop by. I didn't know if you even got to go live. I know you were talking about possibly going live, but I didn't get a chance to watch YouTube. I was kind of running around doing things around the house, and everything right now on TV is, everything that's going on between Russia and the it's watching TV is depressing. What's this here? Our mask mandate here is, oh God, those masks. I know. We went somewhere though last week. I'm trying to think, and that's here in Pennsylvania. We had to put masks on. We could not, and it was a government building. God, for the life of me, I can't even remember what the hell what it was for. Oh, a social security card, because I lost mine. You had to have a mask on, which I found odd, but because I haven't seen that anywhere else. You can go to the post office, you can walk in City Hall. I haven't seen any of that, but thank God. And I'm not right now working, so I'm not wearing a mask. My dad with the cancer, it scares me, but we're all vaccinated. Did we have to do to try to keep him safe? So it is what it is. What is this? Let me see this. I have to look on my phone. I hate looking. You can't see check on StreamYard. Good, you miss everything. Cowboy, you like hugs? I'm sending you a big virtual hug. Yeah, you are a gamer. I remember that, Cowboy. We've met about a year ago. I came into YouTube when we started the pandemic. What year was that? 2020. Maybe met you. I forget whose channel it was, but yeah, I remember you were saying you were a gamer. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay, good. That's that. Dropped it. So Ginger and Teresa, make sure you drop yours. Oh my God! Again, it's Seth. Shut up. I'm in my office. The mask is off. Cowboy dropped his. Okay, it looks good. I don't think 71 doesn't have the channel. She's been such a sweetheart. Between Teresa's group and Dolly Vision love bombing me from last week, I can't say enough good about the both of you. I really can't. And something happened with Dolly Vision this week, and I'm not going to speak of it in whole because I only caught a little bit of it. But somebody, I don't know if they tried to strike him or whatever it was, but he kind of had to use, and every channel should have a backup channel. But I thought how do you not like him? Like, he really is. I mean, he's funny. He could be a ball buster, but it's in a good way. And I really can't remember what it was, but he said that's where we'll be tonight is the other channel. And I thought, Jesus, like, this is the guy that last week sent over 15, 20 people that were just love bombing me with hearts. That at first I was like, what's happening? What's going on here? And then when they said it was, at first I'm like, well, I didn't even know what love bombing was. Because normally you'll see, like, they used to say room raids and, like, they'd all go over to a channel. But, oh my God, love bombing? That's the cutest thing ever. So anybody that could strike a channel that love bombs good channels, I don't know, for whatever reason it bothered me. I thought he's such a sweetie. He's funny. He's like a Howard Stern, like he's funny and he says it like it is. I don't know. Not everybody can deal with that, but if you're on YouTube, you do have to toughen up your skin a bit. So, yes, make sure you guys. Teresa did drop her link. And we were just talking about anything really last night. I can't even remember what we got into it though. We were talking about. I'm pretty sure it was true crime. It was late. Yes, prayers. Oh, God said that. When I turn the TV on, I just put YouTube right on. Like, I don't even, and it's all over YouTube too, though. Like, the Ukrainians and just the devastation. We are so lucky here where we're at that and we do take it for granted that we get up and can get in a car, go to a grocery store, go through a drive-through, our basics. Are to them, it's like a luxury, and to see how bad it is, I really don't. I'm not big with politics, but this to me is just a humanity issue at this point, and I don't know where they are as far as talks goes or anything. I don't get involved in that, but like Seth said, it doesn't hurt to pray to whoever you pray to at night. There is a spiritual being you pray to. Pray for those people, those innocent people. Jeez. I could cry, but I'm not going to cry because everything will work itself out. Everything will work. It always does, right? Wait. Hey, Big Rainbow. Oh, thank you for being here. I sub to you too. And I watched a couple of one of your videos I watched. I loved it. It was very trippy. I'm happy when I looked in the comments. People also were saying it was trippy. I felt like I took maybe a little bit of LSD. I just laid back and watched it with all the trails of colors. It was a very unique video. You have a cool channel. I'm going to give you a wrench right now. So next time you post I'm just going to call you Rainbow because that sounds pretty. Next time you post Rainbow, you're going to have a wrench. Drop your link for your channel. And I do that in this channel because I want everybody to have a wrench. I know you're all good people. If I don't know you, I don't give a wrench until I get to know you. And then, I give. But please drop your link, Big Rainbow, so that we can get everybody to sub to you. Very cool channel, and that's the only way we're all going to grow and keep, connecting, just connecting. Really, when I come here, it's the connection with everybody, and to get the subs that I gained from Teresa's channel and Dolly's. Jesus, I can't say thank you enough. I really can't. Spirit Time and Aussie. Spirit Time and Aussie are husband and wife from Australia, and they both have channels, which they will drop their links, and you must subscribe to both of them. They're fabulous. They never miss a live. They're wonderful. I adore them. They are going to come on here. We're going to do a panel with them. Aussie, I can't remember, both of them worked at SeaWorld in Australia, and they've got some pretty rough stories, and I want to hear them because I'm obsessed with whales, but there's more than whales. They killed me and Molson on. I love koalas. They're like, and don't like koalas. They're vicious. So there goes that. Nope, I can't like koalas anymore. I'm afraid of them. But then when Aussie said there was a huntsman on her leg tonight, and that she had to shake it off, and we're like, oh, what's a huntsman? Guys, don't look up what a huntsman is, because you'll never sleep again. We think tarantulas are big. Like, yeah, a tarantula is a joke compared to what a huntsman is in Australia. It was huge. So at which point I said, what did Spirit, your husband, did he kill it? And he said, yeah. I said, what did you kill it with? And he said, a thong. And in my stupid American mind, I'm like thinking in my head, with underwear? Like, like how that thing was huge. He's like, no, a flip flop. I thought, okay, that makes more sense. But just the fact that, like, yeah, I shook it off my leg. No, the whole neighborhood would have known about it. There would be a lot of screaming. Not sure if I'd be able to sleep in the house that night. But you were like, nah, and obviously you see them. And along with the other animals that you were telling us to look, slingshot thong. Exactly. In my mind, I pictured Spirit with us, like one of Aussie's thongs, crushing it, and like it really, really, like a lot of gook coming out. I had a weird thought in my head, but luckily it was a flip flop. And then they were just telling us about the different like animals and creatures they have there, that. Because I love Australia and I would love to go there, but I can honestly say, even if I won $1 million, that's too long a flight, unfortunately, because it is gorgeous. So I live vicariously through them, and they tell great stories. What did Molson say to Teresa? Oh, no, Teresa, the huntsman, if you do look it up, huntsman spider, it is bigger than a dinner plate. Not kidding. And one of the pictures Molson found was a house that was infested with them. So the wall that was painted white was just all black. It was just full of, like, probably about 100 huntsmen. It was so bad. Okay, yeah, Seth, let us know with that. I heard with the Morphew, and I'm gonna when we look on YouTube in a little bit, we'll see if anything's going on. There's going to be that. They're going to be talking about the Morphew case. Haven't followed it like obsessively. I do know, about it, and I just think, can't stand to look at Barry's face, so I don't watch a ton of it, but my heart breaks for her. Big Rainbow, okay. That's your link, and feel free to come and speak your mind. That's right. Oh, I love your channel is very cool, very trippy. Everybody here tonight is very cool. Shelly is one of them. I hope Steph comes now. I met Steph through the Paranormal, which is cool. Like I said, that's a real nice community. Yeah, Molson's gonna record Dateline. Yeah, we'll be interested to see what. Who they're interviewing even. I'd like them to interview that supposed boyfriend she had. That would be interesting, because, I don't even know if they've ever showed a picture of it, like, if anything really came of it. With as far as, like, going to him in the news, like, standing in front of his house like they did in front of the laundries. Not that he did it, but kind of like, show your face, come out and speak for. I'm sure he, she would tell him whatever type of manipulation and narcissistic things that Barry was doing to her. I'm sure the boyfriend knew all about it, unless because it's an active case, he just can't speak, which I get that too. But, there's a lot of weird. Oh yeah, Scott Peterson's getting another trial. No, I thought it was Drew Peterson. It's Scott Peterson. Drew Peterson is the one that killed both. Well, both his wives died. Now, the second one, he was exonerated from, but he's in jail right now for supposedly killing the first one, which he's denying, and they are giving him another trial. And if he's found innocent, he's free. He's free, man. We were talking about that last night. Like that's a movie on Lifetime. I can't remember again what it was called. Molson. Rob Lowe plays Drew Peterson, who is the sleaziest thing. He was a sleazeball, and Rob Lowe was it was a fantastic. It really was for a Lifetime movie. It was fantastic. It's a good one to watch. And I know Scott Peterson was trying to, so I didn't hear that he is getting another one. I can't believe that. Who next? I'm not going to even say. Don't say the name. Don't say the name, because we don't want that name. That whole case brings nothing but hate and arguments, so we don't even talk about that here. Untouchable, the Drew Peterson story. Yeah, if you guys have like a Lifetime, the Lifetime Movie Network, watch it, because he is Drew Peterson to a T. He must. I don't know how he got to, like, right down to his mannerisms, because you see home videos of Drew. Like, he must have watched anything he could possibly get his hands on and watched it. That's right, Christy. Let's not and say we did. That's right. Yeah, Drew is definitely a sleaze. He's ginger. He's disgusting, and I just I don't know what he's gonna say as far as how he plans on getting out of it, saying he didn't kill the first wife. I don't even remember how the first wife died. I believe it was it the same as the second wife in a tub? Because if that's the case, I mean, come on. I'm not sure though, but if it's a tub, that's Drew Peterson's thing. Then that's his signature. Like the Delphi murders, they're not telling us who it is because of the 4 signature marks that he left on at that crime scene. Indicate whoever it is left his signature, whatever that means. I mean, 5 years later, we still don't have him. I really hope they find him. I've been watching that. I have been trying to watch that one a lot, because that one does break my heart. Oh my God. Jesus, Molson. The first Drew Peterson's first wife was never found. I didn't realize that. Oh my gosh. Whew. What's this? Come on, T. You haven't lived until you have entered an actively haunted area. Oh, yes, yes. In fact, I was going to tell you on Teresa's last night. Y'all have to look up. I'm going to put the name in here. It is they were the Smurl family, Smurl, and they are from my hometown. And they had something that was in one home that would haunt them. So that's why they moved into a home near us. And whatever this was, followed them. And it got, it got to be horrible, to the point where, and I love the Warrens. The Warren, Ed and Lorraine Warren, they're involved with The Conjuring. They brought the demonology to the forefront. They made people really look at paranormal as it should, and that sometimes there there are entities. There are no real. How is that happening? What is that? It is the paranormal. So Ed and Lorraine, they came first to town. Now this was in 1985. So they showed up first. And then the funny part is, I worked at Burger King, was my first job, and I was working the drive-thru. And who comes through the drive-thru? It was an NBC van with Tom Brokaw in the passenger seat, which I thought was hysterical. This is I'm from a small town, but we had the Smurls had in front of their house for days. ABC, NBC, CBS, every major, the National Enquirer, they were everybody. It was madness, but it was such a bad demon, and this doesn't happen often. They went to our Catholic diocese in Scranton. At first, they told them, no, we don't do exorcists. They're, that's even against our religion to say it. Ed Warren went back and spoke to the bishop. 4 priests came, and an exorcism was done. They moved out of their house, and they have not had anything happen since. I drive it by there every now and then. When my son was little, I would drive by to show him. There's a movie on. It's a terrible movie was done about like a D-rated movie. It was cheesy, but watch it anyway because the things they're showing you in it did happen. Like, there was whatever this entity was at one point was was trying to have sex with the husband, and the bed actually was like levitating. It's bad. It's bad. It was bad enough to scare Ed and Lorraine Warren, but to have the diocese come and do an exorcism that doesn't happen. That's crazy. That's and especially in this area, mainly Italians. Everybody goes to church. It's you don't talk about stuff like that. It was amazing. So the Smurl family, they were like, the one was my age. There were like 3 or 4 daughters, and it hated the wife. It really hated the wife. It was a double house. The mother and father-in-law lived on the other side. I'm not going to give it away, but at one point the mother-in-law thought that her daughter was home and she wasn't, and I'm not going to give it away, but just watch it, or even just look it up. It's pretty neat. Let me leave the chat so I don't miss anything. Yeah, no, you don't want anything attached. That was the whole thing with them moving. They thought if they left their home in Wilkes-Barre, that, well, whatever was in that house would stay in that house. But whatever that was in that house wanted them, So, because pretty much the minute they moved in, his tools were missing. He was fixing something. Like, they were really screwing with the wife, like whatever this was. And there, if you still look on YouTube and you look up, maybe it's Ed Warren, video, moving table. It's one of their kids at the table with the mother trying to do her homework, and the chair just keeps lifting. It scared the shit out of me. I have to say it scared the shit out of me. They're at the table as well. Ed's filming it, and it's saying who, like, are you here, and tapping or moving. It moved a chair, and then it let them know it wanted the wife out. It wanted the wife gone. I forget how Ed Warren was phrasing the questions, but that's on YouTube too. If I find those links, I'll put them in. But it really hated the wife. And I was only in 11th grade. I didn't realize just how bad some of the community supposedly were treating them. I didn't know that, which is very sad. But, you hear people saying ghosts and hauntings or demons, and, oh, they must be nuts over there. And she was kind of outcasted from even, like, she was trying to be in the PTA to meet people. And a lot of people turned their backs. They just didn't want to be involved, which is a horrible thing. But they moved, and they have not had anything happen since. So it does go to show you, whatever the hell it was, what wanted them, not the house. And it was not one priest, because Ed was showing them the videos. We scared the priest. We don't mess around here. We scared the priest. 4 of them came down. Let me see here. I don't know why there's so many demons in the north, Seth. It's weird. It is weird. We have a lot of serial killers in the west, and we have a lot of paranormal in the north. But you have to understand, we have Gettysburg here, which is the most haunted town in the whole country. That could be a part of it. And Gettysburg is beautiful, but it is the most haunted. I mean, it's frightening in a weird, good way. It's a beautiful town, but that could be a reason. I don't know. Were exorcisms exempt from COVID? They don't do exorcisms. That was the whole problem. Rainbow was trying to get them to come in and help this family, and it took Ed Warren twice. And the second time when he came with the videos, and he really did say, the wife is ready to be put in an institution. Like she was losing her mind. She was losing her mind. That they finally came, and whatever they did worked. It worked, and shortly after they did move. Yeah, you can't do a proper exorcism while social distancing. Let's see here. Every crime ever known to man has roots in Colorado. When I first came on YouTube, you put stuff in chat, and it wasn't the case that we're not going to say the case because it brings hate into any chat. It might have been the more few cases. It might have been, and I'm like, and then somebody said Jesus and Columbine, and then the Riverdale, and the one that walked into the movie theater and killed, all those people dressed as the Joker. And I said, Jesus, Colorado's a beautiful state, but man, what's in the water that they have so many serial killers? And somebody just, and I find it funny, commented right under mine, fuck you, Arizona, Colorado's beautiful, fuck you. That's why. And I put back, I'm like, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking. I said, maybe because it's such a vast area that could be a reason why these killers have plenty of places where they could just dump. But I like the old fuck you. I was more mad at the creator. I sent him an email that just said, you don't keep a nice safe chat. You might want to work on that. Yeah, the Colorado. That's what that was in my comment, because I said maybe it's in the water. But I got an old fuck you. Notice Colorado got better when they freed the green a lot. Did it? I don't know. Did it? When did Colorado legalize? Because when did Warfield missing? When did the island one? I'm going to talk about that was 2018. Suzanne was what, 2019? I can't remember. Just all of them are horrible. Columbine scares me. That one, there's a lot of very good documentaries, but those two boys, when they walk in that school with those long black coats on, that's it. That does it for me. I'm already scared. That scares me. Oh, it's horrible. And then the kid the Riverdale one that killed the girl and chopped her up and had her hidden. He had her under his house, and then he admitted it to his mother. Molson, which was that? I was telling you about it, I think. I can't remember his name now. It was awful. And then the mother had to call 911 and said, please come here. My son just said he killed that girl that's been missing. He was in college, maybe 17, 18. She was 13 maybe. And he was going to school to be a mortician. And the 911 call is released, and it's very sad. He just kept saying, get the cop, hurry up and get them here. I guess he cracked and had to finally just give in. Austin Sig, that's it. Austin Sig. When he told, the grief in the mother's voice, her son just telling her that, and then at one point she does start crying, because you know how calm the 911 people are. I know that's part of their job, but she was asking lots of crazy questions, oh, he's in college, what's he going for? It's who cares? And guess what? Well, yeah, he was going to be a mortician, but uh, let's bypass this small talk. And the mother at one point just said, "You said they were coming right now. They're not here." And she said, "Well, they're going to be coming in regular clothes. You'll know them." And then I think, and the poor mother started crying. The son was crying. And then you just hear the mother say, "They're here now," and she hung up. But it's a call you won't forget. I, as a mother, I can't imagine. I cannot imagine what it felt like. You have to do the right thing, and you're never, whatever, no matter what state your son is going, you're not going to see your son have a life. So it's heartbreaking. I think he had stalked her. They had found her backpack in like a field area, and he had her in pieces. I'm not sure. It was pretty gruesome. Yeah, Colorado is beautiful. I've had lots of family there and spent money. So, it's beautiful. The sand dunes, absolutely beautiful. Just just the area in general. It's a pretty, pretty Denver. I would love to go there. I'd like to see. I was into the whole Gabby case, so, and the places they went were beautiful. I said I would love to do some of the Midwest and Western national parks. Something I didn't do. Let anybody in chat ever go to any of them? I would love to do the arches. They were incredible. And then Jackson, that was gorgeous. God bless her, where she passed. But that was beautiful. I can't even talk about her with getting emotional. It's awful. God bless her. But I would love to do that, and then maybe Yellowstone. You guys are going to give me nightmares. Going to try to. Oh, you got to go to sleep. Thanks for the chat. Oh, absolutely, Rainbow. Anytime. You come anytime, and I'll be checking out your cool, trippy videos. Have a good sleep. Garden of the Gods outside Colorado Springs. Ooh, I haven't heard of that, Ginger. Is that a park? What is that, Ginger? Is that like that's not a national park, right? Or is it? I'm not sure what that is. It sounds lovely. I thought Jackson was unbelievable. It was really beautiful. I could see why she wanted to go there. It was that, and so was Utah. I mean, those arches were incredible. Yes, 1 year. Carson, and a year half in Fitzsimmons Armory. Oh wow! Oh, it's a gorgeous park. Okay. Oh, there's caves there. See, I would love that. Maybe next time I go to LA, I'll do even a 2 or 3 day stop in the Colorado area, because I would like to see it. What's that? God help it, Detective Turtlegum is here. Only kidding. Good to see you, buddy. Who's here? Wait, let me look on. Hi, Detective Turtle. I don't know Detective Turtlegum, but I like his name. Do we know it? Did I meet him, Wilson, in somebody's chat? Because I've met so many nice people between Teresa and Dolly's chat. But I think I'd remember a name, Detective Turtlegum. And the avatar is pretty cute. I'm happy you're here. Detective Turtlegum, do you have a channel? He's cool. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I am tickled, Turtlegum. What's wrong? You're ticked. What happened? Talk to me. Talk to us. That's why we're here. I don't want you to. What happened? Did you have a day and a half? Because I did. My dad's not well, and it just. You're a very nice person. Awesome. Happy you found this channel. I'm gonna. So you do have a channel, because in this group, in my community, I give everybody a channel because I'd like anybody with a channel to then be able to drop their link. And I don't get mean people. This isn't a drama channel. So I like everybody to have, oh, you only talk in chat. Oh, he'll come on panel though. Oh, wait, he'll go on panel but never speaks. Oh my God, I love him already. He's funny. I love it. That's fantastic. So you don't have a channel. Okay. When you get one, you better let me know. I love that. He's funny. Good. That's good. Because we're talking about some morbid stuff here. But wait, I saw something. Canyon City, a lot in Canyon City, Pueblo, Florence. Oh, yeah? Okay, Christy. Those all sound pretty interesting. Oh, you do have a channel. Okay, here we go. So next, what the heck? Hang on. Next time, stop. My phone is going crazy. Okay, you have a wrench, so the next time you write in chat, you'll have a wrench, so please drop down your channel link for us so that we can all sub, because so far, everybody that's had a channel in chat, we're subbing to each other to get more of the good channels, more subs, because that's the only way we're going to make this crazy platform a little more tolerable and not eat each other alive, because I'm not doing that. Thank you, Cowboy. But yeah, make sure you leave your link, and I'll sub while we're here, because I love first of all, I love the name of the fact that you go on panel but you never speak is fantastic. You need your own show. I love see, I'm quirky, so I like stuff like that. Oh, Teresa, was he in your chat? Maybe. Cowboy, you've always been good to me. Even, when I first started out and I didn't know anything. I didn't come onto, the YouTube scene until 2020. Watt's case was already, I didn't say that name. I didn't say it. That island case, they were, people were heavy into it. And I just made the mistake of watching, because I happened to find a channel named Psych Ward. It was Dr. B. And wow. I binged. I couldn't get enough of it, because she was beyond thorough, and then I was hooked. And then I moved on to Unmasked, because then she did a whole series on, we're not going to say the mistress's name, so that's how I got into it. But I never got that into it that I ever got mean, okay, why are people killing each other over it on social media? Like, it became so brutal. I just couldn't believe it. But that was when I first found that there were even communities in YouTube and shit. Like, I never knew any of that. So I was asked to be a partner on a certain channel, and to bring kindness to it. And certain drama channels cannot handle more than 2 weeks of kindness, and that was the end of it. But I had met Rabbit Dog, who said, do a channel. You love music. Do a channel. So I did a channel about music and incorporated just the mental health support in it. I'm an RN, and I've always felt that mental awareness is put in the back, on the back burner. You got to go. Oh, Turtle Gun, where are you going? I got to go speak. Oh, you're going to go speak your mind in, and oh, there was a problem. Oh, okay. All right. Just keep it classy. Your avatar's classy. You got a suit on in your avatar. You're a detective. You keep it classy. And just, my lives usually, they become marathons. We do trivia pretty soon. So we'll be here. You come back, okay? And just keep it classy. That's all. Don't let anybody, don't stoop. That's all. Yeah, most of the islands closed while we were here. Yeah, Godspeed. Oh, I love you too, Detective. And just like I said, stay safe. Stay safe. Not all the channels are safe. Please stay safe. 71 doesn't have a channel yet, right? 71. Yeah, Detective. I'm sorry, I forgot to even say that. We don't even mention any, unless we're saying something good about a channel. We don't even mention names because they're not worth it. I've been talking about Teresa. I've been talking about Dolly Vision, because they are good people. They're helping me grow my channel. So I was talking about that. But other than that, we don't have time for anything like, there's no need for it. Oh, Steph, you're lucky. I was worried. I was wondering. I thought you were sleeping. I go to sleep, wake up, and you're still on. That was last week. It went from 10 p.m. until 9 a.m. The next day, I pretty much slept. When I woke up on Sunday, it was dark, and I thought I slept right through Sunday, and I thought like it was already. I was so confused, and I thought it was one day. It was long, but we didn't even do trivia. We were more true crime, talking about that poor Shonda Sher. I forget how to even say her last name. Cherie case. I know, I don't, and so we didn't even do trivia, but we just found so much to talk about. I mean, you can go on forever with true crime, cold cases. Really, that's what my thing is, the cold cases. Yeah, I don't know, psych guy. I put another comment in under his community tab, but normally even. Like I put one in last week too, and he always responds, and he didn't even respond to last week's. So I think either A, he's away, or B, work has him really busy right now. Because he's a psychiatrist not only to adults, but he's got a pediatric practice as well. So I think he's just right now probably really busy. They're getting back into seeing patients in the office, and I hope he stops by. But also on Fridays, when he leaves his office, he drives, we don't know where, to his parents' house to stay for the weekend. And usually I don't think he gets there until 10, around 10, 11 o'clock. But maybe he'll be in. I hope so. And Psych Guy is, you would never in a million years, okay, yeah, you would never think he's a doctor, but he's a brilliant adult and pediatric psychiatrist. He's brilliant, but he is so down to earth, it's unreal. My Michael Hutchins, the series 1 documentary, the things he said about it, like first of all, I was beyond thrilled, but he's just such a wonderful guy, and he really enjoys coming to panel, but he knows more about music. Seriously, it's scary. Molson's wife knows a lot too. So when Molson's on panel, and sometimes I don't even get to say the full question, and she's blurting out the answer, I'm like, but I'm going to mute them now because we have a lot of people, Molson. I might mute you, so you have to type just like everybody else at one point, because your wife, Psych Guy, and somebody else was really good too. Christy, last time, Christy, you were slaying them, and Steph. So I'm always proud when the girls do it. But yeah, Psych Guy is it's the name one of the trivia games. Like I'll read one line of a sentence, and I won't even I make sure like the way I say it, like there's no way you could guess it, and he gets it every time, but he doesn't. None of us know where I love him. He doesn't go on anybody's panel, so I feel honored. I'm the only panel he goes on. He doesn't go to channels and stuff. He has his own channel, but he hasn't done anything in a while. Like I said, he's been busy. But like we were all just talking about, basically, we're even just East Coast, West Coast, and a couple weeks ago when we were on a live, we had a really bad ice storm here, and my power went down, the Wi-Fi, I had to reboot everything. Site guy, nope. We're like, how's the weather? Is it raining, snow? No. He goes, I'd rather not say. We were dying laughing. I'm like, you could say it's raining or snowing and you could be anywhere in the country. We won't find you. He's like, I can't. And I love him to pieces. One night he had to go and get his phone charger, and he goes, I'll be right back, guys. I must have left it in the car. And he was gone for a little bit. And so the rest of us that were left were like, well, that's his fault. If right now he's getting mugged, he wouldn't tell us where he lives. And then he came back in. I'm like, well, we were ready to call 911, but since we don't know where you live, we couldn't. And he started to laugh. He stands the entire time also. He did a live once on his channel that was like 11 hours long. He stands the entire time, to which on one of our lives, either Taurus or John H. said, like, I think there's like a futon behind him, and at some point when he gets tired, he just passes out and lands on the futon because he stands the whole damn time. But he's a great guy. So hopefully he'll stop in. Now, I want to talk about, 71 sent me this. And it's creepy because, now this is a case, let me just pull this up. Now, this happened, it's quite a while ago, but it happened in car ride, 10 minutes from my home. 10 minutes, tops, is where this unsolved murder happened. So I was, of course, like immediately intrigued. How could you not be? So let me just pull it up here first. I don't want to get it wrong with the year. Hang on here. And it's an old case. Nonetheless, it remains as an unsolved yet open homicide. And every year they take it out of the archives. It's in the archives. They keep it in the archives. But every year what they do is they take it out, they review it, and then it just goes back in. Like, they really don't do anything. But her name was Margaret Martin. And it makes me so sad because parents, she had 4 siblings. She was 19 in college, a devout Catholic. Her mother calls her a saint. Like, no one could say anything bad about her. She had a lot of friends, but she never missed church. She was just a good person. And hang on, I'm pulling it up now so that I get it right for you with the date. I was horrified. I was really horrified. I did not even get into the really gruesome parts. I thought I could say that for all of us because I didn't like where it was going. She was 19 at the time, from Luzerne County, which is the county I live in. And she had graduated from Kingston High School, which is not far from, like I said, 10 minutes away. Pretty girl. Now, on Saturday, this happened in 1938. Now, I know it's a long time, but I just want you to hear what happened to this girl, what was found, and the fact that it remains unsolved. And it's someone's life. And I think that's the part that drives me crazy, is that she was she had a life. She was a somebody, and well, it's just gone. They'll never find out, and anything about her is just in an archive. Like, it was sad. It just it's a hard one. She supposedly it was a Saturday, September 18th of 1938, got a call from a man named Martin who said that he got her number from the college. Now, she was going to Wilkes College, which is, I know that college as well. And they gave him her number because he was in desperate need of a secretary. And he was supposedly was also from her same town, Kingston, Pennsylvania. Except this is only 10 minutes from where I lived. So when 71 sent it to me, because 71 also lives close to me, maybe about 20 minutes to a half hour. So it's interesting, that part was just, it's crazy to me when you hear like the different locations. So she thought, yeah, sounds great. This is 1938. It was a little bit, I guess, the times were more innocent. First of all, you'd never call a college today and get anyone's phone number. But that's just wild. That she got them, that they actually gave her home number. The parents were thrilled. She was all excited. Couldn't wait to meet her. So, left the house. And that was, like I said, December 17th. That was the last time she was ever seen alive. Was on that day by her parents, leaving the house, saying goodbye, I'll be home later. She was seen out. When she was out, there was someone that knew her and said he saw her at Kingston Corners, which is crazy because Kingston Corners is about a 5-minute drive from me. And he gave a pretty good description. He said, yes, she got into a car with a guy. He looked about 25, 30-ish. Gave good details. Color of the car was a sedan. The whole 9 yards, that you would think they would be able to find her. After her parents, she didn't come home. Her parents, of course, called the cops and they started a search. This is the disgusting part. At that time, now we have a lot of local newspapers, but the newspapers the locals were on a 6-month strike. So her whole entire disappearance was first of all, there was no newspaper to put it in at all. If you found an article in anywhere, it was like minimal. The major newspapers were all on strike, so Margaret was pushed to the side. There was an Evening Star was an article that printed it saying that the police were looking into it, and she might have been lured by a dude that was running a white slave ring. I don't know if slave rings were big in the 1930s. She was 19, Duncan. Oh, hi, Duncan. I'm sorry I missed you. I was writing. I took the notes after I watched and read a lot on her. No. This happened in 1938, honey. And she thought she was going to meet a man that was in desperate need of a secretary for his company. And he got her phone number from the college she was going to, which would, thank God, never happened today, that you just get somebody's phone number. But in 1938, you got a phone number. Because she was excellent in class. She had fantastic grades. So whoever, I believe it was a guidance counselor they called, gave her raving reviews and along with her phone number, which is horrifying. And that happened, like I said, on the 17th. Now oh God, I hate even this. It's very hard to talk about. On the 21st of December, there was a hunter. Now, I read a couple that there were 2 hunters. There was 1 hunter. Regardless, there was a hunter that saw something. Not quite sure what. Now, we're talking December. There's snow, there's ice. It's in the woods. So, it's hard to find something that's been there for, about a week, close to a week, especially if we had snow. It was a burlap sack. He saw the burlap sack, but it was just the way it was like bobbing up and down in the water. And as he got closer to it, there was her head sticking out of it. So this fool that killed her, put her in a burlap bag in the water, didn't even wrap her enough that she was fully in it. And as he got closer, he noticed what the bobbing was. It was her head bobbing. Oof. Everybody comes in. Search was pretty much over, and the papers were all running that she was viciously abused. Trigger warning, just in case. She had slashes in her stomach, her legs, and whoever this, because you're gonna like what they call the guy that killed her. It looked like he was trying to dismember her, and he failed at it miserably. But can't imagine the agony she had to be in. God, he bludgeoned her. He had some kind of a big heavy rock that he bludgeoned her, pretty much head to toe. What they saw was horrifying. Her body was bound. He had her bound with a clothesline. He had her legs bound with a clothesline, and like up to her chin, literally up to her chin. And before he did that, he raped her and then strangled her. So he raped her, he strangled her while, I don't know what he was planning, but then he tied her and put her in that burlap bag and thought he was going to, he thought no one would ever find the body. Let's just say that. He thought in his head that he was so smart that they were never going to find it. And it was her mother that had to go and identify the body. I forget why I can't even remember why the father couldn't. They had 50 state troopers isolating the place. It was snow covered, and we have a lot of woods here. And when it's snow covered, our snow lasts till damn April because it's our weather's. We have long winter, so it was snow covered. It was very hard, but what they came up with after whatever other evidence they found was a sex maniac. What they labeled him as was a sex maniac with a cruel, disoriented, distorted mind. Well, yeah, that doesn't take much. He was calling other people too as well. Unfortunately, Margaret said yes. They described him as neat, like he had a suave, had a suave look to him. So I guess, she got in the car thinking it was legit. Why not? Probably absolutely nothing in her mind would think that, for any reason, something bad was going to happen. And it was an anonymous call that did call in that information to the police. So that part, you really don't know who the caller was, but that's that's pretty much what the information was as far as what he looked like came from that call. The secretary that took the call said that the man called and said his name was Martin. Now, who knows if his name was Martin or not? And she shared Margaret's phone number with Martin. So that's how, that piece came together. So, of course, his name probably wasn't Martin, but that's what they were calling him. They were getting absolutely no clues at all, like nothing. Even if there were footprints, even if there were tire tracks, because of how much snow was on the ground, it was obliterated. They were going on nothing. They were going on what that person in that apartment building said he saw, which was her getting in the car and what the car looked like. That was the most legitimate information they had, as far as what he looked like, because the man that was in the apartment said that the driver, he looked overweight. So you have then that other anonymous call saying he's neat and suave, and then you have the guy that really saw it. He's saying he looked overweight, a little bit sloppy. So who knows what he was. It took a while, but the good, like weeks later, and I know this Sawmill, which is crazy. It's abandoned now. They found her clothes. He had burned her clothes. And his clothes, because that guy in the apartment said what color shirt he had on and everything. So that they had that. Now, mind you, it's in ash, but along with it was jewelry. Her jewelry, he had a watch, like everything was there. That, like I said, he burnt it, but that they had some evidence. They also found footprints outside of the Sawmill. Now, they found the footprints of a man and both a woman. So that was a good thing. In frozen mud. So here we are, like it's everything is, like I said, everything is either snow covered or ice covered until April. But this was major. This was major. But at one point, the woman's footprints had disappeared, and there was only signs showing some type of object had been dragged. So whether it was her in a bag, whatever he did, her footprints were no longer there. His were, and kind of behind him was what looked like something being dragged. Which, oh God, I hope she was dead by then. I it's just, and then the people from the Sawmill, then everybody comes out. They saw the lights on that night, like crazy stuff that, like, no one came out when it happened, though, because the damn papers were on strike. So this did not get the attention it deserved. Truly did not. Or they might have been able to have found him. He even had heard, like, gunshots. Now, she wasn't shot, but he heard gunshots at 9 p.m, which was, he thought it was a little odd, but it was hunting season and blah, blah, blah. The last thing you're thinking is somebody must be in the Sawmill getting murdered. You know what I mean? Like, that wasn't in any way a thought and the Sawmill at the time was abandoned. They always had trespassers. It was like a mess. It's knocked down since, but I remember as a kid, like, it was abandoned and it looked haunted. To me, it always looked haunted. I hated it. It was terrible. This is the saddest part. Her parents had her, they waited and they had her buried on Christmas Day. Isn't that awful? On Christmas Eve, I'm sorry. They had her buried on Christmas Eve. And that was the day she had been planning. She bought a dress. She was going to be going to an alumni dance at the high school that she had graduated from. But instead, like, everybody came and mourned for her. They said there was over 1,000 people that showed up. And I know the church, too. I can't imagine. It was crazy what it looked like. Now, what they did do, I thought it was clever. They had quite a bit of several. They say several, but when I watched one of the documentaries, and there was quite a few officers FBI dressed in plain clothes mixed in with the crowd. Because there was the possibility that he, he's a deviant, demented, that he might be there. Really, you don't know. So that's why they did that. There have been, because in the past, there were killers that did that. So, but unfortunately, once again, nothing. She had a brother that died. They buried her beside her brother. And, okay, you ready? The little brother, and he was 4 years old, her brother. He was also buried on Christmas. And I find that so weird. That's odd. That's crazy to me. Like that's, I don't know. Is that fate? Is it destiny? I don't know what it is. Talk about her parents, broken hearts. You lost 2 children, but they were both buried on Christmas Day. Oh my God. That part just, that got to me when I saw that. I had to stop for a little bit, because I couldn't imagine. I was putting myself in the mother's shoes, and that was the worst for me. It was what, I don't know. She had other daughters. She had 4 siblings. So the only theory they could come up with was that he was a local, because he was familiar with the woods, the terrain, the fact that the sawmill was not only deserted, but really no one really would go there, and it wouldn't be easy to locate her. So he went. That was why they felt he was definitely a local. But then there was another cop that felt that he was a serial killer that had come from another town. And they looked into that. They could not link it. They don't say who it was that they thought it might have been. They don't at all. All they say was the ability to track that killer and make a connection was a no. So, okay, they couldn't. 4 years later, a 21-year-old, okay, his name was Orban, and he was from New York City. He turned himself in, and he confessed that he killed her, okay? Now, he was from Wilkes-Barre, and Wilkes-Barre and Kingston, it's just across the bridge. So it's 5 minutes. Like, you cross the bridge and you're from Kingston to Wilkes-Barre. So he was saying he was from Wilkes-Barre. They questioned him. I like the fact that they questioned him for 20 hours. And then he finally admitted he fabricated the entire confession. Now, what kind of a mind does that? I don't know. And 20 hours long. Hell no. After 1 hour, I'd be like, I'm lying. But for 20 hours, that's whatever his mental illness is. That his 15 minutes of fame, his little bit of notoriety. Who knows? But he did have some facts that matched some things that they didn't release to the public, which was, that they kept going with it. But the majority then of everything he said contradicted every bit of evidence they found. So, and then when he did finally say, I didn't do it, it came together that no, he didn't do it. Still had to investigate everything, but he wasn't charged, with anything to do with that. He was a charged. He had assaulted someone, and unrelated crime, but he had assaulted someone, and he was for 2 years. He was put in jail, and then he died in jail. So, he was a wannabe copycat. But I can't believe it. They call this area the Wyoming Valley, but they said really, and like I said, this is 1938. I'm going to have to ask my dad about it. No, I'm not. He was only 1 year old. I can ask my dad about it, I guess. But that people were really afraid to even let their children go outside to even like play on like in the yard. That's how frightening it was. And Pennsylvania authorities in general were, still trying to look for this guy, but never, never had another tip, another lead. And every year, like I said, her case is considered an unresolved homicide. It's archived, but every year they take it out of the archives, review it, look and see if there's any tips. There's not, and it goes back in the archives. And last year, the cop's statement was that they were not hopeful and felt that by this point, whoever killed her was probably dead. But that whoever did kill her was an idiot. They called him an idiot savant. And I don't know if that's because of the way he had her wrapped, that her head was stick. I'm not sure what it was, but they were just saying, and all the clothes, like he just jewelry, he left everything behind, but because of the cold and the ash that he burned it in, he did. Well, there was no back then stuff with DNA. We don't have what we have now, and the clothes were pretty much burnt, charred down to nothing. The jewelry that they did find was melted down. Nonetheless, it belonged to both of them, because I think it was a ring that wouldn't have fit her. But there was, 1938 was, there was not, well, what was there in 1938 other than, boots on the ground pretty much. But it's so scary. But they do that every year, and it's around the time of her death, which is in December, that they put it out. And I'm gonna look and see. But that supposedly they it'll be on the news stations. They'll talk about it, or the papers. I don't remember anything like that. But I'm gonna look and see. But any tips or anything that come, and everything significantly dwindled down to absolutely nothing then after that guy and his bullshit story. And a 1938 case, to this day, a beautiful 19-year-old girl remains an unresolved cold case, homicide. I think what kills me is just the gruesome, what he did to her, the way she was found, with the clothesline tied, that he raped her, and and then he strangled her, and then he put her in a burlap bag. The fact that she was tied, they said she was tied before he raped her. So I'm just, as a woman, talk about how vulnerable a position that is. When I don't like to go to that gynecologist, all right, because I don't like that position. When they say, okay, put your foot in stirrups, no, Don, can we pass? Can I pass on that? But he had her tied first, so her legs were all the way up to her chin, and they said he must have been mad over the fact that he could not dismember her like he was trying to do, and then bludgeoned her also with a huge rock. So, was he cutting her? Then was he cutting her? Then he tied her. Then he raped her, and then he strangled her, and then he bludgeoned her. Like, you don't know that part. Like, what was the series of events, right? That scares the hell out of me. Like, I would only hope to God that the first thing he did was just strangle her and she died. But I doubt it, because he was so demented. I doubt it. He was probably proud of what he was doing. So I don't. Let me look at chat here. Didn't know if they had preserved. Yeah. Not asked several. One defendant was with. Oh God, that's awful. That's a terrible story, Duncan. That's Cali case. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, even if you're convicted, they keep the stuff. But in 1938, you know, it was probably, it was bagged. Maybe they kept it a little bit, and then, like I said, it's unresolved, and it's, of course, by now that whatever it was probably just, discarded. But 71 found that, and there are a few good videos on YouTube, and they're not long. If you watch them, you'll see it, because it's just when you find out that she had a 4-year-old brother that died, and they also had buried him on Christmas. Like, I don't, that poor mother. She was beautiful, and like, what a pretty girl too. She was, very pretty girl. They said she was shy. That was the only thing. They said she was shy, but that they were like kind of proud that, yeah, she was going to try to, she was 19. She was going to go and meet this person and get a job, so she thought she was doing good. Like, getting, making her way into adulthood, and maybe trying to get over that shyness and talk to people. And I'm frightened by the thought, like, at what point did she, like, know this isn't what it's supposed to be, like, because he picked her up at Kingston Corners. They don't give the exact location. It's still right there in the area, but just the thought that she then knew, he's taking me into woods. And then, the sawmill itself, for her to have, that is when you see that sawmill, you look at it, and I always thought haunted. Now, it's been torn down since, but the pictures of it, you look at it, and it's a scary building. And the fact that she was walking at one point at that sawmill, so maybe then is when he hit her with a rock. That's my guess, that's when he hit her with the rock to knock her out. And from that point on, then was only his footsteps and whatever. It was probably the burlap bag, whatever he was dragging her in. That was the path then. I mean, if you think about it today, now, just the burlap bag and the DNA, and they would most likely, I would hope, find the guy. Unfortunately, like we said, we're talking 1938, the middle of the winter, and it's, both locations where she was found was snow, watery, slush, ice, and the sawmill itself, the ground was all ice. So it was hard. But every year, they still do take it out. I guess it's something the cops, maybe there are cases that are passed on as never, you never get over them, because we don't have a lot of that here. So I could see that, being one of the more that stands out. Yeah, it's an 84-year-old case. Oh, you're welcome. I'm happy for bringing attention to it. I just felt like she was a 19-year-old girl. Like, her life meant something. She didn't even get to have a life, first of all, but it did mean something. She was someone's daughter, sister, friend, and she was gone at 19. So, and for it to be a cold case, and then you become then just a file that's archived, is heartbreaking. So, that's why we have these channels, right, guys? The cold cases that we want to talk about again. Not that, especially this one, like I said, the cops, of course, don't feel they'd find him. He's probably dead by now, nonetheless. But still, just saying her name, Margaret Martin, I don't know. To me, I don't know. I find like I feel, I don't know. I feel a little bit better about myself just because I do care, and it's like we spend so much of our time just talking about stupid things, and I don't know. We just get, not that they're stupid, we get caught up just in life. But she was the sister to actually 5 siblings, but the 4-year-old died, so she still had 4 siblings at home. And her parents have since, of course, they've all. I don't know if I don't even know if all her siblings have passed, but she's not just a name. She was a good soul that went to church every week, and didn't deserve that. Did not deserve that. These cold cases are brutal. They make me lose my mind. Like, I should almost not get involved, because you want, not that you want to solve it, but like you just can't stop looking at everything you could possibly look at, read, watch on it then, because it's you feel the injustice is just horrifying. Even I'm still obsessed with Gabby Petito. I want to know why. Like, what I want, and I'm weird, and I don't know if anybody else feels this way. What I want to know what happened right at that campsite. I want to know what happened. I want to see his phone records. I want to see the text messages between them, between her mother, when he left then to go to Florida, like all that stuff that I don't know if the FBI is going to show us anything or not, but it makes me crazy, because that, to me, I know he shot himself, and supposedly with whatever in the journal it says he killed her. I still kind of consider it like a cold case, only because yeah, he probably did kill her, but what if like he didn't, like, or what if he went to that site and like they had met people, and then somebody was like hitting on her, like I want to know details. I'm not that I'm newsy, but she was of such a it seemed, a loving person, and he was so goddamn weird. I'm we know he killed her, but the way it all went down then, and him coming home, none of that part, it just doesn't make sense. I'd did what I want to see those text messages when he's just like coming home, like, wait, I'm coming home alone. Like, what? Want to know what he told good old Roberta and Christopher Laundrie. I'm coming home, but she's not. Like, did he say? Supposedly, when you Ickmail, there's a channel called Ickmail. He's fantastic. He does a lot of great true crime. He goes to sites. He's great. But he had a tip, that supposedly she was with another guy when he went back to Florida, but then they talked and she begged him to come back. Of course, he's a gaslighter. He was going to say anything to make himself look good. If he might have been telling his friends that. Who knows? But the fact was, he left her there alone for a couple days. Doesn't make it, that doesn't make sense. And the whole weird hitchhiking on that Sunday is insane. That's crazy. The video of the parked van, that makes me lose my mind. Has everybody seen it? With the Bethune, like that, like the one, I forget that one's YouTube channel that I didn't believe it at first, but he had software, like it really does show that back door of the van closing. So then I lose my mind, because you see her flip-flops and you think like, okay, was that the last time? Did he kill her in there? Like, are we going to find that? Are they going to at least tell us that? Like, what was the evidence you found was there anything in the van that, showed, even if hey, FN, you made it, great. Was there anything in the van evidence-wise? Even if it was just, did he hit her? Did he slap her? Did he make her bleed? Like, anything. He's dead. So the fact that they're not telling us anything makes me just wonder if they think there's somebody else. Because I can't believe that by now the FBI has not released it. Even just all the text messages, like nothing. Why? He shot himself. He's dead and buried, and she's gone. Like, what? We are the public, and it is our right. It is our right to know what happened. But as far as exactly how much it is our right to know things, I don't know. But they'll be. If you think the Rogersville group that went and protested with their signs was something, this will be a whole other level, because I could not believe what I saw when those people were protesting in front of the laundry house. Yes, I do believe it is our right to peacefully protest, but there's a fine line between a peaceful protest and harassment. And I just felt like you're in a neighborhood. Like, those houses were every house is pretty much right next to each other. I didn't like the way that all went down. I thought it was horrible. I felt, if anything, they should have protested in front of that city hall. I didn't like that Josh Taylor. I felt he was like really kind of cocky when they would talk to him. The fact that they thought that Roberta, this is ridiculous, was Brian, so they thought he was home. Makes absolutely no sense. There is no way in hell anyone could ever I don't care if it's midnight and it's as black as night. You're not gonna mistake Roberta for Brian. So I would be if I don't, not that I do that, but I felt the protesting should have been done in the front of City Hall, not at their house, where it wreaks havoc on that whole poor neighborhood. I don't care about them, I don't, and as far as how much they know, we don't know, and we probably never will. I can't see Roberta and Christopher ever having an interview like, with Diane Sawyer, a sit-down interview. So whatever they did or didn't know, they just stayed in their house quiet. And there is a great channel. Does anybody here watch Mallory at random? She is fantastic. She really should have a show. She should be in Vegas. She is funnier than most comedians that have made it big. She's like, you got, like, those, she really lays into them. Like, you really think Roberta was hearing, and the one creator, like, saying, come out and tell us where your son is. They're like, she's like, good old Roberta's in her back room listening to her Tom Jones CDs, watching Netflix. Their house has good, and she goes, that's double pane windows on those on that house. I can't afford those windows. It's like, Roberta's listening to Tom Jones, people. Take it somewhere else. Mallory's great. That's another channel. She's wonderful. She's wonderful to her chat. Transgender. Seth, I don't know if Seth's still here. I would hope he would sub to her. He'll find her hysterical. He'll love her. She's transgender, and she's fabulous. She suffers terrible anxiety. But her when she goes live, it is a show. I okay, we're here talking. I presented a case, but hers is like a show. Like, she does the whole, when that one creator, had a birthday party for the little girl that's still missing. Okay, that was distasteful. I'm not saying the creator's name, but you've got to watch Mallory's parody of it, because and I'm not laughing one bit at that poor little girl. I'm laughing at the fact that Mallory does it to a T, exactly the crazy stuff that this creator was like saying she needed to get to set up for the party. No one's coming to your party, first of all. It's in your house, and it's just you, and you got a cake, and you're listening to crazy music, not even kids' music, and you have a Michael Jackson glove on. So, like, Mallory's take on it is like telling her husband to go up in the attic and find the disco lights, because I gotta have a party, and find the Michael Jackson glove, because a party's not a party without the Michael Jackson glove. Adrian, go. Like, it's down to the T. And get me cookies, because I can't eat this goddamn cake on live. I gotta be chewing on something. She's like, get me cookies. Stop at the bakery and get cookies. Like, to a T. It's so damn funny. What's that? Here, let me see. Let me catch up on chat. Hang on a second. Yeah. But Mallory at random, and she did sub to me too when she found out. So she supports. Like, when you sub to her, you get to know her and you tell her you have a good channel. She's another one that's a big supporter of us good people, just trying to have a nice channel. Let me see here the chat. Let's see any questions or anything I missed. Yeah, he was an idiot savant, and yeah, that's today deemed as on the spectrum. Absolutely. Yeah, the preservation of any DNA at this point, yeah, we know it's got to be gone. The Kingston Police Department nowadays probably has about 3 cops. So the Cali case, that I'm gonna have to go back and look at what you were talking about, Duncan. Oh, Molson is afraid to bathe in the wine glass tubs at the Poconos, in the Pocono Mountains, at the resorts. Molson, I'm afraid. I would never bathe in one of them. Don't. Let's see here. Yeah, Duncan. The way we have DNA now, they're finding people. It's incredible. Yeah, that's all he was a piece of shit. It is heavy. It is heavy stuff, guys. I did the trigger warning only because it's gruesome, and it's sad, and some people just don't even want to. Everybody pretty much here in the chat, we're into the psyche behind these people that do these things, and what the hell, and so we're not triggered by it, but I like to lay it out on the line, because I don't want to trigger anybody, because this one, it did keep me up a little bit the other night when I found out about that the brother was buried the same day years prior. It just blew my mind. Let's see here. Out of the shadows, yeah. Aussie true crime. Oh, there was a big cake from a bakery for and I would never say this, but Mallory, when she says it, I gotta hurry, we're having a party, and she literally says, we're having a party for the dead kid. That's how nuts like these people are with this whole case. But when you hear Mallory say it, and you see that then there's actually a cake. There's a disco light on the table with the cake, flashing disco lights, purple balloons, and she is wearing a Michael Jackson glove. I'm not saying who it is. You could figure it out, but just I'll drop Mallory's link, and there are two of them you have to really watch. The one is the birthday party, and I forget how she has it titled. It might say birthday party for the DEAD kid, but and in no way does she ever make it. Has nothing to do with Summer, God bless her soul. It's everything to do with exploiting this child. The depths people have gone are just despicable. I mean, despicable. And then the other one you got to watch. It says it might say in a bile soup, but it's about her friend. That she has a friend named Princess. That's a man that's living with her now, but he's very ill. But one day he was very ill, and something she thought was infected on him, and she wanted all of the subs to look at it to see if it seemed infected. So, of course, now I'm a nurse, but I'm not going to diagnose anybody. I'm a wound nurse, certified wound nurse. I'm not going to look just through a TV screen and say, "Ooh," you had everybody saying, "Oh, you better go to the hospital." Well, the parody Mallory does, well, you will be on the floor laughing. Literally, you will be on the floor laughing because her take on it then is it infected? Does it smell? Adrian, smell it. Smell it. Does it smell? Oh, and then she's gagging. And then she said, do you want to go to the ER? Do I have to go? I didn't have my lunch yet. And you know what I get like if I don't have my lunch yet? What am I having for lunch, Adrian? Can we get you an Uber? Would you take an Uber? Like, it's so damn funny because in no way is she exploiting the child. She's bringing it to light what these people are doing live to get views. The craziest stuff. We don't need to see her poor friends. He's not well. We don't need to see his bag, because then she starts saying it looks like infected bile in the bag. Adrian, can we make bile soup? Is it like a delicacy? Like, you've got to watch it because it's to the T exactly how ridiculous a lot of this stuff is, how bad it's gotten. And Mallory is brilliant, but when she said, I don't want to take you until I have my lunch. I get when I don't have my lunch. And the way she says lunch, like, Adrian, what are we having for lunch? Is it soup? The bile? Can we make bile soup, Adrian? Find out. I think it's a delicacy. Does it smell? Adrian, smell it. Does it smell? And then she's saying to the chat, no, they're saying it doesn't smell. It doesn't smell. And then she's like, ooh, she's fake gagging. Mallory does it. I told her, I said, you do it better than her. She said, that's my job. That's why I'm here. Not as, most of men smell. That's this Tyrone episode. That's where my mind went. All right. How does everybody feel about stretch your legs out? I don't want anybody getting any blood clots, and let's play trivia. I hope everybody, I know that was a rough story, but I'd like to every week dive into these cold cases and just saying these people's names, because, they shouldn't just be forgotten. I'm taking a drink of my hot tea, and then I'm going to have a drink of my special iced tea. Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm happy everybody enjoyed it for how sad it was. And the only thing I am going to say, but we can talk about this next week because maybe there'll be more on it, is what the hell happened to Bob Saget. What happened to Bob Saget? I need to know. I am a trauma nurse, and I can understand what happened to him. What the hell what kind of a bedboard would you, unless it was a cement bedboard, I don't believe that he banged his head on a bedboard, that he had his skull on both sides fractured, but not only that, behind both eyes, he had orbital fractures. I just don't think that would happen. And then, because he was found by the hotel staff neatly tucked into bed. I'm sorry. The pain you would feel if you broke behind your eyes the orbital sockets, that alone, you'd be going for help. You'd be getting help. You'd call somebody. But I don't. The family put a ban now on the autopsy being released, because I don't know what they're doing with it now at this point. If they are, they should go back to that hotel room. I don't even know if it's still considered a crime scene. But Natasha Richardson, that one broke my heart. Wasn't she skiing? I think Natasha was skiing, kind of like a Sonny Bono thing, and hit her head. Well, Sonny died instantly, but Natasha had the bleed. Yeah, and then he had a bleed. But that's not that's not a little bump on the head on the headboard. They're like, oh, he was really tall and he was always bumping his head. I'm sorry, but if you get in bed to go to sleep, and there was no alcohol or drugs in him, so unless you were, like, say, intoxicated and you fell back on the bed and banged your head enough that you have literally, and they're 2 large skull fractures, and like I said, 2 orbital fractures. No way in hell. And Dr. Sanjay, he was fantastic. They interviewed him. He said it's the equivalent of somebody hitting you in the back of the head with the baseball bat. He said none of this makes sense. But they're keeping hush hush about it. So I don't know if it'll go anywhere. If it should, I mean, I think it should, but who the hell knows? If it's, I haven't looked to see if they've considered it a closed case yet, or it's still considered open. I don't know, because his toxicology is back. I don't, they said they didn't, supposedly I don't think they found anything in the room. Everything looked good. They said, he looked perfectly comfort under the covers, which I feel like somebody, I don't know why, I just feel like something happened to him and they put him in the bed. But I could be wrong. It's just that that's a major headbang. He had to have been a real klutz, otherwise, God bless him, to have had that. And that hurts enough. Especially the eyes, they're gonna become real bloodshot in most cases. Maybe not with his. Normally, you're gonna have blurry vision, and you're gonna have a headache like a get ran over by a train. But who knows if he got knocked out and just passed out under the bed, then on bed, possibly. The problem is with the hotel, and there's cameras everywhere, so I would think they would have seen somebody if he was with someone. That's the only thing that makes me think, what the hell was he doing? What happened in that room? I know, yeah, Mark, there's so many cameras. I don't know. I just don't know. But they're really, everybody's talking about it now, and CNN is just like, something's fishy. And then they had the wife had it sealed. So what we know, we really probably shouldn't have known. Oh, 71, that's awful. Jesus, and you're so lovely. I'm sorry, honey. That's terrible. You had a shower curtain rod slammed in the back of your head, and oh my God, and then you hit it on your head on the wall, honey? Oof. Oh my God. That's terrible. And you had a black eye for 6 months. Black eyes, they take a while to resolve. You had a lot of Jesus. Oh, and you still have, and there you go. You still have pain. Yep. Yeah, Natasha Richardson. I remember that now. They were away or something. I loved her. I liked her. Would you say, well, I've had injuries since 19. It's okay. Yet another reason to move out of a roach motel. You almost lost your eye. Oh, can you even imagine? Jesus. You were in a hotel when that happened. Oh, wow. Oh, I know Mark. I love Mark. He always makes sure to stop in on his breaks. Wilson said, put your supervisor in this live, Mark. I'm going to kindly tell him we need you here and to leave you the fuck alone, work-wise. He'll understand. I think so. Especially if he knows it's trivia time. I think he'll tell Mark, just forget it. You don't have to be here till it's 7 a.m. We'll manage without you. We owe it to you, buddy. You're a good guy. Yeah, they don't know that Mark keeps all the trophies for the trivia. He has a trunk full of trophies. The skyline, that was that in Tuncan? Were you on like a vacation 71 when that happened? Nothing like being away and getting some kind of any kind of an injury. That's awful. But I'm happy. Thank God you're here. Jesus. Anything to the head scares the hell out of me. That's why if your kid gets hit in the head and they have like a goose egg, be happy that lets you know it's an out pouch of blood, so it's not an inner bleed. So that's a good thing. And I know parents panic with that, but that's an out pouch. That's good. It's not an inner bleed. So anybody here with little kids, remember that. Don't panic. Oh, you lived in it for 3 years. I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, Mark. Damn work. Why not? God, we need the lottery. Wonder how Tammy's doing. I didn't even get to text to email Tam. She's been in a lot of pain though with her, with the teeth and everything. So I haven't bothered her. We're just gonna do. Let me see here where my trivia. We're gonna do some trivia now. I have them on so many different places, but I finally got my new phone activated, and first of all, I hate it, but let's see. The one's okay. It's named that tune, but hang on here. I just want to see what it's like. Because if I turn it up from my phone, well, that's a possibility. You could listen to the tunes. Let me see the eras though. And I know we love I know we love the '80s, and this is an entire channel of Name That Tune that I just um, bumped into right now. In fact, name the nine. Okay, name that eight. Name the '80s tune music trivia game. All right, because I have the game on here on my phone. So if I play it through my phone, let me just give me a one that you can hear right now when I do play the little bit of the tune that you have to then guess what it is and just type it in. But just let me know that you could hear it. It's not fuzzy or echoing or anything.
with the sound of speed. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready?
Was that too low? Oh wait, let me see if my phone's turned up. Oh wait, hang on. That might be. Ooh, that might be better. I didn't realize. How's that? Does that come through clear? Let me know if that comes through clear. Because this seems like a pretty cool channel. Let me play one more. That okay? We're good. Okay. So with this game, when I gave you, let's see what I want to do. When I give you the tune, do I want the name of the song or do I want the band? What do we want to do with this one, since this is the first one with name that tune? Should we do the name of the song? Yes, I just wanted to make sure you guys were hearing it. I could lower it too. But do we want to name the song for now? And then we can always do another one where it's named the band. No, you're not. Why are you being a pain, Molson? Molson, it's not too loud. You know it's too loud. You know it's too loud. It's your smoke alarm. You know I love you. All right. Let's see here. These are easy ones though. You guys are too smart for that. But let's play it anyway. All right, here we go. I'll play it. I don't know, Mark. He travels on Fridays after work. He drives to his parents. I messaged him, but it was already, about 6:30ish, 7:30. So I don't know if he'll even see this. I hope, because you know him. I don't even have an email. Molson, I'm taking that away. Well, I can't take it away. Jeez, I'm only could you? All I could do is either black you out or time me. Why is that? That's weird. All right, let's see her. First of all, I want to make sure did everyone hear that? And if you did hear it, I want to know the name of the song because it's named that tune. So this one, I don't want to know who sings it. I want to know the name of the song. Yep. Jeez. You're fast, Steph. It's turn back time. And yeah, Cher, Molson, and Steph. Yeah, everybody here got that it was by Cher. That's kind of an easy one. No, we don't need a hint. We're smart. Come on. They must have dum-dums. But, whoa. I think it's coming. So what do you think that one was? I have it through the chat, Molson. I'll keep score. This one, we're doing Name That Tune. So what we're doing with this one is we're naming the song. And then we'll play a game where we name the band. Jeez, it's almost like it doesn't let you go back. It's Wang Chung. Remember that song? Everybody remember Everybody Have Fun Tonight? That's what that was. Yeah, What's Love Got to Do with It comes through right after it. They go fast then, so I'm going to skip by that one. It's a good song, though. All right, here we go. And it's the song I want. Oh, jeez. That's really hard. No.
So if you want me off your back.
Okay, what was that? So if you want me off your back. I loved this band. They were very punk. Don't forget to wait. I got an iPad here somewhere because it is. Yeah, who got his first steps? Hang on, because I also have this iPad here because I can't. The chat on through StreamYard. It's so delayed that by the time I see who answered it, half the group probably wants to kill me. So let me just pull it up here. And let me lower it too because my father is so deaf that it's probably on. The volume is probably on 100. Okay, good. At least I could see. I could. Yeah, it does sound a little cracky. I'm gonna try to not have it as close. I'm gonna move it back a little and then let me know. Because it's not. I don't have a StreamYard tab open through my computer. I mean a YouTube. It's on my phone, so it's usually a little bit better. But let's just see. We'll see, Steph. Let me see if this next one is any better. Wow, I don't even know. I don't know that one. I'll play it again. I'll give the hint at least to say who it's by, because I don't. It's I don't really. It's by Boy Meets Girl. Anybody get it? No. Yeah, that I think it's like an 87. It reminds me of my year. Molson, yeah, Boy Meets Girl. I don't remember them. They might have been were they a one-hit wonder? Oh, you guys you got to get that one. I know, Molson. I always feel somebody's watching me. All right, wow, there's not too many of them, though. That was it for that one game. 80s rock. Let's see what 70s and 80s rock. Should we try? What the hell? You guys hear it? Everyone's singer? Yep. Who said that? Let me see here. If it doesn't give you the answer, what do they think? Who made this up? Alex Trebek? We're not all that brilliant. We do good with the 80s. Okay, 80s and 90s. This is exactly what, this is right up us. Let's see this one. The whole board is nothing but 80s.
One thing I said that I would never do.
What's the name of the song? Yeah, who got that? Yeah, Steph, heat of the moment. And that was from 82, I think it's that. Very good. Some of them are so easy. Aww. I only played a tidbit from that. Yeah, that was a good one. Is Eddie Money still alive? Meatloaf died. Did Eddie Money die? I can't remember. These are things I need to know. Let's try 87. So let me see what they have on 87. If it'll let me even pop there. No, 84. It's going to. You better all get that one. Oh, Eddie Money's dead. No. So come on, you should all get the one I just played. What's the song? It is Bruce, but what's the name of the song? Come on. Ooh. Can't start a fire without a spark. That's a good one. You see something in my eye that's not overanalyzed. Oh my god, I love this song. This is a 90s. This is late 90s. Oh, I loved it. This is a girly song though. I don't know if the guys will get it. No. Not Bruce again. See, when you try to go back, it double takes you back. I'm sorry. Oh, some of these are funny. You see something in my eye that's not overanalyzed. Yeah, it's Dancing in the Dark. Yeah, that one was Dancing in the Dark. All right, we'll finish this one out. We'll go to horror. I do not know that. Oh, I know the band. The band is Roxette. Roxette was the band. And I don't even remember this song, but it's Joy. Oh my, Molson got it. Joyride. Wow. Very good. Can't quit now, Molson. This is just saying we got a bonus point for answering them quick. But hang on. No. Grungy. It is the Chili Peppers. Mm-hmm. Anybody remember the name? Oh, there's a glitch in there. So they don't even give you the name. It just says Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's kind of funny. Let's see what this one is. Jesus, give us something more to work with. Oh, I remember that. That was a big one in the day. And I wish it is Rhythm of the Night, and I wish Psych Guy was here because that's who was holding Donna. Guys, Psych Guy should be here. Now we know where Donna is, and he's not even here. Oh, damn, Psych Guy. I gotta get a hold of him. Maybe, you know what, Molson? Maybe Psych Guy's with Donna, and that's why he's not here. That could be who's holding Donna. And I'm happy. I'll be happy for him. Oh, you danced to that song in a recital. That's too cute. Let me see if that's the last one. Oh my God, this is the 70s, but I've been obsessed with them the past week. I can't get enough. Here it's coming. Hang on. Give it a minute. It just says we got a bonus. That's not really the song. Hang on. And neither is that, because I don't know what the hell that. I don't. Oh, I'm gonna cry with this one. Oh, I see what they did. That was fast. I know y'all know who was singing, but what the hell is the name of that song? It's a whole other story. It is Stevie Wonder. But is that the name? You could feel it all over? Good girl.
Moving my feet to the disco beat.
I don't think we're going to get that one. That's a bit too disco. And I love disco, but I don't even know. I don't know what that one is either. Mark's dancing. Disco Duck, you got it. That's right. Who said it? Who got Disco Duck? Steph got that one. Good. Also, whenever you want to come up, though, let me know. Okay, let's see if you guys get this. This is a good one. Oh, no, wait, no, not that. That's too... Oh. Everybody's going to get this one. There's only one brother left alive out of all of them. And he's a genius. He wrote more songs for everybody that got major hits. Yep, Bee Gees' Night Fever. That's right. Barry Gibb is the only one left. The only brother left, but I was in love with Andy. And poor Andy died. He was only 30. I loved him. But he died of a broken heart from that tramp Victoria principal. And maybe some cocaine. Maybe a little bit of cocaine, too. You guys know that? Yeah, he was the youngest, and God, and Barry was good looking, but nobody was like Andy had it all, and he was shy and really unsure of himself. He had didn't have any confidence. God bless him. Yeah, that was Bee Gees too. They must like the Bee Gees on this. I love them. Steph, I did not watch the documentary on HBO. I've watched a few, but I've been meaning to. I'm happy you said that because I forgot about it. But I love Barry. Now, Barry, he lives in Miami, like oceanfront. But if you get in touch with Barry's manager, and it's not hard to do, like you go to his house, and if he's there, he comes out and like talks to the fans, signs out, like he's so down to earth, and what an amazing guy, like just so amazing. I have to watch that documentary now. That's definite. And his kids are, a lot of them are musicians, and so are Robin's kids, all the brothers. And Andy had a daughter, Peta, that he was married for 10 months to this girl right before he even got famous. And they were in Australia, and he was in LA, and he was in LA. They ended up divorcing, and the baby might have been, too. I don't even know if she had any type of relationship with them, but she is part of their family now, very close with them. And she looks like her father. He was gorgeous. He was damn gorgeous, Andy and Barry. The twins, Robin and Maurice. I liked Maurice, but Barry and Andy were just something else. It was something else, that documentary, huh, Steph? Yeah. What I want to do one night too, and I've been making a folder, reaction videos. Now the reaction videos for the Bee Gees is the best, and it's a lot of like, they're cute too. There's like a lot of black couples, and it's great. And then so they start hearing it, and at the same time they're playing the video. Like they lose the one lost his mind. He's like, the Bee Gees are white. Like he first of all, I can't believe they're white, and he's like, this my mother played it, and then they just cannot believe Barry's voice. They're like, how does he get his voice like that? And then they do a reaction video of Andy, and it's like, whoa. They're like, wait, this one's got even more swag than Barry. Like the reaction videos are fantastic. When they do one on Too Much Love in This World, the girls that are the females that are part of these reaction videos, they all cry. You either want to get up and dance when you hear a Bee Gees song, or they make females want to cry. Like he wrote Islands in the Stream for Dolly Parton, Barbara Streisand, a bunch of them, like pretty much all of Andy's songs, and all Andy's songs, he released them and they all went to number 1, 2, 3, like one after the other. That Saturday Night Fever album remains the number 1 soundtrack in the world. Number 1. It was either Beat It or Thriller is the number 1 song, but the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack is the number 1 soundtrack, and which is, I think, pretty damn cool. That's okay, Doc. You're here. That's okay. We're talking about the Bee Gees now, because I love Andy Gibb and the Bee Gees. They're all they're a very close family, and I spent last week looking at, like, they had Andy's funeral, so it's awful. Like, I was looking at it, I'm like, why do I put myself through this? But he was sad. It was sad. What a way to die. But what are you gonna do? Let's see here. Let me just check my oh, really, FM? Burt Reynolds was like that too? He'd take people on to the ranch? Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, like Barry and Staying Alive. And I was a kid when that came out. I mean, unfortunately, yes, you love the music, but you were fixated, at least I was as a kid, on John Travolta. That was who the Saturday Night Fever, everything, like, just seemed to be like, it was everything was John Travolta. So I didn't really look at the Bee Gees and as cute or anything like that. I mean, Andy was gorgeous, but God, when you watch that Staying Alive video, Barry Gibb is like he's like a perfect man. He's like, okay, God said, like, we're gonna make the perfect man, like head to toe, and he is. And then when you hear him talk, he's so down to earth, so nice. It's really. He did his first interview with the Australian 60 Minutes, maybe last year or a couple years ago, and it was the first since all of his brothers had passed. And he had to stop at one question. He was emotional, and she was wonderful with him. They stopped, and he had to collect his emotions, because he said, this is now, it's hitting me so hard, me sitting here alone, first of all, and he said Andy's death is still fresh in my mind, let alone Robin and Morris's. I said, it's too much. It's just so hard. but he's touring now. His wife, said stop. She's very cool. They've been married like 37 years. Stop being depressed. The world wants, the world still wants to see you perform. So he is, but and it was sad. The cameras watched him. He said, "This is the first time I've ever been walking backstage to get onto the stage alone," and he was emotional. He just said, like, this was the first time. And then he said, "But you know what? They're with me." He said, "I know that. I know that they're with me," which, oh, that killed me. Killed me. Molson Man pointed an arrow to his name that says "Perfect Man." Duncan, I'm trying to think. Saturday Night Fever came out 76 or 7. It was around 77-ish. But that's the first thing I'm going to do is watch the HBO documentary. That like you said, if they go into the music and everything. There's a petition on change.org that has been up for 2 years and hasn't even hit 7,500 signatures. I just want to share it. What's it about, honey? Oh, you were born in 87, Duncan. You're a baby. You're a baby. Yeah, Olivia Newton-John. She was something else. He had it together back in the days. I still love John Travolta, but I mean, and when he does do the "You Should Be Dancing," I think it's Night Fever. The black dude that is doing the reaction is like, "Wait a minute, wait, that's not even a move. How could anybody move their legs like that?" He's like, he's putting Michael Jackson's moonwalk to shame. It's good. Like, it's so, and every one of them were like, "Oh my God, they're white." Like, they just can't believe they're white. And every one of them too says the same thing, including the dudes. They're like, for Barry, no dude should have that many good looks. Like, look at him. And then when they did it on Andy, they're like, and this one's even better looking. Olivia is one of my favorites too. I think she's fantastic. She performed with him too, and she dated him. She dated Andy, but she said his cocaine, his poor thing, his cocaine addiction was too much for her. Oh, you're doing a case about a guy got 99 years in prison for 17 grams of coke that someone else claimed responsible for. What? And that guy's been out for many years. That was 11 years ago. So see that case? So the person, and not that I like these people, but the girl this is her thing, and she's been getting out so many felons, people that have been convicted, is Kim Kardashian. I know the Kardashians are pain in the asses, but she got a woman out that they sent her to prison for having like weed on her. She's a grandmother. They got her out. That's her thing. Like, and she's gonna be taking her the board soon. But she's all about prison reform and speaking up for the convicted that are innocent. So I would write to her. I would write to her. That is a case where 100% she would get involved, especially that the guy that it really was claim the responsibility. Yeah. Please do. My email me. We'll talk about. When he has children. Yeah, and when this woman got out of jail, like, Kim went and visited her at the house, like, and the woman was crying and couldn't thank her enough. But that's her thing, she just said, we are locking up people who, have never been arrested before, and one time they're caught with drugs, and we're putting them in jail, for 25 years to life. Like, what are we doing? So for somebody else to claim the responsibility, and that man is sitting in jail for pretty much the rest of his life. Yeah, I'm gonna get you the number. You're gonna do that. You're gonna get in touch with Kardashian. I'm serious, because she really, for how much they're all pain in the asses, and I wouldn't plug anything for them, she is on top of her game with that. So, I'd love to see something happen with that. That, to me, what state is this in? If you don't mind, just let me know what state that is. Yeah, we really, I don't know, our system is we're messed up. We are messed up with what we're doing. And even prison reform and returning then to the real world, it's, what do we, we do set up a lot of people that want to do better. We're not giving them much help, and I think that's big. That is another thing that she's really into. So other than that being caught with the drugs, was he ever, like, anything else with him, like, against him, like anything major? Because oh God, Texas is the worst. Not that she's not afraid to go up against anybody, but and especially the fact that he didn't have a record. Oh, hell yeah. Oh no, yeah, this needs to be brought to light. You're working on this, like, you're deep diving into it. Are you, like, you're deep diving it? Wait, Duncan, do you have a channel? I forget now. Because if you're deep diving into it and you don't have a channel, if you want to come on my panel and you do the whole thing, but I forget if you have a channel, because I've sub-taught so many new ones. But I'm happy that you're researching it. This is something that I think we all, from what it looks like in chat, everybody's pretty much interested in. Especially when you hear he had no record, he has children, and the person that was responsible is free. How the hell? God. I don't understand. I can't believe it. Like, to not have a record, and that's, they not, like, come on now. What did we say? 99 years is what they gave him? I mean, that's that. Some murderers don't get that. I'm just trying to spread the word to see who has resources to help. It's appalling. Okay, come up then. Let's pick a night to just talk about this. And if you don't want to talk and just want to sit on panel, and I'll talk about whatever you researched, and we'll get his name out there. But I am telling you 100%, this is the reason that Kim Kardashian went to be a lawyer. It's because she just felt that there was such injustice for people that some of them never had a speeding ticket, but got caught with drugs, and they're thrown in jail for 25, 30, like, ridiculous. Our system's a mess. Darren Moore is his name. Huh. Wilson man. Which one F's you up, though, unrelated to the case? I just can't believe that a judge would, like, it's just the owner of the drugs accepted. I mean, so the owner accepted full responsibility for the drugs, both of them at the scene at the time of the raid, and the judge so the judge was appointed to the case. Of course, has not an ounce of compassion to say, then let's look at this. Hang on a minute. What are we doing here? That is wild. Out here will always bother fuck out of me. You'll have to tell me about that one, Wilson. Yeah, Duncan, I think that's like I wanted to just get Margaret's name out there. I think what you're doing is great. You're trying to make a difference, and especially, I mean, this guy's in jail, and he shouldn't be any his children at home. So yeah, this is a case. This is a there's dirty legal involved in this one, from the lawyers to the judge to down the line, because it makes no sense at all. Unless something else happened, there is absolutely no way that's fair. That's like a fair sentence for him. If he was there with the guy and there were drugs around, all right. I mean, you're whatever they do for that, they do. But when you have somebody else saying they're all my drugs, Jesus, that is not right. And I don't know what the petition what it will do. Yes, yeah. After 2 years, you only have 75, because people just a lot of them don't want to hear it. They don't care. You'd care if it was your husband or your son or your father. Yeah, let us know if there's anything else behind the scenes, because it doesn't add up. It does not add up. And the guy that's out of jail, that it was really his, man, he should be trying to get him out. Like, he should be really out there. He should be peacefully protesting somewhere. He probably went into hiding then, like, damn, I got away with it. Like I did. I'm not gonna end up dying in jail like he is. And it wasn't his dope or drugs, whatever. I forget what you said it was. If it was coke, 17 grams of coke. But even 17 grams of coke, 99 years in prison is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Ever. Addiction is a disease. Selling it is a crime. I get it. But the fact that someone else claimed their responsibility just shows you how dirty our system is. Texas should. I don't know. I don't know what the people of Texas feel like about it, but they should be appalled. And that judge should be brought before the Supreme Court. Because how did you come to this decision that this was the right way to go? He writes in one part, this person made a videotape confession at the scene of the crime. Oh, wow. Yeah, most of the documents available that I will upload. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, and even then to have it on video, like you have actual video footage of him admitting to it. No, this is bad. This is crazy. I feel bad for that other guy. The fact that you said he has children. He has children, and he did not have a record. That makes me cringe, but it also makes me, like I said, this is why Kim Kardashian is going to be a lawyer, and she needs to speak out about this. That's how she finds out about a lot of them, is through people across the country that get in touch with her, and then she has people that kind of looks at all of them and sees which ones are worth showing her. I mean, I can't think of a better one that like you'd want to immediately give it to Kim than this case. No, we will, because yeah, that's that could be any one of our husbands, our children, a brother. It could be anybody. And 99 years, and you didn't. And the other one, but so the other one got did the one that really it was his. He's been out for many years. That was 11 years ago. Did he go? So the one that it was actually his. Did he go to jail at all? Oh God, Cash Burning. Yeah, his. I know his name isn't mentioned. I know, most. And if we don't say their names, and I know we're a small group here, but it still means something to say their names and to remember that they're not like what happened. Where are they? Okay, so that guy went to prison and he was released. He was probably released on good behavior. I wouldn't doubt it's something weird. Doesn't matter. You got to find out the judge's name, and we got to look into that. The judge's name and the lawyers for both. The lawyer for the guy that ended up going to jail and the lawyer for the one that really claimed the responsibility. Because I want to know how in God's name a DA, like how. But the island, the case of the island case that we're not going to talk about, we see it. We see what dirty law enforcement means in full effect, how bad it could really be. It's real. It's a real thing, and it's everywhere. But yeah, I'll definitely look up who it is because I forget who it is that Kim has on, like, working on that with her, with that part of it, because she's almost overwhelmed because people are so happy for what she's doing. Average time served in Chicago. See? Average time served in Chicago for murder is 12 years. Oh, okay. All right. So I planned this out. I planned it out how I was going to murder. I was going to murder my ex. I have it planned to a T. I'm only going to go to jail for 12 years. Isn't that different than involuntary, where say it was like it just happened spur of the moment? Like, Jesus, 12 years is nothing. Which cases are on the list for the future? Well, we could talk about if there's, first of all, if there's any cold cases that anybody has in their area, like anything famous. Otherwise, like, do we want to talk about Morphew next week after we see what happened on whatever, I forget what show he's on tonight? Do we want to talk about good old Barry and what's going on there? Do we want to talk about JonBenét's just blows my that I can't even deal with the JonBenet one because they really messed up the crime scene. That's another, but they're cold nonetheless. They're cold cases. The two little boys, remember the two? I can't remember their names. California from Bakersfield. Remember the two brothers? I mean, they're both gone. Where are they? Like, they weren't even with their real parents, first of all, but they were outside playing, and then they're gone. We never even talk about them anymore. What the hell were their names? Those two Bakersfield brothers. Because that was just last year, and it was the worst ever. Now there's a girl missing in Seattle area that now they're doing a certain group is doing a protest this week. What did I miss from Aussie? What does Aussie have? Do I have to go back? The Call Boys. Oh, the Cali Boys. Yeah, I'm trying to think of their names. They were so cute. They were little. Their parents gave them to these people. I don't know if they were in a foster, if it was fosters, or if they were, because they found their real parents walking down the street. They had the cameras on them, and they were Oren and Orson. That's that kills me. I'd like to talk about that next. Can we talk about them next? Only because the circumstances are ridiculous. and it's right before Christmas, and a neighbor said they noticed a bonfire in the yard. Okay, a bonfire in the yard, and then the whether she's a foster mother, whoever it was, said she was in the house busy wrapping Christmas gifts. Like, it was dark out. Kids don't just, like, that's not normal. And now we're not. For a while they were on them. There's a girl that has a YouTube channel that was like on it heavy, but everything quieted down when between Summer and Gabby. A lot of other cases went really cold, and that's a shame. They received about 25 and got out. Dear Jesus. Oh my, Aussie. Oh my God, Aussie, if you want to talk about that. Wow. But like in Australia, okay, so is it true that civilians can't have guns, or is that a rumor? No, they didn't, Molson. They didn't. Okay, that's fine then, Aussie. No problem. Yeah, the Oren and Orson blows my mind. So you can't have guns after, what was that? Port Arthur. What was that? Was that somebody that like went on a rampage with a gun? I know I keep seeing that there's a little girl missing in Australia. I don't know. I hope that maybe they found her. I do remember that lately. But you don't really hear, like, much of anything bad. I know you get a lot of refugees coming in, and that's rough. But other than that, but at least they have facilities for these people to go. But I remember. I can't remember who the hell it was that said no. We can't. So we can't have guns. We don't have guns. We can have guns. But I never heard of Port Arthur. It had to be something pretty horrible. Steph Dingo ate my baby. I didn't like Seinfeld at the time, but I like it now, which is weird. I'll watch it now. A guy went crazy at Port Arthur with a gun, killed a lot of people, and then changed all of your gun laws. So he just went on a wild rampage and just started shooting people. No, Port Arthur, Australia. Molson, this is in Australia. Wow. So he just had a gun and just started killing people. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. You just don't know. I'm not, you know what? We love Colorado, but you're always hearing about something. What was it not too long ago? Remember the supermarket? What was it? King's supermarket? Somebody had a gun and just started like shooting. I don't know what it is in Colorado. What the hell it is, Aussie. But my father was before that. He tried to shoot a lady at a service station. I'm sorry, Aussie. I'm very sorry. King Supers, yeah. That there was a shooting not too long ago with that, I remember, and it's like, oh, there's another Colorado. Is it in the water? Is it in the air? What the hell? Is it the altitude that does something to their brains? I don't know. They should do an experiment on it. Like, what the hell is it about Colorado? Like we said, geez, you think they'd be more mellow. Do you have pictures? Okay, Molson, that's a definite. I can't even remember what it was over, if it was just a note, like just a random that went there, or if it was somebody that had worked there. I just remember thinking, holy shit, here's another Colorado scene. Yeah, it is very violent out there. It's very violent. It's lots of big money, big oil money, and it's a lot of dirty legal. I'd pass through there to visit the sand dunes, but I'm not staying long. So who's ever coming with us when we do our trip, we're not going to stay there long because we have to be careful. You never know. Oh, that had to be hard for you, Aussie. Jesus. Ugh. Yeah, so Oren and Orson is a good one. What else is a good one? Like, not, I shouldn't say good. Unfortunately, they have turned Summer Wells into a 3-ring trashy circus act. So I would never. I don't get into that case, other than I pray to God, whether she's dead or alive, that she's found and can be put to rest, or put in a home that'll treat her the way she should be. But other than that, I don't want to do. I don't even talk about that. Another random shooter. You'll text me the pics now. Okay. Yeah, the guy. The scare. I was scared of the one in Colorado that painted, and I can't remember if I think it was the Joker that he painted his face like that. Alone would, I'd probably pass out. That scared the hell out of me. The Columbine, the Parkland one. If you guys have not watched the Parkland documentary, please watch it. It's real footage. It's the real phone call, the 911 calls. It blew my mind. And then he made it like that kid made it all the way to a subway before they even found him. But it was brutal, brutal. Really, Mark? Chicago has more killings than Colorado. Maybe it's just that Colorado has more. Well, I don't think they're. I mean, they're not they're not serial killers in Colorado though. That's the one thing. They're maniacs, but they're not serial killers, which I wonder. I'd like to know which state like the most serial killers came from. Like if it would be California or New York. The Midwest. I wonder. I just watched on Netflix. Did anybody else watch it? It's like it shows you, it's a couple different cases. I can't remember. Is it Catching Killers is what it's called. And they do the BTK and how they found him, and oh god. That was a fun. I shouldn't have watched it. I don't know why I put myself through half of them, but that was an interesting one. And another one, if anybody's interested in like real shit, the Tinder dating site on Netflix, the Tinder swindler. Please watch it, because you'll lose your mind, and the fact that he's out walking on the streets and fine, it makes it all the worse. Oh, you didn't? You sent it, Mark? Let me see. Let me see. Mm. Mm. Um. Um. Uh. Like that first one, was he just shooting at random objects? Gee, Jesus Christ! People just snap. They just friggin' snap. I, I, I don't know. Is that what I don't know for something like that? Or I never really got into. Um, I think the dad did it. What do we? Which one are we talking about? Are we? Steph. Wait. Oh, I'm behind. Hang on. Never mind. I found. Okay. Let me push it up here. In Chicago, yeah. Mark, we got to find out who the number of who has more killings. Is it Colorado versus Chicago, and then serial killers. Rose, have you ever covered Stephen Avery? Aussie, you know what? And True Tam, my friend, she keeps saying what you've got to watch it. I think it's called Making a Murderer. And I still have yet to watch it, but I heard it's unreal. Is it true that he really didn't do it? But he's in jail. I think that's the gist of it. It's the aftermath that the pictures. Yeah, that's what it looks like, and it's a wow. It looks like somebody went on a rampage. Yeah, Aussie, is Stephen Avery like in jail? I heard that I have to watch. I'm going to probably watch tomorrow. The making of a murder or whatever it was, but that it's incredible. John Bonet, you think the dad or the brother? I think I'm sorry, but I think the mother. I don't know why, and that's terrible. She's dead, the poor mother. The little brother, they interviewed him not too long ago. He's almost on the spectrum. I'm not sure, but like he's socially misfit. There's something there. Spirit. What Aussie movie? So Avery's in jail, and so is his nephew. And are either of them? Do you think either of them are really guilty? That's my question, because everybody keeps saying, no, you have to watch it. You won't believe it. You won't believe it. Bad Boy Bubby. Is that the movie, Spirit? The brother was weird. I can't remember how much older he is than John Bonet. And at the time I can't remember. And that was what? Christmas. Was that Christmas Eve or Christmas night? What a shit show they made out of that. So once again, Colorado, having just a rookie cop, then just stay with them and just wander through the house like a bunch of numbnuts. It shows the mind of the mental Aussie chick and her kid. Bad Boy Bubby. You think that's like I'd find that like on Netflix or Amazon Prime, maybe something like that? She's mental and she has custody of her kid. That's sad. Stephen Avery and his nephew. Who did they murder Stephen's wife? Like, I don't even know that. I just know that everybody keeps telling me to watch it. And there is that channel, a YouTube channel, what is it? Life Perplexed, Laura, her name is, that she did a deep dive into it, but I never watched it. It's an I will watch that, Spirit, definitely. It's an Aussie cult classic. I will absolutely watch that. So it's a true story then, right? Like, is it like a documentary style? Because those are my favorite. And is he really the bad boy or is the mother? Gypsy Rose. That one freaks me out. We could do that one, Aussie. We could do that one night if you'd like. So he is so he's bad, just for what he's been through. You think like he's the product of his environment, a crazy mother, whatever she does, and then he's a part of her. If he's with her, that's when it starts too. How old is he? Little, if that's sometimes all you know. How the hell do you not know anything then? Because that's your mother, and whether it's she shoplifts or I don't know how bad of a lady she is, but whatever it is, that's just then how you get by. Like, you don't really work, whether it's you live off the system and you steal from people. Disgusting stuff. Hi, Dave G. What's up with you? How are you? I'm happy you stopped in. It's been quite a while. It's good to see you. We're just talking about Dave. Wait, first of all, Dave G knows everything about. He loves true crime. I never got into, and I have to, the Stephen Avery case. I am gonna watch Making of a Murderer because I heard that's really good, but like I really did not. I have any details on it at all. I'm doing good, Dave. I'm doing okay. Thank you. Yeah, Aussie. I would, because I have a lot of subs from Aussies. There's a lot of you Aussies and from, the UK. John didn't get to stop by tonight, but he might be modding. I'm not sure who else is live and if he's modding. Some, he'll try to. He usually at least will drop in if he's modding somewhere else. What is that? Wait. Yeah. So this boy Bubby is his name Bubby? Like, are they just life criminals that aren't in jail, or are they in a facility? Like, where are they? Just wandering this? Because Australia is I don't know what their mental facilities and how they handle it compared to ours, which isn't good. Like, we have centers if you have drug issues and you want to go to an addiction center, but as far as true mental facilities, we need them. We've Clark Summit State Hospital, which has been there forever. It's ancient, it looks ancient, it's horrible, and there is a 7 beds in one of our veterans hospitals. That's all we have. And then we have 3 or 4 addiction centers. Our mental health, that's so important, yet we don't really have anywhere to put these people. Dave, how's Mia? If you still see her, is she still working on? I'm not going to say the name. We're keeping that name out of here because it makes everybody nuts. But is she still working on it? Because she was really devoted to her. God bless it. The whole state of Colorado. Okay, Mark looked it up. The whole state of Colorado murders up. They're up 30% last year. Oh my God, for a total of 293. But just the city of Chicago, the Chicago alone was over 800. Ooh. Oh, she was on earlier. Okay. Yeah, Dave, I can't. I don't even want. I don't say the name anymore. It's so. I feel like it's Kingston. It makes everybody fight and be mad. So I don't even talk about it. But I get it. The people that had been into it since the very beginning, that just whatever they feel, and they don't want to give up. I get it. That's scary, Mark. Chicago alone, 800, and the whole state of Colorado, and it's up 30%, but still 293. Yeah, Chicago is definitely beating them. No, Dave and I, when I was with Voices, we I like started a Facebook page for her, and then Dave was like one of the admins with me, and we used to have fun. I miss that, Dave. We used to have fun. Dave had some really good pictures from that case that I'm not going to talk about, but also any questions I had, I would go to Dave and yeah, Dave, and no, Dave stays under the radar, which is good. He's like a John. He's like a John. He's like John Lee, which we love. And no matter what channel he goes to that he mods on, he's unbiased and everybody loves him. That's like Dave G. Like, he could mod it everywhere and stay unbiased. keep his opinions, to himself. Like unless I would ask him questions or like, what do you think of this or whatever, he doesn't talk about it, which is good. Especially, if you're admin for a couple, it's you kind of want to keep it. Some things are sacred and just better off left unsaid. But you really knew that case. Actually, though, okay. So one question Molson did ask, and I had heard no, but all you have to say is yes or no. Was anything put into motion for that 35C? Just say yes or no. We won't talk about it anymore. But Molson did ask that. Was anything started, or is it just null and void as far as that 35C? Yeah, Dave doesn't have time. Jesus, Dave doesn't have time. Molson, you don't have time either, because people like having you on panel too. You guys you don't need channels. You're needed in panels, in chats, keeping it clean, keeping the chat safe. Yeah, Molson just asked, and I don't think so. Okay, thank God, no, Dave. Okay, well, there you go, ladies and gent. No, that's it. It's all done. No, they're all done. We're just talking about what true, like, we're gonna every week, talk about the truly odd, mysterious, horrifying, cold cases that, like, those people are forgotten. You just don't talk about them. 71. I don't know if she's if she fell, she might have fallen asleep. I'm not sure. Ends up she lives close to me, but she sent me information on a murder that happened, and we like right in our hometown in 1938. Cold case. It's crazy. She was only 19, so we talked about the whole case tonight. And it's just a matter of just like saying their names, like, because otherwise, like, it's not. It's considered an unresolved homicide, and it's in the archives. They take it out once a year. They look at it. There's no tips. There's no leads, and it gets closed. So it's sad. Yeah, he said, "Why talk? It won't bring them back." Thank you. See, Dave knows. Thank you, Dave. Any other how about any cold cases that you would recommend, like, as far as us talking about, that are like really interesting? I'm interested in the boys, Orson. Their names are almost exactly alike. What is it? Orson and Orwin? They're like, I get them mixed up. That one drives me crazy. Um I still really want to know what the hell happened to John Bonet. Not John Bonet. Gabby. Like, I hope the FBI gives us some kind of discovery. But the children, like, ugh. So let us know if there's any like good cold cases that we can look at. We are gonna talk about the Morphew too next week, because he's on Dateline tonight. Well, whatever's on Dateline tonight should be interesting. When he dies, I'll try and get him on my spirit box. Oh my God, that would be so cool, Spirit. Original names are classic and sincere. Might be easier to remember. Yeah, I know the families that they go through hell and back, and that's another reason I just don't say it at all. Like, let it be. No one's coming back. Not gonna happen. It's over. It's going on 5 years. It's done. Molson said the name. Oh, he said the name. Take it away, Molson. Don't jinx us. Just say the island. We know what you meant. Those bones they found weren't. Oh, really? The bones weren't Susan Powell? Oh, damn it. I thought it was going to. Oh, Jesus. Huh. Yeah, I forgot we were talking about that they had found the bones. Damn. That's a horrible. That's a horrible one. That's a horrible one. How the other one? I couldn't remember her name. I had asked Wilson. Remember Andrea Yates? One by one, drowning her children. That was a horrible one. And what was it? Postpartum depression. See what happens with mental health? It gets pushed to the side, and people go wacky. Oh, you were hoping to. Oh, I know. Like that's the problem with these cold cases. Like when there is no closure, like it, it's already a horrible life for them, but it's a living hell every day. It's every day. Where is my whatever it is, husband, son, daughter? That family deserves. Oh my god. No, that's okay. That's all right. I was only kidding. Also, I was kidding around saying I don't want it to jinx us. I was just kidding. But it's I truly believe though, just out of respect, like we said with the families. Spirit time. There was lots sitting that was passed over. The burns on the faces. I remember that with Mia. I don't know, Dave. It's like you said, it's not going to bring them back, and the way it looks like he's all right in where he's at. Like I think he's all right. Like he knows what time to eat, what time to get up, when he's going to shower, when he could use the phone, when he could write, just basically like it was at home. You know, he had a very tight schedule. When you get home, this is what you do. Except he's behind bars. But and that here we, again, I'm not saying any names, but that's hard for the family. The money it takes then to, you if you want to go visit them, well, it's not just a short road trip. You got to get in a plane. You got to get a hotel. You know, their lives are forever gone to shit. So, beyond you put all that into play, and it's like, God, it's horrible. You going to sleep, Shelly? Good night, honey. I'll talk to you. I'll email you during the week. Thank you for being here. Love you. What I wanted to see the third. Yeah, Dave. I remember there was something. It might have been we had talked about it, that you had told me about it when I was still with the magazine with that third dog. That what it tracked. But we were just talking about how dirty law enforcement is. There is a case that FN is not FN. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind, and I'm trying to pull it up that Duncan is working on. That a man is in jail for 99 years for having 17 grams of coke on him, which it wasn't his, and the man that it was actually his admitted to it, and yet he only served a little bit of time. He's out of jail. That the man that admitted to it, and the man that didn't do it is in jail for 99 years. Like, who was the judge? Who are the lawyers? And they need to be brought up to the Supreme Court. She's been deep diving into it, so that's gonna be one we're talking about. It's in I think she said, I believe Texas. Did she say Texas? I want to say Texas, but that's just another example of dirty uh, uh, law enforcement mixed with politics. Yeah, that's why I don't talk about its spirit. I know, it makes me too sad. I pray for their souls, but it makes me too sad. All of them. John Bonet, you know, be- beautiful little girl, innocent little girl. It's deemed a cold case. Who knows? I don't know what they call Natalie Holloway's. Like, is that? I don't know if they can. I know I forget the guy's name, like that they said he's the one that did it. I can't remember his name, but I don't know if that ever gave the mother real closure. It, those are awful too, like the ones the college kids that go away and then trust the locals and then go missing. We haven't really, yeah, we and like Casey, the Casey Kaylee Anthony, that was a horrible one. That was disgusting. That one is, I'm gonna put. Let me find Mallory, at random. She lives near there, and she just said how first of all how crazy it was, but the fact that it was they have the parking meter maidens they call them, and that it was a parking meter dude that had a piece. So he went on the side of the bushes, and there's a skull. Jordan Fanderson, yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know if he ever got if they ever did anything like with him, like as I don't know, but I thought he kind of admitted. Who knows? But once again, it's in another country, and mm, where a lot of things just get put under the rug to keep it quiet because they don't want to screw up these places being big time tourist attractions. Yeah, Hope Spring Drive, Orlando area. Yep, that just boggles my mind that for I don't know however long it was it a month or so that the grandmother was kept I want to see her. Where is she? Where's she's with the nanny, blah blah blah. What a demented girl. That Here we go, another one. She's out. We have that guy in jail that it's not even his cocaine that's in for 99 years, but she's out having a party, getting her new pixie haircut. They had her on the news. I don't know if it was TMZ, and they're like, "Oh, you got a new haircut." There she is, smiling. Yeah, do you like it? I thought, oh my god, I'm not violent, and I want to like jump her. I want to jump her. How are you smiling? I'm sorry, but there would never be. I don't think there'd ever be another happy day in my life if that happened to my child and I wasn't involved. Whereas she's living her, like her tattoo says, beautiful life that she got after her daughter was, found. A beautiful life. What's so beautiful about it if your daughter's dead? Yeah, the whole month, and it was just so bizarre. Her lying, taking them to Disney World, and then saying, "Oh, I don't really work here. I got fired or whatever." Like that's a classic psycho. That's a classic psycho. I can't stand her face when I see her. That is one that I cringe. I cringe because that baby was beautiful. The eyes on her, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous. And then she had Jose as the lawyer, and what does he come up with a bombshell that Casey was molested as a child by her father. Like it, that was the worst. And I wonder if the parents have a relationship with her now. I never ever really looked into all that. Universal, I'm sorry, but I wonder if they like have a relationship. If she talks to them, I mean, if I were the parents, I'd find it very difficult as the father to ever talk to her again. Being if it wasn't as long as it's not true, and Jose Baez is he's a sensationalist lawyer. He's good at what he does. He's a Johnny Cochran. He's good at what he does, but it's like watching a Broadway play. Like it's like a show. So I don't know if she has any type of relationship with her family. She really should have been ostracized from her whole family. Oh, the mother does. The dad, no. Yeah. Ugh. They loved that little girl. Oh my goodness. When you see the videos of them just doing everything with her. Zanny the nanny. What like who would even believe that? It's just all so insane. And she's partying. That's what kills me though. Like that's a true psychopath. That she was out like clubbing it up, dancing, and if it really was, I believe it was her. She's having a ball and knowing the daughter's dead. Like I don't know. I'm surprised the mother has one with her, but it would be, it's still her daughter. I don't know. It's probably very hard um, to even want to believe that your kid can be so evil to do that. I that I don't know how you in your mind how you're able to rectify it. The island case grandparents have loved their grandkids. I mean, any kid, like, how could you just, they're little kids, they're innocent. Like, all they want is, you to love them and play and blah, blah, blah. Couldn't call 911 for her baby, but could for someone spilling a drink on her. Yeah. Remember that? That's despicable now that I think about that. Yeah, she called the cops because somebody spilled a drink on her. But yeah, she didn't call 911 even though she said she couldn't locate Zanny and the baby. Zanny. They said Zanny was really Xanax because she liked her Xanax. Yeah, I have a hard time with it. I could absolutely see why the father would absolutely not want anything to do with her. Like, I did not molest you. How dare you? And still, you killed my granddaughter. But the mother does. I don't know. I think she was. I don't know. I don't think she had siblings, so I think that might have been their only child. Because when they interview him, they said when Haley was born, it was like having their own, like having a baby again, and they were just so happy, but that they never really felt that Casey was. They never really felt she had that bond that the you see the father saying, like, I saw it in my wife with her, but I just didn't see it. I didn't see it in my daughter's face when she would look at her daughter. It wasn't there. Well, no. I like Xanax too, but I love my sons more. Absolutely. I take my Xanax to go to bed if I was having a panic attack. But Jesus Christ, to make up a fake name of have you seen Hart Island, America's mass grave? No. Dave, is that from all the COVID deaths and they didn't know where to put people, or is that an old graveyard? America's mass graveyard. Ew, that's not. What is that, Dave? I haven't heard of that. I mean, I remember with COVID when they were just shoving bodies anywhere and everywhere because they had no room to put them. But I don't know if maybe if that's an old graveyard that you're talking about. It's an old graveyard. Have you been there ever? Yes, yeah, Molson. Pretty much. That's who. That's who Casey said. Zanny. Oh, hang on. What's my fucking computer doing that it's saying that? Hang on, guys. It better be charging, or somebody's in trouble. Maybe I should pull up StreamYard on here just in case. Hang on 1 second, guys. Please hold for minor technical difficulty. Dave, tell us about that graveyard. I want to know. Are famous people there? Or is it haunted? Spirit, I wish you lived here. I would love to go to Central Park and see if you could hear it, if you can get anything on John Lennon, because Yoko, just sprinkled his ashes all through the Strawberry Fields area in Central Park. I got a good picture with a lot of orbs. Okay, Molson, of Central Park, when I was right as soon as I was walking into Imagine Memorial. So I was stoked for that. But that would be so cool if you lived here to go to Central Park. I'm pretty sure you'd get something. You would get something. I know. Well, when you guys come to the States, I told Aussie, that I think Central Park should be the first place we go. I mean, New York should be the first place we go, and I want to see what we could possibly hear. There's no doubt in my mind, especially with his ashes being there. There's no doubt in my mind that you would get something coming through on the spirit box. She's 89 now. I wonder if she'll be cremated like that, and then have them spread her ashes with him. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I think so, Aussie. There's a couple places I'd love to go there. Now, Jim Morrison died in Paris, so that's out of the question. I would like you guys some night to go to the Ritz in Sydney and see if you can talk to Michael, or go to Sydney Bay Harbor where they threw his ashes. That would make me so happy, and we could do a live, and I'd lose my mind if anything came through, Spirit. I'll tell you that right now. I would lose my mind if you got through to him. I believe you would. I truly believe you would. And then I would have to take you to Gettysburg. For the apparitions, the soldiers, the nurses, it truly is deemed the most haunted town in the country. It is, and yet it's beautiful and so much fun. But the amount of deaths and the battlefield, oh my God, it's massive. So there's a lot of the paranormal community that I said, I'm friends with a lot. They're a great group. They all go there. They all make it to Gettysburg at least twice a year. They go there, and what the stuff they bring back is incredible. But I would love you guys to go. But I don't know how far you are from Sydney Bay Harbor or the Ritz-Carlton in Sydney, which is a new name now, but either one. I know, Steph. We keep saying we're going to meet up in Gettysburg. This summer we are. We're going to go to Blue and Gray. We're going to have a good time. How far are you guys from like Sydney Harbor, or say that where he killed himself at the Ritz. Is it far? Because there, that's just another one that I think you'll have to come here. Oh, Cockatoo Island. I have a long list of the places I want to go. I know. I really would love to go, though. I would love to see if you could get Michael Hutchins on your spirit box. I really would. I mean, you can do it. You're like a 6-hour drive from Sydney. Have you been to Sydney, though? I just want to go there so bad. I just think Australia is absolutely beautiful. I mean, I really don't care where I go to. I'll go anywhere. But it's absolutely stunning. I mean, 6 hours, you'll break that up. Now, is Cockatoo Island haunted? I don't know, Spirit. Steph, when you go to Gettysburg, do you do the battlefields? Like, do you go at night to the battlefields? Because that's the only thing I haven't done. I don't know. You might have to hold my hand. You'd have to hold my hand. That would scare me. And it shouldn't, but it would. Oh, you went about 2 years ago. Had to be. Oh my God. So Sydney. Geez, wow. So Sydney is not an upper class area, huh? Wow. I mean, he has no more family. His brother's alive, Rhett, but I don't know if he's in where Rhett lives. I know his daughter lives in Perth, but I'm not sure. But the harbor video, I have that up. I'm going to play that next week. Psych Guy wants to see that. Is beautiful. But like I said, everything looks beautiful in Australia. The Ritz Carlton. They changed that name too, but it was room 524, but I think they even changed the room number. Parts of oh yeah, but the actual city is dirty. Huh. That's where he planned on coming back. You did it once. Oh, Farnsworth is beautiful. Yeah. Farnsworth, Jenny Mead. There's just so much. Anybody that has the opportunity to, not even, and I'm not even saying paranormal wise, the opportunity just to go to Gettysburg, it's beautiful. You'll have a great, and the food is ridiculous. Anywhere you go, every pub, every restaurant is unbelievable. So you did it once, the battlefields at night. Yeah, I'm scared of that. That would be the only part that would, I don't know, scare me a little. A little. Did you go with the group? Like, did you go with like Three Souls or any of them? I love them. I would love to meet them all there too. We would have fun. Or did you just go yourself, or with whoever you go with? That's ballsy to do the battlefield at night. The pictures that people have gotten, I mean, and they're true apparitions that have been proven as apparitions, and like you could kind of see right through them, but they're dressed in their military. It's awful. I spent a lot of time in this. Yeah, the cemetery is absolutely beautiful. We had a sneak there. We did the walk, and they don't let you in the cemetery. But I wanted to get a picture, so we jumped over the fence. I was afraid we were going to get caught. We didn't though, but it was pretty cool. You went with other paranormal people. Yeah, they're great. They're all wonderful there. I love Jared. Jared's great. But they do a lot of asylums, a lot of the empty hospitals, everything that I'm shit scared of, everything I'm afraid of. They go to, but I mean, they get some good stuff. I know a lot of people have a hard time believing it, but It's cool to open your mind and just you jump the fence too. See, yeah, they were. I mean, God, there's signs everywhere. Like you'll be fined. They're pretty strict with that. Who cares? I jumped right over that fence. I don't think that the guy was so nice that did the walk with us. He did a lot of talking, so I don't even think he knew we were not there. Like we kind of like wandered from the group. Okay, go feed your fur babies. Don't feed any huntsmen, please. I want to show you the huntsman. Let me. I'm gonna pull YouTube up now. I'm just gonna make sure this iPad has StreamYard on it, just in case. The phone, the computer looks like it's charging, no problem. It's just that it came up 3% left, which it never does that. So, oh, I don't like that. So let me just put it up just to have it in case. I don't know, guys. Next week, what should we talk about? Bubby from Australia. Okay, Spirit. And do we want to talk about who do we want to talk about from the States? Which cold case do we want to talk about from the States? The boys, or what? Who else? What about that? Is it Cody? Whatever happened with that? I know the father was charged with neglect, but I haven't had a chance to really find out what's going on with that case, because that was another one. Just please don't tell me that they found like that baby not alive. Please no. My heart can't take it. All these parents are and then there are so many couples that would do anything to have a baby, and you have these lunatics. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. The cemetery sounds neat though, Dave. I like I haunted cemeteries. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued by them. As long as I'm not alone, I would definitely go. Okay, can you hear me, guys? Just give me a good old yes or no. I had changed over. So somebody just let me know that I'm here. I don't know why my computer do that. It's been charging too. It's weird. We're good, Steph? Are you saying good or are you talking? Yep, okay, cool. Now, what was this? Over 10,000 people, spirits are buried there, and I've been banned. Oh, you've been banned from building there because of spirits. Jesus. What? Oh my God. Steph, what kind of spirit, what kind of spirit box do you use? Because that to me is so interesting. I love all that. Like, love it. But I'm also shit scared of it. Because when we were little, they would say it's against our religion. That's so crazy, the stuff they would say. And we would believe. That's the better part of it. We would believe it. An SB7. Where was the worst that you've gone to, though, Steph? Like, worst meaning, like, really scary, like whatever was there didn't want you there. I love those. I love. Like the Jenny Mead house, like they play with you. They might tap on your coat or do little things, but I like to hear about like they've gone places that you're not wanted here. I can't think of the ones Three Souls went, but it might have been the old hospital. But then they're like, "Are we bothering you?" And it said yes. That'd be it for me. I'd be in the car. I'll see you later. Every man for himself. Let me know when you're ready to leave. Hang on. Trying to look for there's another one that happened here local, and he was Chris. Well, the island guy was definitely not the first family annihilator. The first family annihilator lived in Wilkes-Barre, about 5 minutes from where Margaret Martin was killed, and about 10 minutes from me. And I'll tell you about it. Jenny Wade is very cool. Yeah, I have it. I made it into one video. I did the orphanage and the Jenny Wade, but the orphanage scared the hell out of me. That was. I mean, they would tie them up. Jesus, that was rough. That was a rough one. And I like the Dobbin house. That's always fun to go to. Oh, good, it came up. Hang on, I can get in. When was the last time you were there, Steph? I haven't been there since like the 4th of July, which was a fun time to go, but that was the last time I was there. Three Souls went not too long ago. July. We were probably just missed each other. Were you there around the 4th? I like to go. I like the hospital too. Go see the old hospital. There's just so many damn places to go there. You truly need a couple days because there is a lot. This spring. All right, let me know. You got to let me know because I will 100% be there. If you're going to be there, I'll be there. Definitely. Yeah, when Three Souls, they got lost, not lost, like they got separated. I'd be shitting my pants. I would not. It would not be good for me. I'll be attached to you, like you know how you see the crazy mothers that walk around with their kids on the leashes. You could put me on a leash. Although, if you don't, as long as you don't go to the haunted thing at night, the graveyard, I'm good. Oh, you went for bike week, okay. I don't know the place Dave said too in New York City. That sounds pretty interesting. And like I said, Central Park is definitely God knows what you would hear there. I just know that it would be cool, especially with, like I said, with John Lennon's ashes being there, and Michael's. And well, I'm never gonna get to Australia. A girl could dream. The girl could dream. What else? Oh, Washington D.C. And Molson knows about it. The actual house that Ted Kaczynski, well, it's a cabin. It looks like a shack. Lived in. How they airlifted the entire house. They just airlifted it to a big, big storage building in Virginia, near the FBI. It's called the News Museum. You can go there and see it. That's one place I'm going to hit up. Going to meet Mark and the missus there. I don't know what else is there, but just the fact that his entire house is there would be cool. Oh yeah, I go to Central Park a couple times a year. I'm a little bit of a John Lennon groupie. I go for his birthday. I go for his anniversary. I go. Just in the summer they do a lot of concerts. I go a lot. Yeah. This year I got to go for his birthday in October, but I did not get out there in December because everybody was sick with COVID. And that's really when you want to go. But I didn't get there then. But yeah, I go a lot. I just like to sit in Strawberry Fields and listen to the hippies sing, and Yoko Ono keeps her light on. Where he was shot. The valet men are always so nice. I mean, they know me now. They're just so nice. I'll be like, is she home? And they said she rarely goes anywhere. She's pretty much wheelchair confined, and Sean comes and sees her every day. I thought that was pretty cool to know that. But just seeing, he let me walk in a little further than you're supposed to. He's like, hurry up, I could get fired for this. Because I just wanted to see. I took some pictures of it, where it all really went down. And it's just it's an eerie little place. Oh, Good Spirit. We're just talking about every year I go to Central Park a couple times, but I also go. I became kind of like friends with the one valet dude that is at the Dakota building where John was shot, and he let me this year. He let me go in a little further. He said, "Hurry up, though," and I did. But like to right where John finally fell and instead of been shot at, and it's just so eerie. It's a scare. Even if John Lennon wasn't shot there, it's a very dark area that you just walk through. It's scary it's scary in broad daylight, let alone something weird like that. But I also think doing a spirit box right there in the front, of the Dakota building would be phenomenal. That's right where he signed for Mark Chapman early in the morning. It's a lot in New York that we would definitely need to do. Why, Steph? Steph, no, it's Central Park, so it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. I know somebody was murdered jogging, but that was early in the morning. We went at night. Now, the only problem was this past summer, we went at night, and I was nice enough during the evening when we went. My cousin and I ate in Little Italy, and I was going to bring home cannolis for my father. So I had 6 cannolis in a bag. So we get to the memorial site where everybody hangs out. Now, it was about 10 at night. It was very dark. And there's normally a lot more people. Well, there wasn't. There was a couple of hippie dudes. We ended up talking to them. We had a ball with them. Just so nice. But at one point I was like, oh my God, I'm thinking, look it up. So there were so many chipmunks and so damn cute. Like, they're pretty. My cousin was sitting on a bench across from me, and I'm like, they're adorable. And then I looked, and the one dude is like, they're not chipmunks, and he laughed. And I said, what are they? And he's like, turn around. Now I'm sitting on a bench too. I turn around. Now behind me is greenery and bushes. It was two. And when I say giant rats, I mean giant sized rats that were tug of warring it over a dead bunny that one of them was going to get it. Like I said, oh, the rats. And then I looked. They come right up to you. They came right up to my bag that had the cannolis. You don't mess with an Italian girl bringing a cannolis home for her father. I'm like, oh, no. But I put my legs up. They're so used to it. They're like, oh, at nighttime, New York is nothing but rats. Like, they're everywhere. He said, and tonight's garbage night. And wouldn't you know it, when you walk by then, because John Lennon's his building's directly across the street from where his Strawberry Fields Memorial is. There's the garbage out, but they had somebody that stands there all night just hosing it down so that the rats don't come through, because it's so bad. They're like, you came on a good night, garbage night. I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah, I was so excited to see all the chipmunks. Like, I really could not. They come right up to you, and this one was a cocky one that really thought he was gonna just take my bag of cannolis. And then we saw. I mean, they were everywhere. They were everywhere. I said, I can't believe it. They're like, the city's huge, and that's, especially on garbage night, this is like a party for them. That was it. I said, okay, let's go. Let's go take pictures let's go over to the Dakota building. And they said, oh, you're safer there. Because that's all billionaires that live in there. They don't want to see any rats. They have a dude that hoses down the garbage all night. I thought he was kidding, and he wasn't. There's the poor dumb is. I felt bad for him. There he is, just standing there with the hose, just back and forth. And I said to the valet, the one that I know, I said, does this happen every week all night? He goes, he'll be here till 7 a.m. I'm like, that's insane. And across the street is the building Howard Stern is. Same thing. There's somebody just hosing their garbage down so that the rich don't see any rats. Yeah, it's a blast, Mark. You remember I know you remember the cannoli story, which was funny, but I just love it. I love New York. I really do. New York has my heart. I love it. But the rats were enormous, and they are not. They're cocky little SOBs. And when my cousin looked and said, "Look behind you." Now there was a bunch of them, like scattered. But then when I saw that the two were like, I'm like, what? Oh my! It literally looked like when we were kids and we'd play tug of war, except it was tug of war with in my mind, I hope the rabbit was already dead. I'm not sure, but they had Peter Cottontail that they were fighting over. And I'm like, all right, nothing to see here. Everybody, let's go. They're like, that ain't nothing. I'm like, no, that's something. They're enormous. I cannot believe how big they are. I said it because I'm afraid of raccoons because they have huge claws. They'll claw you to death. Aussie, you told me all the creatures. Well, I'm afraid of raccoons, and they're like, you should see the raccoons that come up to you, and they look like robbers, with the black around their eyes. I'm like, what do you mean they come up to you? He goes, you know how the rats got up close to your bag? He's like, the raccoon would have been in your bag. And I said, where are they? He said, they're down a little bit further. Like, we're still a little bit close to, like, the street area. He said, they're a little bit more deeper in Central Park. He said, but there's a ton of them there. So that's a no-no for me. That would give me a heart attack. I'd rather watch those rabbits tug of war over poor Peter. Yeah, he didn't stand a chance. There was no way he could stand a chance with the size of the rat. Those rats. Those rats eat well. But New York, you can't go to New York and not have fun, because no matter where you go, there's something to do. No matter where you go, every little area has something, and just walking around. I mean, literally just walking around is fun. And I'm a big fan. I love Jane Mansfield. Absolutely love her. I mean, I love Marilyn Monroe, but I love Jane Mansfield. She was gorgeous. And in New York City, getting out of a cab was her daughter. Mariska Hargitay. She plays on, what is it, at CSI? There's her and her husband and their daughter. They had a baby getting out of a cab. And I'm slight. I could be a slight stalker. I got a little close to her, but I just wanted to say, I didn't ask for an autograph. I just said, "Oh my God, I adored your mother." I said, "And you're just as beautiful." And she just said, "Oh, thank you, honey." But they walked away. They briskly walked away. Went up to their, they had like a row house or whatever it is, but. That was pretty cool because oh my God, I love Jane Mansfield. So that was neat to see her. Tommy Lee and Pam were there the one year, and I'm obsessed with Tommy Lee. But they had about at least 15 security guards that literally surrounded them as they were just walking the street. Pam had on this huge, stupid, like big pink feather cowboy hat. But, I mean, I was just mesmerized by how good looking really Tommy Lee is in person. And, I couldn't believe that my man was with another woman. So that was cool. You just really see them. And what's her name? Katie Holmes. She got scared because she was in the back of a big, like a sedan. And me and my son were in an Uber. And I said, I looked and I'm like, that's Katie Holmes. And the cab driver looked and he said, oh, yeah, that's her. And now she looked like, first of all, she looked like she was crying and she didn't have makeup on. Now all the poor girl did was look out the window and she sees my crazy face. I was ready to literally jump out to get over to her car. Like, she turned her head so fast. She was probably so happy it turned green that, like, my God, I was like saying to the captain, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe we just saw Katie Holmes. And he's like, oh, well, she's all, she usually walks everywhere in this city. I said, really? He said, oh yeah. Now we shared this Uber. It was a big one though. It was an expensive one with one other person, right? Who wouldn't make any eye contact with us. Gorgeous. All I know was her clothes were head to toe. She had the most gorgeous Gucci bag. We're talking head to toe, dripping in gorgeous stuff. And she would not look at us, and I thought, how rude. And even when I made a big deal that, like, look, there's a star right next to us, like, she didn't even look. And I thought, fuck.
She got out. Now, first of all, she got out 2 blocks before where she was scheduled to get off, because the guy went, "Are you sure? It's only 2 more blocks down." And she said, "No, I'll get out here." And I thought, I know that voice. It ended up, because she looked on the way out, kind of looked at me though, thinking, "You're a nut." It was a friggin' Brandy, the singer Brandy, who was, what was she, Moesha. I first of all, I was like, "Oh my God." I could have I mean, I like some of her music. Here's me fanning over Katie Holmes. Here's poor Brandy thinking, "I'm going to die in this cab. This woman is crazy." Because when she got out, I said to my son, look at her face. And he looked at it. Now, he doesn't know Moesha. He doesn't know Brandy. I said, "That's Brandy." And he's like, "I don't know her. I don't know what you're talking about." So I pull a picture out of, and he went, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." And the cab driver said, she usually always calls me when she needs to go somewhere if her regular driver isn't around. And I said, "Where was she going?" And she was going to, and it was a big deal thing. It was something Jay-Z was throwing. It was in one of his stores though. But I said, "No," she didn't even look at me. He said, "A lot of them are so private." I'm like, "I know, but Katie Holmes was next." He's like, "Well, in her mind, she probably thinks she's just as big a star, but didn't want to be seen." I said, "Because I acted," and I said to the cabbie, "Because I acted a little crazy." He was nice. He went, "No, you were excited." I said, "No, I was crazy. I was ready to tell you, follow that car." He said, "Now that would have scared Brandy." I said, "I don't care. Where's Katie going?" And there it was the next day in the paper. Katie Holmes walking in New York City. Jamie Foxx had just broken up with her the day before. So not only was she just dumped, but she had a psycho stalker in the cab next to her. The poor girl was probably like, "Is this what my life has come to?" I felt so bad. I'm like, I showed Nico, he went, "We saw her the day that Jamie Foxx broke up with her." I said, "Uh-huh." He went, "I feel bad now." I'm like, "Well, it wasn't like we threw her the finger." He's like, "No, but you were like really smiling hard." He goes, "You were smiling hard, and she looked like she was crying." I'm like, I could have cheered her up." And son just shook his head. And that was also, and I have a picture. If you look on my channel, I didn't have a channel yet, really, Meek Mill. We get out off the bus, and we take a cab to head out. Oh no, this was 2019. And a car totally cuts off our cab driver, but it's bumper to bumper. So he tried to cut her off. He ran over a yellow cone, and he was pretty much just stuck in the middle of the road because she wouldn't let him in. And it was a Rolls Royce, and he gets out of it because he knew he ran over a cone. And all you hear, and you'll see it on the video because it's on my channel. It is like, "That's Meek Mill." Now, I love all kinds of music. I'm not a Meek Mill fan, but wait till you hear my voice. I instantly turned into the most obnoxious, crazy fan like that. I even hate to hear my voice. I don't even sound like that, and I'm loud. I thought it was a basketball player at first. When he first got out of the car, my son didn't see his face. All you see, he opens the Rolls Royce. It's all red leather. And that's what caught my eye. Like the inside of the door was red leather, his seats red leather, the steering wheel. But then you look at him, and he's real tall, and he's got Versace on head to toe, right? It's the emblem, and I thought he was an NBA player. And then my son looked, and my son loves that music, and said, "Fucking Meek Mill," and he rolled out the window. And that Meek said something like, "Did I hit something?" or whatever. And my son is like, No, you're good. Just back, basically just back up or whatever. And you're good." And meanwhile, there's me, the mother, screaming like, "Hi, Meek. Nice to meet." Nuts. But That was cool. That's on, not only is it on my channel, but it's like one of my video, and it's not even a real good. It's like what maybe happened in a matter of 2 minutes that we were met Meek Mill, but like so many people, it has so many views, and he wasn't even. I think somebody commented and been like, he could have said more. I'm like, yeah, he wasn't real friendly. And then guess what? You read the paper the next day. He was there in New York City at the courthouse because that was when they were trying to put him in jail. He was in jail for something. So we met, some pretty cool things. What are you cooking, Duckin? I'm hungry. Yeah, the Meek Mill. I was happy because I took my son. It was the year he had just graduated. And so then we went. It was the end of June. It was like beginning of July, and it was about 100 degrees, literally. I'm not lying. And he wanted to go to the Supreme store. I don't know if anyone knows of Supreme clothes, and like that's all he'll wear, and it's ridiculous. But there's a line to get into that store because they only let so many people in at a time. And I said to him, I'm not. There's no way in hell you're getting me to stand in that line for those stupid clothes. I said, I'm going to walk. Like there was a Stella McCartney shop. Like there were all shops I walked in and out of. Finally, when I saw him, he was just close to getting in. So I stood in line and I went in with him. But it was, we're talking beyond hot. New York is not fun in the heat. And every store he wanted to go to, it was like, you stood in line. It was like Bathing Ape and Beyond Supreme. There was Off-White, all the expensive places. I'm like, who do you think you are? I can't believe this. But he had a good time. We went to eat, and then it started the worst rainstorm like ever. And we were like kind of mid. We were not really midtown. We were more downtown. We were in Greenwich Village, and it's not easy getting a cab back up into Midtown, Port Authority, because I didn't want to drive there that day. And in the rain and stuff, it was a nightmare. And then my son starts getting like real grumpy. Like I was ready. He's lucky. I kept my cool, but I'm like, it's only rain. He's like, we're soaked. We're never gonna get a cab. I said, then we'll just have to live here. Like I found it amusing to bust his ass. We're like, Nico, you really honestly think we're never gonna get it? We will, and we got it. We ended. I said, we're getting an Uber, and they finally came, but it went from 100 degrees to the worst. I've never seen rain come down so bad in my life. But it was the better part of it was that he was mad that it was raining, and that I was laughing about it. Like, when you're with somebody and then you're like, if it annoys you but they're giggling about it, like you really hate them, then I was almost to the point where I was trying not to laugh, but I couldn't. I had a drink or two. I was giddy. I was probably very dehydrated and delirious. Because I'm like, we'll just live here then. He's looking at me. How would we do that? Like I said, you are so naive. We're gonna get out of here. He's like, we're gonna miss that bus. I'm like, we're not. It's only 10 o'clock. Bus doesn't leave till 11:30. I said, I just want to get uptown earlier. That's why. We're fine. His biggest thing was, and he goes, my phone died. I went, you're kidding. Your phone died? Yep, my phone died. He goes, nowhere to charge it here. I said, oh, that is the worst if that's your biggest worry of the day, you're doing all right, kid. He goes, I would like to take pictures. I said, oh, what, of the rain that you're hating right now? Relax. So then we get to Port Authority, and he's just plugging it in the wall. He's like, I gotta get some charge in this. I thought, oh, shut up, you kid. His generation, we're screwed. They're gonna be the ones taking care of us when we're old. We're in big trouble. Big trouble. I said, oh, please, Nico, come on. It's like, no, seriously. I said, well, And I said my phone had, when it had already died because I was taking a lot of pictures and stuff. I said, we'll find somewhere. And the one store, we went in the back, Urban Outfitters. It was just Urban Outfitters. So we go towards the back of the store. I find an outlet. I plug my phone in. I make him plug his in. Some salesperson came back. She's like, are these your phones? I almost wanted to say, nope, not ours. And my son went, yeah. And she said, oh, we don't allow that. And I said, you don't allow what? She said, we don't allow anyone to use the phones to charge. It's retail. It's not a charging station. I want it to pick up the phone, hit her in the head with it. I said, okay, because we're from out of town and our phones are dead and that's not safe. And she's like, oh, go to a restaurant or somewhere. You'll find one. I thought, F you. So then we walked out and he was like, oh, he's like, are you happy we went there? I'm like, well, it's one of the stores I just wanted to go in. Yes, I'm happy. He's like, she was a real bitch. It's like, it just kept getting better and better with him getting more pissed off as the day went on. Well, it was nighttime by then. Once he was done shopping, though, he was cranky. He's like, we need to eat. And I'm like, no kidding. But you've been standing in lines and you only hit up 3 stores because you're ridiculous. But yeah, well, we're going to eat. And he's like, well, and then I think we should just take the earlier bus home because there's really nowhere else I need to shop. I'm like, oh, but I'd like to go to a few places. He's like, this trip was supposed to be for me. I said, it's for the both of us. I put up with you for 12 years in school and all the shit you put me through, kid. We're not going home till 11:30. So that's when his mood started then. He started then showing me what his generation is all about, which is themselves. But I had too much fun. I was having too much fun just busting him because anything he said, I just wanted him to realize how ridiculous he sounded. Like, that we're never gonna get an Uber, never gonna get home. I said, you're right, we're never gonna see our house again. This is awful. He's like, I really don't know what you find funny about it. This rain is coming down hard. I said, Nico, I was on a Mars bus that tipped over on the way home from New York City. Remember that? I said, a little bit of rain doesn't scare me. We'll be fine. Then he had nothing to say. Okay, I'm sorry. I said, your generation, to my son, has no empathy. What does he say to me? What's that? I said, yeah, look it up. Guess what he says? My phone's dead. I can't look it up. Just tell me. I said, you don't have the ability to put yourself into someone else's shoes to try to see things from their way. Not sympathy, not empathy is different. You feel for them. You don't pity them. I said, but your generation is all about you. Like everything is me. It didn't bother him. He's like, well, things change things change. It's mom. It's 2019. I was like, no, that doesn't matter. I was so mad. I go, and we didn't get pop goddamn cannolis. He's like, we couldn't because it's raining, and I'm not going. We're not going little Italy now. And I said, well, I'm blaming you then. Kids. I really was. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I was dehydrated. I was sweating like a hooker in church. And he's shopping away in the stores, and I hate. Oh God, it was terrible. I said to the one guy, it was like a bouncer. They had a bouncer at the door, pretty much at the Supreme store. I said, oh my God, is don't you hate this? He's like, I'm used to it. I said, like, is there the line? He said, the line starts. There are days the lines are already start at 6 a.m. and we don't open till 10. I said, that is crazy. He said, yeah, he said, and then you have, he said, all these people in line. He said yesterday, and I thought that was cool. And who the hell was it? It might have been Jay-Z, and Jay-Z's manager showed up there. Immediately, store gets shut down, and they so that they can shop alone. He said, so I had 100 angry people who had been standing in line for hours, basically, that I had to say, you got to wait, because now you got to wait. They knew who it was. Nonetheless, they couldn't get out of their spot in line to even like run up to him, because then that would have screwed their whole day up. So he said it. Yeah, he said it was something else. I said, you get a lot of that. He said all the time. He said a couple times a week usually. He said especially the rappers. He said they come here, and he said they're all nice. He said, but they don't realize it's a hassle for me, because I'm the one that then have to take the complaints and the heat for it all. And I said, yeah, I could see that. And he said, but Jay-Z's throwing an event, he said, upstairs here tonight, because it's a huge, the place was huge. I said, oh, he said, so he's probably just here. He said, I doubt he's here picking out Supreme flows for his event. He said, but he said, I don't know, he could be. He said, I can't go and see though, because he goes, I don't want the line to get pissed off. I said, I feel bad for you. I do. He said, nah, I'm used to it. I said, well, it's rough. He said, it is rough. It could be rough. I said, I bet it could. But I said, to do it in the heat. He said, I'd rather the heat. He said, the winters are brutal. I said, they stand in line in the winter. He said, they stand in line on Christmas Eve. I said, that's insane. He said, yeah, these clothes. I said, and then the prices are, so ridiculous. He said, I know. He said, if I didn't work here, believe me, I wouldn't be having half the stuff on. I said, if I could imagine that, yeah. Who the hell? Ooh, sorry guys. We are having. I don't know if anybody else. We're having a major snowstorm here now, and the wind is really bad. My Wi-Fi is going in and out. I hate the damn winter. Ugh. Summer can't get here soon enough. Just a very lazy day to just do nothing. Just hang around the house. Duncan, where are you at, Duncan? Are you East Coast or West Coast? I forget. I'm so happy that 71 got here too. She has it rough and she is a doll. I met so many nice people from Teresa's channel. We were too busy talking. We didn't even... I don't know where Molson went to play some horror trivia. I love the horror serial killer trivia. I have some really good ones. He has 4 cats, though. He's always busy with the cats. He'll be back, though. Plus, this was last minute. I wasn't sure, but I want... And then I thought, like, no, just... I like... Especially after being on Teresa's last night, I thought, no, I want to go on to see everybody. Because you guys were awesome. They were so sweet there. She's a doll. And Ginger's a sweetheart. So it was worth it. Because Molson texted me. He's like, I'm in a chat. I said, where? And he said, Teresa. I couldn't find it at first. And then she spells her name a little different. And I found it. And I was like, oh my. And I texted back. I'm like, oh my God. This is like our chats. Like, it's just everything and nothing. Or whatever you want. He's like, I told you. He said, and no drama. And, I said, she, is so... She was very kind and welcoming, and that's why I try to be, because I've been in some channels that they are like nutcases, like, oh, you've never been here before. Where are you from? I'm going to tell you, that came from and I can't stand her. I don't watch it. A very big channel that does a lot of crafting. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. When I first came onto YouTube, you know how you check out every channel, and I went in hers. Oh, I thought you would swear she was CIA questioning me. And I thought, wait, first of all, who the hell do you think you are? And I never went back. I couldn't stand her. Where are you? Who told you about this channel? Oh, do you have a channel? I thought, lady, I've never met anybody so paranoid in my life. Like, the people in the chat were trying to be nice. They saw like the behavior. Her behavior was not normal, but they're her followers. And I thought, is this like... It's like a cult. And then when I saw what they do, I'm like, oh, this definitely isn't for me. Like, good for whoever this is, keeps them busy or whatever. But I thought, I could never put up with her. Never put up with her. And I never went back. Don't get me wrong, I like crafts, but you gotta like everything. You gotta like the creator, you gotta like the people in the group, or it's not enjoyable. Hang on here. I have it up on my phone, StreamYard, but I want to pull up YouTube so I can see the chat better. StreamYard's been weird lately, too. YouTube's been weird. I've been having to constantly resubscribe to Mallory at Random and I think it was Dolly Vision for no reason, like absolutely no, like I can't figure it out. But there's been glitch after glitch. There's always problems with StreamYard and YouTube, but that never happened to me. It was every day, especially, and I'm every day, Mallory. Every day, I had to resubscribe. I thought, what is going on? And a couple people in chat said, I had to resubscribe. I don't know why, and none of us knew why. And good luck trying to actually get an answer from anybody from YouTube. Like, that's, God forbid. But I was doxxed and had some, bad docs, like me and my father. They doxed my poor father. And yet YouTube sends me back that, like, it didn't go against terms of service, that it was taken down or something. I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a crazy person going under a fake name, like, causing havoc on more than just me. and that was it. You cannot even get, you're lucky if legal gets back to you, because it goes to legal, something like that. But they're not in the favor of us. They really are not. They don't care. They don't. That's the way I just thought, like, they don't care. They're going to care when something bad happens. What has to happen before you actually follow your damn terms of service? But who knows? Who the hell knows? Oh, here it is. Yay. Came up. Finally came up. Oh, good. Okay. Molson had never experienced. Molson had never a white Christmas? Yes, Aussie. Yes. Aussie, I mean, like, as if I was trying to break into the White House. Like, that's how bad it was. I found it amusing. I was highly amused by it. But then I was just giving her bullshit answers. Like, well, what do you do? Where are you from? And I said, oh, I was a doctor from somewhere. But I just, and talk about, she was decoupaging something, but she has one eye on, she still has one eye in the screen watching everybody that comes through. Because I swear to you, the minute I got in chat, she was on it. A Curious Rose, that's a new name. You've never been here before, right? I was like, in my mind, I'm thinking, should I say yeah? And I said, no. She's like, oh, no, I would know. No, you've never been here before. I said, I know. I'm pretty much new to YouTube, and just checking out the different channels. Oh, really? Do you know anybody that comes into the channel? Oh, my God, lady, let me leave now. I go, no, not really. And then there's her poor, people that are, saying hello and trying to be nice. I'm thinking, oh my God, it's like a gym. You guys all must have drank the punch. I'll see you later. Bye. Yeah, it was not good. Is this the same guy or is this the different one? Oh no, this was, if you look up a little, Aussie True Crime has a name with question marks. It was her channel, and it was when we're talking 2020. I was just going through channels and just looking at different, what different channels had to offer, and whoa, that was not there was nothing that I needed from there. And she has one mod. God bless his soul. I remember because his name was Kevin, and he's handing me a rose, and he's like, welcome, Rose. And I'm thinking, oh, you might want to take this rose back, like the batch. I'm not staying. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Yeah. I don't go, they're not for me. That's all. She has a big following though, and she, good for her. She makes, that's her job, that's her money, that's how she does it. So good for her. It's just not, nothing that I am interested in. Who told us, wait, that they were, what was his name? Detective Turtleman, was it? That he was going over to NC's channel to fight or something. I hope he's all right. I wanted him to come back because I love the fact that he goes on panels, but he doesn't talk. He'll just sit, that's so funny to me. But he said, I got to go over to NC's chat because she was, I don't know if he said she was bitching about him. There was something. And I said, okay, be careful. Oh, I know the guy you speak of. Oh yeah, you Molson. Oh God, I don't tell you because I know you like him, and I don't want to ruin your image. But brutal, yeah, brutal. Oh, I see. That was your first experience when you were lucky to come back. Not a good one. Wasn't it? Was it not a good one? This is what I don't get. Was it not a good one with the chat? Detective Turtle, yeah. He said, I'll be back. I'm heading over to NC's chat. I'm mad, or I got a bone to pick over, because she was talking about him and something that happened. I said, okay, be careful. Be careful, detective. And he said, I will. Love you guys. Like, he was really nice. Yes, Molson, I haven't told you stuff, but I will, because I love you. And next week they're planning more, so whatever. It's not, I mean, not against me, but what they're planning is really bad. Really bad. And that's why I'm such a advocate for mental health. Like, don't stop talking about these certain people, please. They're they've publicly talked about their depression and their mental health, and just don't go there. So I don't know. It's gonna be on, not on his channel, her channel, this week coming up. So, did you hear from John at all, Mark? No, I mean, Molson. I didn't. Although, if there wasn't, if he wasn't live at all, I didn't put the notification out until 7:30 ish, and it was already then 30. It was already probably like 2:30 in the morning. So he might not have even known. He might wake up and then see we're live and hop in, because he always makes it a point. Oh, you were a mod, Aussie. Oh God. I didn't know her. How long ago was that? You know what? When I first started, and it's very sad, but YouTube showed me the same thing, like you said, just how mean people could be. I don't know where I come. People that, unless you really bond with certain people and you become friends, people that you're really never gonna see, right? They're brutal. They're brutal. Did she fight with you, or did her mods? I don't like that. I don't like any of that. I'm coming on your channel, whether I like you or not. I'm still giving you a view, so you should be happy. That's the way I look at it. And unless you're in my chat dogging me and saying really bad, shitty stuff, I don't care. You could disagree with me. That's okay. But I've seen cases where her army goes after people. Oh, about 2 years ago. Wow. Okay. Geez, I thought so. She's only been on that long. I don't know why I thought she was on longer. Yeah, I thought she was on longer. Were you brutally like verbally attacked? Who was planning what? What do you mean, Molson? What question am I missing here? Mark, is it snowing now where you're at? I'd love to have a bottle of something, go snow riding with all you guys. We'd have a blast. It was like Detective. I can't go all the way up. Like, it was Detective Turtle Gum, right? Wasn't it Turtle Gum? Does he go in, like, what? Where would he have seen me? You think maybe Teresa's channel or Dolly's channel, maybe? Because when I first saw it, I'm like, oh no, I like thinking I jinxed myself. This is somebody, because he said he had a bone to pick, and I'm like, I jinxed myself. Like, no one ever comes in here pissed off at me or anything. But when he said I'll be back, and I thought, and when he said what was going on, I thought, oh, thank God. But I don't know if I don't know what happened. I hope he's okay. The poor guy. Well, if he doesn't talk, we don't. It could be a woman. I mean, it could go either way. Oh, it stopped there. Yeah, not much today. Yeah, we woke up to a lot of snow, And then just all day was just really cold, and the winds were awful. And this week is supposed to be freezing. And February and March really do suck, though. We don't get much of a spring. It pretty much goes winter to summer. Melissa and I was telling them about, we're going to go to that news museum, and we're going to see Kaczynski's place. Oh, she was on Facebook. Okay, she was on Facebook first. You were modding there. And then she came to you too. Oh, Jesus Christ. She was doing spirit boxes? Oh my gosh, no. So, guess who else was doing spirit boxes? The lady that had the birthday party for the dead kid. You like it? She had a spirit box out. Yeah. And was trying to get in touch with you know who. Talk about exploitation. I could not. Somebody else showed it on their channel. It might have been Crude as Fuck's channel. He was horrified. What the fuck is she doing? And she was serious. Like, can you hear me? Where are you? Like, oh my God, put that away and take off that Michael Jackson glove. I don't know. But she has a big following. She is a big following. That's exactly right, Aussie. That's the way I look at it. It's not fun and games. Like, don't take this anything paranormal spirit box, whether you believe it or not. It is. Don't think of it as fun and games, really, because Silver Ghost comes in here a lot. That's my friend Rochelle. She reads tarot cards, and she's phenomenal. I'll have her one. I didn't call her tonight. I'll have her come next weekend, and she'll read cards if anybody wants their cards read. She's, unbelievable how good she is. But she stayed at the Cecil Hotel. Her and her brother went a few years back. And she came home with something. She had to have, like, a serious, whatever you want to call it, done. But the Cecil Hotel in itself, and she doesn't even remember it. The brother luckily had videoed it, but like, she told him she didn't want to take the elevator. He's like, why? We took it down. And like, she was like real mean to him. She doesn't remember that. She just remembers woman's heels, like as if right behind her a woman was walking in heels, but there wasn't a woman walking in heels. The only one behind her was her brother, videoed, because he was videotaping everything. They had been around back in the alley, and like, the door opened, nobody's there, but it was like the door opened, like as if, come on in, like we didn't. And then we went back around the front, and she said, and that's when she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember anything else. Walking up the steps, like she was almost like a zombie. And then she slept the next day for 11 hours. She slept 11 hours. And then woke up, and she was like, why did you let me sleep? He's like, I don't know what was wrong with you. And she goes, what do you mean? He goes, what were you last night? She's like, what are you talking about? And then he shows her the video. And she's like, Jesus Christ, I forgot that. She's like, there was a lady following us. He said, no, there wasn't. She said, well, somebody was following us that we could not see, and they had heels on. And he, like, the brother is very big into paranormal, but they're respectful for it. But she was very nervous over the fact that, like, that never happened, that she couldn't remember any of it. And then she said whatever it was drained the life out of her. Like 11 hours, we're talking. She said, I slept 11 hours. I missed 11 hours of touring around. She said, when I woke up, I was, I didn't know what day it was. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. She said, she said, nope. And then they also went to, and I'll have her show the picture. It's pretty eerie. The same place that Elise Lamb went to, the last bookstore. They went there, and that's another known haunted place. When you see the picture of her and I don't know what it is on her, like on her shoulder, like it looks like almost like a shadow of, I don't know what it is. I'll never forget. I said, okay, I don't want to ever see that picture again. She said, I know. She's like, when I looked at that picture, and then the way I felt when I came home, I knew it. She said, I just knew it. I said, how long were you, after you went to the bookstore? She said, we went home the next day. I said, but after the bookstore, we were in the lobby of the hotel talking to the manager. She was telling them stories how, when Ramirez, the Night Stalker, used to, he would rent out one whole floor. She said he'd leave his bloody clothes in the garbage right out front. She said, and he'd run through the lobby naked. She said, and because this is Skid Row, like, it was like nothing. Like, there's Ramirez just naked. People thought he was just crazy and just running through naked. I said, you're kidding. She's like, yeah, they had some pretty interesting stories. She said, but yeah, the Richard Ramirez naked was like he would literally just dump his bloody clothes right in the garbage out front and then just run right through the lobby. I said, that's wild. She said, it is wild. I said, did you ask her about Elisa? She said, I did. She said, and because she did cards on it, and it showed that that someone from the hotel, something happened, and the woman, all the manager said was, that night manager is no longer with us. That worked that evening. And Rochelle said, that sealed the deal for me. She goes, I knew it. I said, you've got to be kidding. She said, I knew it. I just knew it. So, but the whole time we were there, like, my brother didn't feel what I felt. She said, because it stalks women. Like, she said, there, like, it was like as if I had a monkey on my back that whole time. I'm like, that's horrible. She said, it was rough. I started to feel like hell on the plane ride home, and when I got home is when it hit her hard. Like, she said, I can't even explain what it was. Like, almost just like I was in like a black hole, but she said, I didn't have good thoughts. My thoughts were not good. And she called this woman that I guess helped her. She said, she came right over. She said it. I said, and what? She said she was here for 4 hours. She told me, you're lucky. Called me. She said that was not good. And then when we showed her the video, she was like, you've got to be kidding. She said, you slept 11 hours the next day because whoever that was in heels, I mean, literally took every ounce of energy from you. And she said, I know, I can't. She said, I'm just happy he filmed it. Because she said, when I woke up, I didn't even know what day it was. I said, oh, yeah, that'd be it for me. And the brother wanted to go back and stay again. I said, first of all, it's Skid Row. I'd never. But then they had closed down for a while. There's people that actually live there, and they were trying, I guess. They can't close it. It's a historical landmark, so it can't be knocked down. So that alone is scary, but it is reopened now. They don't take any more people that can, like, who's ever there that lives there. That's it. There's no more that people that can come there and make it their home, which is a good thing. She said, she said, my brother wants to go back. She said, I don't want to go back. She said, I can't, whatever that feeling was, she said, like, I don't ever want it again. I said, I don't think you should ever go back. You're going to go, where are you going to go, Molson? You can't go anywhere without me and the missus. Spirit time, I want a scary story. Aussie girl, I do want to go to the last bookstore. It's enormous. It's It's huge. It's like the size of a gymnasium, and it's really cool. It's beautiful. But and she didn't tell me. She just showed me the picture. Look, she went, and then I looked at it. I said, what's that? Like, what's that? And she goes, look at the other thing. Like, it was on the side of her, on the wall, like something big, like hovering. But then I said, who's the shadow of? She said it was only me and my brother in that corner of the bookstore. I said, what? She said, that it was me and my brother. She said, and I know for a fact that's where whatever the hell came home with me, attached to me, was in that bookstore. I said, that's insane. She said, yeah. She said, we first got there, we were asking questions, saying, like, because we were kind of curious, the fact that, they delivered the books to Lisa because she wanted to still tour a little more, she said. And so we were like, is that like a standard policy that like you deliver books to hotels if the tourist still wants to shop? And the girl at the cashier is like, not really, but she said, they felt bad for her. She was alone, and she bought two thick books. And they said, well, what do you think about it? And the girl said, she said they delivered the books and they came back. She said, and that's all we know. And she said, you don't think they had anything? And she said, no. She said, definitely not. Those two are afraid of their own shadow. But who knows? Who knows? Nothing in stone with the horror panel yet. I would, Spirit, let me drop the link, and you're going to scare the hell out of us. Hang on. Oh, I'm excited now. Hang on, because I don't have my computer on. I wrote the link too, thank God. Just in case I wrote the link. Alright, hang on here. Let me get this to you. I'm kind of scared. Try that out, Spirit. Isn't that a weird link? The word fuck is in it. If you can. Is that not a weird sign? The word fuck is in my StreamYard link. You're going on panel tonight to talk about I didn't see that yet. Okay, I'll have to watch. Just remember, I'm your number one bitch. All right, don't make me a bit weird. If that doesn't work, just let me know, Spirit. But I love it. I've been dying to hear stories. FN scary red type stories. Can't believe my computer. I might need a new cord. That's probably why. It's not working. Hang on. We'll get. Don't worry. Don't go. And you're not going anywhere. We'll get it to work. Hang on. I got it here. Yeah, Jen Lou was funny. Doesn't even want me to copy it. Guest, invite. Copy. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. Hang on, now I got it. Hang on. I think I missed one. Doesn't let you copy and paste from this iPad, but I got it here. Hang on. We'll get you. I'm scared already. E F 6 UK E 4 8 SC. Alright, that's the latest it's given me, so it just better work before I kill somebody. Is it letting you? Is it working? Because that one should work. I wish I can get back on my computer. Not letting me. Now it's saying go to channel, report channel. Don't report my channel. Inviting a guest. I I know. I'm only kidding. But that I can't imagine what the hell the problem is. I'm just gonna copy it again. No, I want to do it now. I knew StreamYard was gonna be a real bitch today. I don't know why. I just had that feeling. But that's the latest one. Because I'm even going through my email because the email sometimes sets you up. But that's the latest one. I don't know if when the power trip because it's still the same it's still the same exact number. Hey. Okay. No, I think we're good. My computer came back on. My computer came back on. Hang on.
We're both there.
Oh, I can see it now. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome. Thank you so much. This is awesome.
That's okay. It took a little bit of messing around to get the link to work, but
Yeah.
finally got it.
Yeah, I don't. And luckily, though, my computer finally went back on enough. There's enough charge in it that I turned it on. When you work from these iPads, a lot of times it tells you don't even have enough of the software. Upgrade the software, so it's a pain. But
That's
at least
what I'm doing it from my phone, so.
no, that's okay. No, you're good. Oh, is Captain Kangaroo here? Hi, Captain. Thank you so much. We're gonna hear a scary story by Spirit Time, a fellow Aussie
Okay,
captain.
you ready for this?
Yes, guys,
Okay.
get ready.
Where we used to live, there's a place near there. It's called Beechworth. Now, Beechworth is an old historic town back to Ned Kelly days. Now, I'm sure you know of Ned Kelly or heard of Ned Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he grew up in the area with his mum and stuff like that. Now, there's an asylum there that only closed down in the late 90s and was in operation for about 20 odd years, maybe even a little bit more. Now, in the asylum, there's the graveyard. In the graveyard, there was 10,000 people buried in the asylum graveyard. Not just from people in the graveyard, but also from people in the town of Beechworth. So you guarantee at the asylum you can get a lot of activity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the first time we went out there just to do historical investigation. So it's where they take you through a few buildings and just give you a rundown of how old they are, what they used to be used for, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they were telling us on the night they always have a lot of paranormal activity, and they also run paranormal investigations at the asylum. So, of course, us being us, we booked for the following night to do a paranormal. Now, they come that night and we're doing the paranormal, so we already knew the history of a lot of the buildings, and they take you from their little office and they walk you down the street in between the bull pit. Now, the bull pit is a big housing area that housed young boys up to the age of 21. Now, these were troubled boys. They'd always be fighting and brawling and things like that. So they come up with an idea of feeding the boys prunes every day and having their pants bigger than what they actually were. So then they'd have to hold their pants up and keep their butt cheeks clenched. So they'd be more worried about doing that than actually fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So you walk past that, and on the left-hand side, you had the mortuary area and things like that. And then you go into the men's area. Now, the men's area was pretty bad. There was quite a few inmates that actually died in the men's area. And when they shower them, they used to take them into the middle. It's like a square building. And they had their cells around the outside, and down the bottom was their main eating area, and then you had more cells. They didn't actually have a bathroom. So for the inmates to be showered, they used to gather them into the middle, turn on the fire hose, and hose them down. That was their daily shower. Even if it was 4 degrees in the morning in the middle of winter, they'd be getting that in the morning for the shower. Now, there was an inmate in there. His name was Tom. Now, Tom was in the men's ward because he killed a hairdresser. Now, what had happened is he'd gone to the hairdresser to get a haircut, or back then it was a barber, to get a haircut. And he didn't like how the barber cut his hair. So he killed him. So when that happened, they put him in the asylum. So while he was in the asylum, none of the workers would actually cut his hair because they were scared that if they cut it and he didn't like it, that they'd be his next victim. So when he actually died, he had long hair and beard and everything else. I was in his room one night. That's the first paranormal we did there. And because we'd come down from Queensland, it was cold. So we'd bought some snow gloves on our way down because we didn't know how cold it was going to be. And I couldn't find the two pairs we bought. So I had one on and Aussie had one on. And my other hand would just stay in the pocket. Now, I'm in his cell and we're told to turn the torch off. So me and the other guy have turned our torch off. I've had my hand without the glove in my pocket and my other hand out holding this equipment. Now, I'm asking him questions, and then all of a sudden, my hand with the glove on was colder than my hand in my pocket. It went ice cold. I started feeling sick and I started getting a headache. Now, it come to the end, and when we walked out, I told the people that took us on the tour what had happened in the cell. So they close the door, and then they do their little speech thing saying, "Don't follow, it's bad for you, blah, blah, blah." So we were walking back and we got near the bull pit, and my hand went really cold again. I started getting really sick and the headache come back. So they've stopped me. They've said the little chant thing again. I've come good and just started walking back to the office. Now, when I got back to the office, they told me that if I felt like that the following morning, I was to ring them. They also white saged me before they sent me home. So they gave me a bottle of water, a biscuit, and then white sage around my aura to cleanse my aura to hopefully get rid of the spirit. And we went on our way. Now, they said to me if I still felt the same to call them, and they would have some professional come see me or me to go back out to the asylum, and they would do a full proper ritual cleanse.
Oh my God.
Now, mind you, that was the first time we went out there. The second time we went out there, we love the asylum and we love Beachwest, so we had to go again. Now, we went out again, but this time I went into the bull pit. And you go up top, and when you get up there, they set up their equipment, and they're asking questions, and there was a little bit of activity, and then they're like, who wants to volunteer to stand in front of the door? Now, this door was wide open because it's not used anymore, and it leads into the bathroom and their toilet. But there was always a troubled boy hiding out in that area. So I've put my hand up because I'm not scared. I'll take it on. And I'm standing in the door, just minding my own business, arms crossed. They're going on with the tour. And all of a sudden, my back started getting red hot. So I've said something to the guides, and they've stopped doing their questions. And they've taken me around the corner, and they said, is it still hot? And I said, it's not so much anymore, but it's hurting. And they turned around and said to me, do you mind if we lift the back of your shirt up? And I've gone, yeah, no problem. There were scratch marks on my back.
What?
Now, we've actually got pictures of these scratch marks as they formed and when they're getting worse.
Oh my God. What did you do after that?
I was pretty freaked. The staff turned around and said it's because of my height and being bald. They probably thought I was threatening, and they were trying to take me on.
Was that like one of the worst things that has happened to you so far? Like,
No.
No?
What?
We went back again. Now, there's a guy here in Australia who runs, what's the name of that place again? Team Whisper Investigations. Now, he was doing a tour out there. Now, the guy that runs Team Whisper, he's the only paranormal place in Australia to be sanctioned by the Australian government to go over to Cockatoo Island to debunk it. So we checked up on this guy and we saw that footage and everything else, and we thought, well, he's going out there, we want to go out there again. So we went out there and he was doing the tour. Now, we've gone into the bull pit again, and I was just standing in the door. And they've got more equipment because he's a lot more professional than what they've got at the asylum. And they're going on with the tour, and then all of a sudden, my face had changed.
What?
There was like a blank look in my eyes, and Aussie turned around and said to me, it's like I wasn't even there. Now, they've tried to pull me out of the door because I was still talking and holding conversation, but I didn't know. and they tried to pull me out of the door, and they couldn't actually move me out of the door. All my muscles were soft and limp. My arms, my legs, they were trying to pull me, and it just wouldn't move. And then all of a sudden, I've just come to, and I've gone to bolt down the hallway. And I'm pulling one of the Team Whispers and another guy behind me while I'm trying to get out of the bullpit.
That's
Since that,
crazy.
sorry, go on.
That's crazy.
I'm now banned from that building.
You're banned from it?
Yep, I'm not allowed to go in that building at all. So anytime we've been out there since, and they've gone to go do the one of the building to do, and I've got the bullpit, and the guy that runs the or has the paranormal at the asylum has turned around and said, "No, you're banned from there. Not going in there."
Oh my God.
Because 2 times stuff's happened to me. Now, since then, I wear a St. Michael charm, which they recommended, and I have white sage in the house.
Yeah, that's the best thing to have for something like that, right?
Yes. But what they do is if something like that happens, you sit down and you burn the white sage and you hold it probably about a foot away from the body, and you start at the feet and run up and over the head and back down the other side and back up and over a few times, and that helps cleanse your aura.
I'm right now, I don't even know what to say.
But still, it's been worse. We've been out there again with the guy from Team Whisper, and we were down in the basement of one of the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get down there, they ask everyone to sit around the edge of the room, and they tell you that there used to be prisoners that worked down here, down in the cellar, because it used to hang the meat and stuff like that for the asylum. And for it to be built, they used the prisoners from the local jail.
Mm-hmm.
They opened a section down there to extend because there was some weird stuff going on down there and they wanted to get to it. So since then, there's been a real bad aura down that basement. Now, we were all down sitting around, and the guy from Team Whisper, Craig, all of a sudden just started skulking around past everybody, clenching his fists, opening them, clenching them, opening them. And he got to me, and I've looked at him, and I saw what Aussie saw in me. It was like he wasn't even there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and that freaked me out. So I kind of realised what Aussie went through when that happened to me. Now, he got to a young guy that was in the tour,
Mm-hmm.
and he just stopped. And you could just see his arms were coming up, and it's like he was getting ready to fight. Now, the other Team Whisper called off the rest of that tour down there and asked if I would take Craig into another room, and so they could get the people from the tour out. So they've got everybody out. I've had Craig in another room and talking to him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine. What's going on?" And gave him a little bit of rundown, explained to him what had happened. Everybody else had gone back, so I brought him out, and we were waiting at the top, and the other 2 staff from Team Whisper were going back down into the basement to collect the equipment. Now, I swear to this day that they got to the door, started yelling and abusing and swearing at me and Craig, slammed the door, and then went downstairs, disappeared.
Oh my
Now,
God.
I said that to Craig while they weren't around, and he said, "Go talk to them." So I've talked to one of them when they were on their own. He's like, "No, we went straight down and picked up the equipment. I don't know what you're talking about." And then I went to the other person when they were on their own, and they said the exact same thing.
That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially like what your wife says in chat, when you look at the person you love and they're not there, like, so do you feel like almost, and I think so, that's why I said true, like a possession?
Well, I would say it was something like that, yeah. I don't really remember what happened up there, but only what I've been told afterwards.
Okay, exactly like Rochelle. She doesn't remember. It's only what they told her happened. That's real. That's real. That's you remember. And were you like exhausted? Were you tired after? Like, how did you feel afterwards?
I had a headache
Mm-hmm.
and I was hungry. I'd
You were
felt like I
hungry.
hadn't eaten for weeks.
Oh my! That is to a T what Rochelle said. Well, especially sleeping 11 hours, but like she was like, so she couldn't drink enough, like needed to eat, felt, no energy.
Yep.
I just wonder when I haven't gotten into it too much with her. I get because it does scare me, but when that is successful and it does attach, like the whole thing is like, what is it? Do you think it plans on staying there with you, or does it plan on like moving along? Like
I,
that, I don't get that part.
I don't know. I guess it's because they've been gone for so long. Everything they see now is new, and they probably want to try and experience it.
Oh, okay. And they could maybe have sent somebody like you, somebody like my friend Rochelle, that's really open to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I believe too. Like, especially when you're open to it, I do feel like you're just more vulnerable to something like that coming home with you. Something not a souvenir.
No, that's right. Not that type of souvenir. Now,
Yeah.
after that night happened, I was talking to the people at the asylum, and they said that I have some type of connection with them, and I should look deeper into what it actually is. Now, I don't know what they were referring to by that, but I've always had a bit of a weird thing with spirits. Not that I ever knew,
Mm-hmm.
but looking back and experiencing what I've experienced and seeing what I saw when I was younger, I can see why. And it all started when I was about 16.
That's when you started to know that you were different.
No, that was my first spirit confrontation.
At 16?
16. I
Oh
was
my God.
living with my nan, and she was on her own. My pop had passed, and I hadn't. It's a long story, but I was living with my nan for a while, and we were sound asleep one night in her unit. She was in her room. I was right down the very back and sound asleep. The place is all closed and locked up, and I could hear it just wake me out of a dead sleep.
Wow. Oh my
And
God.
I've got up and I've walked down this hallway and I've gone into the lounge room, and there was a rocking chair in this lounge room, and it was just moving on its own. Not fast, not slow, just at a steady pace. And then after a few seconds, it just stopped. Now I've turned around, I've walked back down to my room, and I've stuck my head in my nan's door, and she was sound asleep, dead to the world, snoring. So I've gone back to bed thinking nothing more of it. Got up the next morning, I told my nan about it, and she goes, "Yeah, that was your pop, that was his favourite chair."
What? Oh my goodness.
Now, since then, my nan's passed, and every so often I will smell her perfume, no matter where I am.
Gee, see, and that I'm gonna cry a little bit. My son never met my mother, but when he was little, he was waving to the couch in the living room one day, like smiling, giggling, waving, and he was 4. And I said to him, "What are you doing? Who are you waving at?" And we had a Bijan Dino, and he said no, and he knew he called my mother Gamma Loretta, but and it was weird. He said, "You mommy." I said, "My mommy? No, my mommy's in heaven." He said, "No, she's on the couch. She's waving. She's laughing at me."
Yeah,
She's
wow.
I I said I mean, he walked over. That was her spot on the couch. I was freaked out. I got pictures. I said, no, "Which lady was it that was sitting on that couch?" Pointed right to my mother. He said, "Your mommy." And then as my son got older, my mother's room, I never heard it. He moved out this year into an apartment. I really just think it's getting more intense, but he said every night he said somebody's taking their jewelry off in that room. And every night my mother would take her watch off, her earrings. I said, "Why?" He said, "Every night." I don't, but he said, I don't feel, it's not, I don't get a good feeling about it. He said, I close my door because I feel like, he said, I feel like it's something stalking me. He said, it's nothing, it's not a good feeling. Like I shut my door tight. He said, I'm going to be 21, he said, and I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I said, what do you mean stalking? He just said, he said, whatever it is, it's there. And it's like almost always in that hallway. And I know it's looking at me. And that was it for me. I almost lost my mind. I said, my gosh. Okay. All right. I said, just close your door, don't say anything ever. Don't make fun of it. Like don't do anything. He said, make fun of it. He said, like, I just close my eyes tight and pray, like, whatever that is, please. He's like, I know when he said it is something there. And I'm like, you're going to move? You're moving and leaving me up here? Because he got, I'm afraid. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that he didn't know, he had no idea that every night my mother had a routine and that was part of her routine. But
yeah,
it started when
that's what he'd be stuck in, just doing her routine.
I just don't like I just don't like the part that, he feels, and he said it's at night and and it's in the hallway, but it's not good. And it's like, he said, it's just a feeling. It's not a good feeling there. It's a watching hard. They're watching me hard, whatever the hell it is. He cried. He said, and it's like stalking. He said, I shut my door really tight because he never used to shut his door. He said, and I don't know what it is. I'm scared.
Yeah, she'd be watching him, keeping an eye on him.
And he moved into an apartment, and he hasn't said anything to me. I don't know if anything's happened. I'll have to ask him. We were here once, and his birthday happens. It's so weird. Happens to be on the same birthday as Yoko Ono, and I was looking it up because I was doing John Lennon. I was doing the thing on John Lennon that night. It happened to be just so weird. I said, "Oh my God, you're the same birthday as Yoko Ono. This is so meant to be." And he was laughing at me. He went upstairs. Here I am, I'm just looking through a book out of nowhere. My father's in the TV room, clear as day. All you hear. And I think it was a man. I'm not sure. Hello. I'm in the front. I'm in a front dining, like a formal living room. All that's behind me is a chair and a window. And I look. My hair stood up. There's nobody there. There's nothing there. And my father said, who are you talking to? I said, I don't know. Something just said hello. He didn't have the TV on. He said, where's Nico? I said, he's in his bedroom. And I ran upstairs and I told him, like, he goes, well, like what? Like your mother? I said, I don't know. I don't know if it was, I think it was a man, but I can't even say for sure if it was a man, but it was clear as day. Hello. Like as if it was a friend. I didn't say hello back. And it definitely knew I was afraid. It definitely knew I was shit scared. I never have had anything happen again as far as the hello part, but I know what my son is talking about up here. I do.
Are you still in that house?
Yeah, this is our homestead, and before us, the people, the house is 100, I think it's 120-year-old house.
What you could do, if you think you've got, obviously there's some type of activity in your house, you don't need to go out and actually buy big, expensive equipment to check. Mm-hmm. Just get a shallow board and put some sand in it or fine gravel and drop 2 marbles and take a picture and then just leave it. You could get a chessboard and just put a couple pieces on the chessboard in different spots. Use both black and white
Right.
take a picture, and then go about it, and then check it the next morning, and you, chances are they may move it, because
Oh
spirits,
God.
old or young, they like to play games. And they'll play games with electronics, and they'll also play games with the marbles and the chessboard, because they'll move the marble in the whatever you put it in, the gravel or the dirt, and they'll pick up a chess piece and they'll move the chess piece to a different spot on the board, because they'll think they're playing chess.
Oh my God, I'm scared. See, my mother died in this house. And now my father too. And my father is an old school Italian. He doesn't believe in any of that. But it was their wedding anniversary. Now he never, and she had already been. It was probably a good 5 years. She had already passed. But I came home from work and he said, something weird happened here today. And I'm like, oh God, what now? He said, no. And we have like a back porch, but we don't use it. We keep like garbage out there. There's a screen door to go outside, but then there's 2 other doors to get in the house. He said, somebody was knocking on the back door. I'm like, oh, well, the screen door's locked. He said, all the doors are locked. I said, the both screen doors? He said, yeah. I said, then how? He said, but they knocked on the wooden door. And I said, oh, okay. And I looked out, there was nothing. And then I said, it's August 31st. It's your anniversary. And he sat down and he said, oh my God. I said, I'm telling you what, Dad, that is Mom. And he said, I'm telling you, Ro, they knocked loud, 3 times, a knock, and he went to, because he was like, well, who the heck? No, we don't even use that door. And so I was I was scared. I was a little bit scared. And I said, let's go and put flowers. We went up to the cemetery. We put flowers there. And this was a home that they used to have in the olden days. The person that my parents bought it from, his grandparents, when he died, his funeral was here in that front room where I told you somebody said hello. So they had not a funeral, a wake, the viewing hours where people come to visit before the funeral. They used to do that in homes, and Mr. Angelella had his wake right here in that room where somebody said hello to me. So you had my mother who died here, Mr. Angelella who died here in 2 nights. They had his body on visiting hours so people could come and see him dead. I don't know what's here, but I'm telling you, I know something is just off. And when my son would cry, my son doesn't cry. He cried hard, and I knew he was scared.
Yeah, right. Steph, don't open the door.
No, and because my father said, because he was a little bit nervous, because you never, who'd be doing that? It's somebody that knows, maybe an elderly man's home alone. He goes, I moved the curtain. He goes, nobody was there.
Yeah, apparently when they want to come in, the bad one, I think it was the bad ones, will do 3 knocks. And yeah, 3 knocks is a demon. So if you hear 3 knocks on the door, don't open your door, because when you open that door, you're inviting them into your house.
I thought I'm gonna have to ask him again, but I thought he was like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if it's only ever 3 knocks, don't open the door.
Yeah, okay.
Or at 3 a.m. because that's a demon trying to get into your house, and if you open the door, you're going to let them in.
Because do we really think like our people that have passed on that it's really them we're seeing, or is it's like demons that want to get to us? Because they say it's not good spirits you're going to find if you find something. What are your thoughts on that?
They're not all bad. Some people are some spirits are just trapped here and don't know how to move further on.
Okay.
You can help them move further on, but it's totally up to them whether they do or not. But you do get the bad ones that will take people over, or just move things and play with things they shouldn't play with.
Okay, so then we have the one that moves things, my keys were moved the one time, and Nico's like, okay, let's add that to the list. And I said, be quiet. And he said, Mom, and we don't use my mother's room for anything. He's like, why would you ever put your car keys on Grandma Loretta's dresser? And I knew I did. Of course I didn't. But I didn't want him to see me scared, but tell you what, I slept with my light on that night because I just thought somebody's. I didn't think it's good. I thought like it's something pretending to be my mom because I miss her so much. But I don't think it's my mom because I don't think I'd feel so scared. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
It might be the gentleman that was in the front room too.
It would. If anything, I think maybe it would be more. The weird part is he was young. And he died. There was a bad coal mine explosion, and he was one of the young guys that died. So he died young under horrible circumstances. Could be.
But see, that's the thing, because when they pass, they don't see that they never had the things that we have today. So the bad ones will do bad things in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So for keys going missing, it's more like because they think it's their keys, or that you've got something on your keys that they're attracted to, and they want to take it and play with it. But it comes back to where I was saying you don't need the equipment. All you need to do is just set up little games, take a picture, and then go back the next morning and check. Sometimes it doesn't even need to be the morning. It could be a few hours later. They don't need very long to play with whatever you set up. And it could be something so basic as just a chessboard with 5 or 6 chess pieces on it.
But it'll be moved.
Chances are, if there's activity there, they will play with it, yes. At the asylum I was telling you about earlier, there's actually people that live in some of the buildings in the asylum. Even with all the activity. There's, as Aussie said before, there's also a working childcare centre still operational today on the grounds of the asylum. So you can just imagine what those poor little kids and the people living there would be having to deal with, because there's always some type of activity at the asylum.
Wow. Yes, Aussie, I have across my room, my son's room. The more I think of it, there's not a cross in my mom's old bedroom. There's not a cross in that room where somebody said hello. But there is a cross in the kitchen, and there is a cross in the TV room. But in that room where somebody said hello, in my mother's room, there are not crosses. So that's a little weird to me, isn't it? That's weird. I have a cross right above my bed, and then my son has them beautiful ones from when he was born, rosary beads, and he was always wanted all of that. But now I know why, and he never really, and this really started with him, that more with like asking about hauntings and things when he was about 13 or 14, that he really I just thought he was really into it because I love horror movies and all that. But then now I see, like, I don't know. I don't know what he has.
Maybe he might have to invest in getting himself a St. Michael charm.
Okay.
Because the St. Michael charm helps ward off spirits.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he has a medal on, but it's not St. Michael. Okay.
Now, the funny thing is, when I was younger, about 4 or 5, I had a little charm given to me when I was born. And it wasn't until I got older that I went looking for this charm, and I found out that it was actually a St. Michael charm.
Oh, wow.
So I had one given to me at birth.
At birth. Oh my God. Yeah, my son hasn't he hasn't said anything with, as far as he's in the apartment now, and he has a roommate and stuff, but I don't know. I'll have to ask him, because in that case it's something with him.
Yeah, he might be like me.
Yeah, that's what really I'm just freaked out from it now. So I'm just scared at any slight noise, but that stalking feeling, it's the worst feeling ever. But Like I don't feel it right now. My door's open. The hall's that right there. I don't feel it. But no, I don't know. I don't know. So I got to get him a St. Michael's medal.
Yep, I'm never without it. When I walk out the house, I've got it around my neck. Most days, I wear it up until I go to bed, even living where we are now. And we're about 4 hours from Beechworth.
Oh my God.
Yep. Now, we did a paranormal a few weeks back with a mob here in Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
And I had my equipment with me. And before the paranormal started, I told this lady that I have a channel on YouTube. I deal with spirits. I've got this equipment with me during the tour. I may use it to see if I can get the activity. Now, we got to, what hotel was it? The Crown Plaza. There was a hotel here in Melbourne that was built back when Victoria was first being settled.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the lady up the top, she was a bit promiscuous and things like that. And anyway, long story, she died up there, and they named the room the Mary Magdalene room.
Whoa.
Now, we got out the front, the lady doing that was what? The Stanley Hotel.
Oh my. Okay.
And we got out the front. I had my equipment out. Because the spirit box was too noisy, so I was using an app I've got.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, it just started talking to me through the app.
Really?
Yeah, it was stay here, don't move, because they started walking off, and I had to follow, and it told me to stop there. Blood here, uncertain, and close to you. Plus, if you
oh my God.
Now,
Close-
on that night,
close
I
to you
also
would
had my
scare me.
medallion on.
Close to you, it said?
Yeah, close to me.
Oh my God. Oh God.
I don't have the pictures anymore. Do you have them? Because the app I use, I can bring up the words.
Yeah.
And it gives me a list of what they're saying.
Yeah.
And there was like 7 things that said to me, and it was only the very first one that didn't make sense, but the rest was basically a sentence to me.
See, that is crazy. And with that spirit box, so you just keep until you find a station where you can hear good, you just keep like switching channels. Is that how that works?
Well, the one I've got, you can auto search, but it picks up radio stations as well. So all you do is you just turn it on, it comes up spirit box searching, and then you hit scan, and it will just start scanning through. While you ask questions, you can get activity come up in it. There are better spirit boxes out there that won't pick up any type of other frequency apart from the spirits themselves.
How about, okay, so have you ever watched Ghost Adventures with Zach Bagans? He's very popular here in the States, and he goes to a lot of haunted places.
No, I can't say I have.
He's very good, but they do have this one piece of equipment and it's like almost like heat thermal activated that you can see. Now you can't see, they don't look like bodies, but they almost look like skeletons, like almost like dancing, taunting, like you could see them if something's there. It scares the shit out of me, but like it works. It definitely works. And they come through, and it's like, it looks like a skinny skeleton, but it's moving, like it'll either move towards you, away, whatever. The one knocked his friend right off the step. Like they have some, I mean, he's very well known, and he had bought one, I don't know, was it Ted Bundy's? He bought somebody's house, a famous house, one of the serial killers, or and then he ended up selling it. But he has he buys a lot of relics that are haunted, that like Ed and Lorraine Warren have in their home, that they stay locked up, and every week, even with them dead, every week the son-in-law has a priest come to bless to bless that basement. And I think, Zach pretty much, I don't know, he's his own, he thinks he's pretty good, but there was nobody like the Warrens. So I don't know how much he has, but the Warrens have quite a bit of relics. And when they died, like I said, the daughter doesn't get into it, but the son-in-law, it was the mother that had the gift of the the seeing the actual, but Ed Warren was the one that, I mean, he could really get rid of. I mean, they were just an amazing couple.
My spirit box. My spirit box. What is it?
Yeah, an SB7.
Steph, I got an SB7. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
Rose.
Mm-hmm.
My spirit box is an SB7. But on the night we were doing the paranormal with the place here in Victoria, I was using an app on my phone. Now I found the list of what was actually said when I was out the front of the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
It come up with take. 3 seconds later was master, and then right after that I had moaning.
Oh, God.
And then the group started moving, so I started walking, and it told me stop moving, and I asked why it wanted me to stop moving. It come up unclear, and then it was near you, and this is when I'm standing at the intersection of crossover.
Yeah.
And then it said blood here, and as I crossed over, it was sister, and then malevolent.
Oh my! It told you to stop moving?
Yep. Stop moving. Didn't know why it wanted me to stop moving, and then something was near me, and there was blood there.
And there was blood there. Okay, that scares the shit out of me.
So I want to go back there one night with my equipment and do a proper investigation thing there and see what I can come up with.
Oh, you have to. That I can't even imagine what I mean. That's incredible stuff, but it's scary. I mean, I'm scared just talking. I have sage here, but somebody was like, you have to do it a certain way, and you have to open a window. Like, do I really have to do all that, or can I go?
You don't need to open a window. So if you feel like you're affected or a room's bad, the white sage will help. For a person, as I said, you just run it around the edge of the body and cleanse their aura. But for a room, it'd just be simply walking in, lighting it, and then just walking around the room, waving the sage around to fill the room with the white sage.
Okay.
If they want to move on, they will. But sometimes they'll just want to hang around because they don't actually realize that they're dead. That's why some of them hang around, because they don't know they've passed, because they're still going on with the things they used to do, like what you were saying earlier with your mum and her routine. She hasn't actually realised that she's passed, so she's just doing what she knows, what she's used to doing.
Yeah, wow, yeah. Because on Gettysburg you can do a walk, and the Jenny Wade house is one of the most haunted places there. But there are still apparitions of her, and she's baking bread. That's what she did the day that she was killed. She was killed by gunfire, but they see her baking bread or sitting on the rock, or like they feel that really she's kind of still not sure where she's supposed to be. Almost like she was young too. She was young, and it was right at the time when they were being under attack, Gettysburg, and it was an area they thought that was safe, and it ended up they were invaded, and a shot went right through the house, right through the wooden door, and got her. So they had her for a couple of days in the basement, but she died. She also died in the house then.
See, they'll take things too. they think something's valuable. It doesn't have to be a bad spirit, even a
Mhm.
good spirit. They'll take something. Now, we were at the asylum doing a investigation with the people at the asylum, and they'd opened up a new section in the women's area, and it was the first time that I actually went down there. And I had bought Aussie some new earrings for the night, and they were gold. And we just happened to be down there one night, and one of her earrings completely just disappeared out of her ear. Gone.
Right out of her ear?
Right out of her ear. She didn't even feel it disappear, but her ear went cold. And then she's felt her ear and realised the earring was gone. We've checked the pockets. She's taken her jacket off and shaped her jacket and everything else. We've looked down around the ground. It wasn't until one of the people doing the paranormal, they asked the spirit if they've got it, and they turned around and said yes. And they asked, are they going to return it? And they said, no, it's mine now. Now, that's because they thought it was real gold. Back in the day, gold was really valuable, as you know. So the female spirit has seen this gold earring and thinking she's rich. I'll take that.
Okay. I have to do. I really feel like I have to do that. And poor Nico was born at 3:06 a.m. Is that weird?
Oh, yeah.
It is weird.
I'd say so, yeah.
Because that bothers him. He's like, I looked that up. That's not good. And I said, it's 3:06, not 3 a.m. He said, it's still the witching hour. It's not good. I said, don't say that. You're good. Stop. But
I suggest that he gets a St. Michael charm.
all right. Yeah, he hasn't said anything since he's been in the apartment, but he's also been very busy. But I'm just wondering. I'll be curious for sure. It's something with him if it happens, but if not, then it's just something that's kind of stuck in this house.
Yeah. If it's your mum, chances are she might be doing what my nan does and just checks in every now and again to make sure he's okay.
I feel that. I told him that. I said, well, with my mom's jewelry, I'm like, so I think that's not a bad thing. I'm like, I'd like to think she's here with us. He's like, it's more than that. When he feels that stalking thing, like that's not fun, but I know, which I understand that, but I was just trying to, because I've never seen him cry. He's 20 years old. He was going to be 21 and he was almost 21. I've never seen him cry so hard, but he's just like, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I said, you should have told, why didn't you tell me this? He's like, I just didn't want to. I didn't want you to think I was crazy. I said, I don't think you're crazy. Why would you ever think that? He goes, listen to me, what I'm saying to you. Most people would think it's crazy. I said, yeah, but I'm how I am with this. Like, I believe in all of it. And he said, I don't like saying it out loud either.
I can get where he's coming from. It's a hard thing to talk about, let alone to experience it. Yeah, it can be pretty daunting.
Yeah. I said, you ever tell your friends? He said, no, I would never. He said, what? It sounds, well, I don't, he goes, and what? Sound like I'm bragging? I'm afraid of this. He goes, no way. So at least it's not something like he's boasting about it. Like whatever it is, he does, he kept it pretty quiet until he waited until he was 20. I mean, at 4 years old, when he saw my mom, he thought she was there. And I said, no, she must have came down from heaven to visit. And then, that was it. He never saw her again. But, right at 13 is when he did, just used to talk about the jewelry. He's like, I don't like that. And I'm like, I think it's kind of comforting. It's at 11 o'clock every night she'd do it. And he's like, it's weird. But then when he just finally this year admitted to me, actually in the fall, what with the weight, there's the watching and the stalking stuff. I was scared.
I don't blame you, and it wasn't until I was about 20 that I found out that it was my nan I was actually smelling, because I was with my dad at the time, and there was only me and him in this apartment in South Australia.
Oh my God.
He'd go off to work, and I wasn't working, so I was keeping the apartment clean and everything else. And just every now and again, I'd
Right.
smell this perfume, and I had no idea.
Yeah.
I thought the old man had a bird over after I'd been in bed and doing what he was doing.
Yeah.
And I told him, and he said, "No, that's just your nan checking in. She does it every now and again just to make sure I'm all right. And she's doing the same thing to you."
Oh. Well, I'm all right with that. I'd like to think of my mother being here. I just don't want to think of anybody else here. And I just think because it's an old house and they used to have the people's wakes here. And that man
I think set something up,
I'm
just
gonna
like
set it up in that front
the
room.
toy, the chessboard, or
Mm.
something like that in that front room,
Yeah.
and close the door and don't go in there, and
Okay.
then leave it for a few hours. Go check if there's nothing, then leave it overnight. When you get up in the morning and go and have a look, and may find that in the morning some of your chess pieces might be moved.
My God.
So if I heard it, they would have done it by now.
Yeah, as Aussie just said, if they were going to hurt you or anybody in the house, it would have been done by now, because they
Yeah.
don't wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I felt that too. I'm like, Jesus, you've made it to 21 in this house. It's not going to hurt you, but as he gets older, I think, does it get more powerful? When he cried, I just felt like we have something serious happening here with him. And I just felt helpless.
If he wants to be open to it, he will experience more. But if he wants to close himself off, it's easy enough to do too, and they just don't bother. It's when you start to notice and you react and you're more open to them that you will see them and sense them a bit more.
So maybe when he started closing the door, I wonder then, was it mad at him for doing that?
Possibly, yeah, because she couldn't get in there.
Right.
Which is why he probably would have felt she was staring and skulking at him, because, like, why are you closing the door? This is my house. How dare you close the door, type thing.
Right. This is a weird thing. Literally, like in bed, but feeling like, he said, and I was not fully under the covers of my head, but I was to the side. He said, but if somebody else then comes in your room and say they sit on the edge of the bed and you feel them, like the bed go down, he said, that happened. He said, it happened, and I knew it happened. And he said, I was literally frozen, and it moved again, like near his feet, but at the edge of the bed. He said, and I didn't turn around. I was afraid to look, and God forbid there was anything there. He said, and all I did under the covers was move my feet where that, God, he said, whatever it was, he said, because my bed went, like it went indented, like somebody sat down and their ass sat down on the bed. And he said, I just put my feet there. He said, I didn't feel anything, thank God. He said, and then I waited a few minutes, and when I opened my eyes, there was nobody there. But he said, something sat on that bed. He said, and it sat once, and I didn't move. And he said, and so it said it moved almost closer up. He said, like it wanted me to know it was there. And then he said, I just thought, I'm just going to move my feet over. And if I feel something, I'm going to scream my head off. And then but he said he didn't feel anything. And then he did slowly look, he said, and there wasn't anything there then, thank God. But, something did sit there on the side of the bed.
They probably just wanted to sit down and have a toilet time.
Yeah. And I just think because, he's not, when he was little, he was open to it. And, you don't know when you're little waving at my mother or whoever the hell it was. But
no, that's right. And when you're little, you're more open to it.
Yeah. But
that's the whole idea of the story of kids and invisible friends. Makes you think now if kids are seeing spirits, that's their invisible friend.
Oh my God,
yes.
my brother had one here in this house too, and he used to say it was Kenny, and I mean, he was real serious about Kenny. He used to want my mother to put a plate out of food for Kenny, and we'd be like, no, Kenny has to go home and eat. And then he just stopped talking about Kenny. And one day my mother said, "Where's Kenny? He doesn't come over and play anymore." And this is the weirdest thing. We still make fun of my brother, but I probably shouldn't. He said he fell out of the window upstairs and died. I buried him on the side. We were like, oh, he was like 6. What? And he said he fell out of the window and he said he died. I buried him. That was it. But like Kenny was his best friend. We still didn't say. Sometimes I'll give him birthday cards and I'll put "Love Kenny" on them. He'll be like, "You son of a bitch." I'm like, "You buried him I said, "You buried him on the side of the house I live in." He said, he said he fell out of your bedroom window, and because that was the window he told. Because me and my mother were like, "What?" And we went outside. He was so cute, little 6 years old. He said, pointed at my window. He said he opened your window and he fell out. And he goes, and the way he said, he goes, and he died. He goes, and I buried him. Like it was not. He wasn't scared. I was, and I looked at my mother. I'm like, "What the hell is that?" He's like, "Well, it's just his imaginary friend." I said, "That's a weird story for a 6-year-old to know." Yeah, she goes, "That is a little odd." I'm like, "Kenny went everywhere with him." I said, never talks about him again. Never said I miss Kenny. One day I said, "I miss Kenny." He goes, "I don't." Like it was nothing. But
you killed Kenny.
yeah, you killed Kenny. So always, my cousins will give him cards. Love Kenny. He's like, "I hate you bastards," because he'd be telling them too when we were little. Kenny's gonna come to Grandma's too on Christmas. They're like, "Oh God, there's not enough room." He's like, "There's always no." Mom said there's always room for Kenny. My poor brother. He killed Kenny. The way he took apart this toy one time, but it was so destructive, and my brother wasn't destructive. He tore apart this Tonka. It looked like a wolf got at it and bit it to shreds. And my mother said, "What did you do?" And he said, "Kenny broke it." And my mother said, "What?" He said, "Kenny broke it and told me to put it back together." And he looked at me, he goes, "I don't know how." Dead serious. Now that I think about it, I wonder. I'm going to bring that up with them. Remember that time when Kenny broke your Tonka? What do you think? He'll be like, "Shut up about it." But then, the fact, because it was like my mother goes, his hands are so little. How the hell did he do this? Like we couldn't figure out, like how the hell does this little shit? It was like bent. The metal, it was like bent in. Now that I think about it. Yeah, that's not normal. That's so not normal. He's buried right below me outside down. Well, he jumped out my window, but you see, then you don't know. It could be just something with the males in my family that have something. Maybe I don't know. My brother's not, but my brother's. I don't know. He's not open to that. My son is, because I'm like open to it, and his father's open to that. To it, and my father, not that he talks about stuff like that, but he truly did, like he turned white as a ghost when he said I forgot this year. He said, "I forgot to bring flowers up to her," and he did every year. And he said, I can't believe it. I said, she was just not going to say like, "Don't forget me."
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
And isn't that? And then that was it. Never again. Never, nothing ever again. But
See, she could also be hanging around too, waiting for him to go.
I wonder that, and he's declining a lot. He's declining a lot, but he sound like what he's saying. He was such a church goer. His mother was, but then he's like saying to me and my son, I'm like, "Oh, because he did say he made a mess." I said, "Someday when you go to heaven, Mom is going to kill you. You're a slob." And he's like, "What? There's no. It's good. When we die, we just die." And we're all like, I go, "You know how much money you gave the Catholic diocese? You went to church every Sunday." He goes, "You really think there's somewhere we're going to all be back together?" I said, "There better be. That's why I get anxiety attacks, Dad, because I worry that there's not." He goes, I just don't think, and I'm like, I thought, is it, because you're sicker, you're getting sicker, the golden years aren't as golden as they're supposed to be. Like, are you, but he's dead serious. And I'm like, that's a horrible thing. Here's what he tells me. You'll never know. You'll just It'll just be black. I'm like, okay, conversation over. But I told my brother, I said, like, he's just saying there's no, like, almost like he's not talking horrible, but like atheists, like there's nothing. No, there's nothing. He's like, Dad is? I said, yeah. He said, what brought that on? I said, I don't know. I don't know. Scared the shit out of my son. He comes upstairs. He goes, what the hell's going on with Pop? Here's my excuse. I don't know. Maybe he has a UTI. Maybe he has urinary infection. He just talks. But he still says it. Nope. There's there's nothing. He doesn't think there's nothing. But all he says anymore is everybody dead is he sees. I dream about all of them. All of them. I said, that's really nice. He said, it's all right. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I don't know. Sometimes they don't talk and it's just almost uncomfortable. I don't know. I'm in the dream and I feel like they don't see me. Even other times, uncle, his two sisters and my uncles, he's like, they're hugging me and I said, and Nico's like, then of course, then my son, is he going to die soon? I'm like, we're all going to die at some point. We don't know when. He's like, yeah, but he's saying weird stuff. And I said, I don't know. I didn't want to talk about it. It makes me so upset. But for him, he's just saying it. He's saying odd things that he never said. But it maybe as you get closer to
he's probably sensing what's happening and wait and realizing what's going to happen once that does go.
And it's a different couch, but it's in the exact same spot that the couch was in it where my mom died. So that's a little weird. That to me is a little weird. And I'm mad at my brother. I'm like, you left me, then I'm going to be the one, to find them. Me, it's going to be me. Like, I'm not already crazy enough. I said, Mom died here. Now, this will be probably Dad's, we would never put him any, he's like, don't think like that. I said, yeah, that's because you're not here and you don't hear the stuff he's been saying lately. But I don't know if it's confusion. It could be the dreams. If they're nice dreams, good. I dream about my mother a lot, but he never did. And he's like, my mother. He's like, all of them from Italy. They're talking in Italian to each other, and he said it's crazy.
Yeah, she can probably sense that he's getting near too, which could be why she's hanging around so much more. And you'll probably find that it's not nice to think about, but when he does go, your mother may disappear because she's probably only just hanging around waiting for him to go so then they can be together again. Wow.
Well, that does, at least then that makes me happy that, yes, there is going to be an afterlife and we are going to see each other. I'm like, Dad, come on. We're going to see Dino and Rocky. Like, those are two of our dogs that died. I'm like, they'll be waiting for us at the bridge. And he's looked at me real serious. He's like, there's no bridge. There's no bridge. And Nico's like, all right. Nico goes, all right, this conversation's over. Like, you could see him he gets uncomfortable. And that's when I thought, we better end it, or he'll be my 20-year-old sleeping in bed with me, shit scared. But it did freak him. He's like, I don't like him talking like that about God. He was at church. He would go to church every day, and I said, I know. And but I'll say now, as I give to St. Jude's and the veterans, I said, I know, Dad, but that's not God. He's like, they don't need my money anyway. I said, it's not the point. You always went, and I don't want you to talk like that. And then, but he forgets, he has short-term memory loss. He'll say some things. He doesn't realize he's scaring the shit out of me and my son, but whatever. Kenny died here. My mom, some old guy. Yeah.
What's another spirit roaming around the house?
One more. What's one more? I do believe my mother with the jewelry. I truly do believe she's being playful. I really do. And my car keys, I really do. I mean, literally on her dresser. I don't ever even go in that room. He goes, did you go in the room to get a coat out? Because that's where I keep my winter coats. I said, well, I will, but it's July. Like, no. And he's like, this is bad. And here's him. Call up Father Joe. I go, and say what? Call our priest. He goes, tell him what's happening. I'm like, no, they don't want to. That's like, they don't want to hear any of that. He's like, well, what could we do? He's like, I said, we could just don't play into it. Don't taunt it. Whatever it is, whether it's good or bad, you've got to just ignore it. And he's like, I still think you should call Father Joe. Oh, Detective Turtle comes back. Detective, did everything go okay at NC's? Was anybody mean to you, or did everything work out? We were very worried. We were talking about you before, saying you didn't come back, and we were concerned. So we are just happy you're okay. But we're here telling some pretty scary stuff, some afterlife stuff, some paranormal stuff. We talked about Margaret Martin's death. We talked about a lot of different things. We played a little bit of music trivia, but I had some issues with my Wi-Fi. And then we were worried about you. So what happened? Come on. I'm not going to call you on panel, even though I find it hilarious that you go on people's panels, but you don't talk. I love it. You just hang out on a panel, but you won't speak, which is fantastic. But please let us know that you either did you go on NC's panel and not talk, or did you talk? And what the hell happened? You got to be careful. There's some rough stuff going on the streets. Stay in here where it's warm and safe.
Well, I don't know about warm and safe.
We're just talking about the dead. He's not saying
On one
anything.
of the nights we were doing the history tour out at the asylum, they told us a story. Now, around the edge of the asylum, they built a wall they call the ha-ha wall. Now, from the outside, it looks like just a normal, standard, everyday type wall. But on the inside, as you got closer, the wall got taller and taller. So they built it and then put it in a trench. So it looked normal from the outside, but if the inmates got up to it, it was too high for them to climb up it.
Yeah.
One of the inmates disappeared one night. They searched the grounds for him and they couldn't find him whatsoever. And they couldn't work out how an inmate managed to get over the wall. When they couldn't find him, they just gave up, basically. Now, in one of the large trees they have on the grounds, there used to be a table underneath with chairs and stuff around it, and the nurses and doctors used to sit around there and drink their cuppa. One day, there were a group of them were sitting there, and they got this bad smell. And they couldn't work out where the smell was coming from. It wasn't until a limb had fallen down and landed on the table that they realised where this missing inmate had gone. He climbed up the tree, and he couldn't get back down again, so he got stuck up there and died.
Wow. And where was that at?
That was at the asylum.
See, those asylums, prisons, and hospitals, they all abandoned ones. They all scare the hell out of me.
And the tree's still there today. It's actually part of the car park now.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Do you have any abandoned hospitals you go to that are haunted?
There's a few around here.
Yeah.
But because of the way COVID hit Victoria, we were actually put on a curfew.
Yeah.
For quite a while. And everyone in Victoria had to be home by 9 o'clock.
Oh, it was a 9
So
o'clock.
it's only been until recently that the restrictions have been lifted and Daddy Dan has let us back out at night time again. So I actually want to try and go to a few places around and do some paranormals. The old Melbourne jail was supposed to be really good with activity as well. And I want to go do that. There's a homestead out of Altona, which is like 30 minutes from us. And we love going out there. It's a nice beach town and stuff. And there's a homestead there. It's the original homestead in Altona. Now, we looked it up, and this homestead's actually haunted. So we decided one night during this curfew that we'd go out there and sit in the car park and run a quick little paranormal and see if we could get any activity. And record it, of course, and put it up on my YouTube. We had 3 lots of activity that night, and we were only there about half an hour.
Really?
Yep. I've actually got it written down. I didn't realise until after we got home the next day. I listened to the live again with headphones on because they recommend when you're recording it to wear headphones when you re-listen to it because you'll hear better with the headphones.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote down the actual intervals on where there was activity on that live. And it wasn't until we did a bit of a history of the building, and what it is, there's the female, the wife of the homestead. She likes to stand at the window of the homestead and look out the window and peer over to the city. That was her most favorite thing to do while she was still alive.
Oh, wow.
So if you ever get bored and you want to hear some stuff, go over to my channel and you'll see in my list there's Altona Homestead.
So it's the Altoona Homestead.
Yep. When I can find my book, I think I must have it out here. I think the first lot of activity was at about 5 minutes. And
really? So you got activity 5 minutes into being there?
Yeah, 5 minutes into doing a live, I had activity. You could just hear it through that, like if you listen with the headset.
Yeah.
Where was it? No. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, 5 minutes or 15 minutes, 30 seconds was the first lot. Then again at 17 minutes, 45 seconds, 22 minutes, 30 seconds. And I think there was another one at 23 minutes, 51 to 52 seconds. But that one was a bit hard to work out.
Oh, you couldn't really make out what it was saying?
Yeah, it was a bit hard to judge whether it was activity or it was just some other noise.
Oh. Well, that's scary. I don't like that either. I don't know. But especially pretty much as soon as you get there, you start getting, feedback. That's impressive. It's also scary, but I find it impressive.
And that was our first time out there too, and our actual only first paranormal that we'd ever done.
Wow, that one was?
Yep.
So is it just is it just you and Aussie that go?
Yeah, just us two, yeah.
Just you two, right?
Yep.
Is it big in paranormal and all, everything associated it's a big thing here in the States. Is it as big there in Australia or is it kind of more
it's getting there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize till recently just how many people do actually believe in it. I found a few pages on Facebook. I've got an Australian Paranormal Down Under or something, and that's a big group, and there's lots of people in there.
Mm-hmm.
Always talking about some type of experience or stuff like that. And it wasn't until recently that I don't remember where it was, but someone actually captured the soul leaving the body.
Just leaving the body.
Leaving the body.
Oh my!
You could clearly see it in the picture. There was a dead body on the ground, and you could see like a white apparition coming off the body and going up.
That's okay. That's scary. That's apparitions, but like when you see them in a picture, it's cool. But to actually witness any type of apparition moving, oh God, I don't know. I'd be.
If you want to watch something really freaky, have a look for a documentary called Sir No Face.
What's it called?
Sir No Face.
Sir No Face?
Yep, Sir No Face.
That
was done
scary.
by the dude that was sanctioned by the Australian government to do Cockatoo Island. He was sent out there to debunk the theory that there was possession, spirits on the island. Now he set up all his equipment. Different things happen. He goes through it through his documentary, but it's not until he actually gets into what used to be the captain's quarters on the island
Okay.
that he set the equipment up, and he actually filmed something peering out from around the door and just staring. And it was hard to actually make out what it was, so that's why it's called Sir No Face. Now, after that was filmed and done, a guy from the US that he's actually friends with, I don't remember his name, actually tried to debunk him to say that he'd put it on, it was all fake footage and everything else. Now, this guy from the States, he actually went to some film directors and things like that, and they ran it through their equipment, and it come back that it wasn't forged, and whatever was filmed was actually filmed.
Oh, that gives the hair standing up on my arms. Yeah, I just think that people that want to debunk it, and I just think you're messing with bad stuff by doing that. Like, let it be, whatever, whether it is or isn't. Like, I just think the debunking, and then if you don't debunk it and you find out you're messing with something really evil, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Right? That's just the way, I look at it that way. I just, you have to respect them, especially like they say when you're in Gettysburg, like, when they're there and they're doing their investigations, they're forever saying like, we brought you, here, come closer. We brought you water. We're not here to fight. We're here in peace. Like, they're very respectful. Anything I've seen it, because they've gotten some pretty crazy apparitions of soldiers, and the spirit boxes is unreal. Like, it the one time it didn't want it to go, like it was almost begging them, don't go. It was saying hurt, leg hurt. So it was a wounded soldier, and Steve was like, whatever you need, we're here, we'll take care of it for you. And then he was saying like fix, like as it fixed my leg. Like, he said here, and they had beer, and they just poured beer like onto the grass, but they were respectful of it. And I thought, like, that's kind of the way you better be, or you don't really know what the hell you could do.
No, that's right.
People that just that think it's funny, it's you could do some real damage messing around with stuff like that.
You could, and a lot of people don't know either, so they don't think anything and they just continue on.
Jesus. And when my mother was still alive, in our attic, from those people was a Ouija board. How weird is that? And
Ouija board, shoo.
And guess what she did? She just threw it in the garbage.
Yeah, those things can be a dangerous.
Yeah, I said I can't believe, because they were an old couple. I said, I can't believe the Angelellas had a Ouija board. She said, I can't either. She was at church every, like, she when I was little, she would go to church during the week. I said, that's just weird. So we don't know then what could have been going on here. You don't know. Like, they were old time, came right from Italy. They were superstitious. Like, I don't know. I don't. They had a child that had died as well, a stillbirth. So then you wonder, maybe, I don't know. Were they trying to get in contact? Who knows? But that was a Ouija board, and it wasn't. It wasn't ours. It was old. I really wish I gave it to him. We have an historical museum here. I really wish I did. But my mother just threw it away. I'm like, you just threw it away? You're supposed to. I was about 16. I'm like, I'm supposed to burn it. She's like, get the hell out of here. Burn it. And then anytime bad was happening, I'm like, the Ouija board. The Ouija board's talking. We shouldn't have burned it. She's like, stop. But don't. I always tell him, I said, don't ever, which he would never, but he's like, get the hell out, never.
Sounds like there's always been some activity at your place.
I think so. I do. I think a lot of the homes around here, and there was one other home other than the Smurl's house. There was one other home which is about 2 blocks from us, that the Catholic Church also did go into and did an exorcism. And it was a girl that I was friends with as little, and we were good friends. She had a baby when she was 19, and cute apartment. I went and visited her one time, went another time. She comes home one day from work. Her entire kitchen, every cupboard's open. The chairs are not, like, they're all over the place. She thinks Ralph, her boyfriend, is playing games. She calls him. He's like, "What the? I've been at work all day." She's like, "Every cupboard's open and the chairs are all over." And he said, I haven't been home. I left work for work before you." And she's like, okay. I'm scared. And he's like, just don't worry about, he's like, "It's an old house. God knows everything. All these houses are cold. There's coal mines under all of us." And she's like, "Coal mines don't open cupboards. Let it go. Let it go." Well, then one day she said it smelled like, and this was in the baby's room, like pigs, like in a pig. There's a certain smell, like, what a pig pen smells like.
Yeah. I grew up on a farm, so
She said, and immediately I all I thought was dirt, like pigs and pig shit. She said I had to shut. It was the worst smell ever. She said I had to shut the door. The baby wasn't in the room. She said the baby's crying. She said I started to cry then, because by that point she said I realized, like, something's going on here that shouldn't be. And then the final thing was on a Saturday when she put the baby to bed, and all of a sudden that baby's door, it closed, but it not only closed, it locked. The baby's in the crib. Now yes, he kicked it in. Ralph literally kicked it right in. Like, within, she said, she thought somebody got in the house. She said, "Somebody just locked the door. The baby's in there." He literally kicked it in. The baby's standing up, like, wide awake, just standing at the crib. Wasn't harmed or anything. She said, "We are getting out of here." And he's like, "Not we." They called the priest. And it was he was a very nice, we loved this priest. He said, "I'll come myself." He said, he said, "Don't go to the diocese." He said, I'll bless the house." She didn't own it. It was an apartment, but he blessed it. And he said, "I'm going to go now." And he told her, he said, "I have a terrible headache." And she said, we're not going to, she said, "We have to get out." And 2 weeks later, they were living with her mother. But that house, he said, I don't do exorcism, but whatever he did, and he was there quite a while, but he said, "I have to leave now." He said, "I got to be honest with you. I have quite a headache. Be careful." Like, he was concerned. He said, "Just be careful. You have the baby." And when she told him about the pig, he said, "That's not good. That's not good, Erica." Her name was Erica. He said, "That's not good." And, then she told him about the cupboards, and he said, did you sign a lease to be here? She said, "We pay month to month." And he said, "What are your plans?" And she said, "Oh, what are my plans? I'm going home." And that was it. And that in part, it's a huge house, a double block. No one's ever moved in since. It's abandoned now, but I can't even imagine. She said, and the last day when they were moving out, wouldn't you know, again, that fucking pig smell. The pig smell.
Nope.
Yeah, she used to think at night that she was losing her mind, she said, because she would hear it was almost like snorting. It wasn't snoring. She's like, an animal snorting that would wake me up, and I'd be thinking I'm dreaming. So now I know whatever the hell that smell was not human, and I was hearing something that wasn't human. She said, twice it happened. She'd wake up Ralph. He'd be like, "Oh," like Ralph was ready to lose his mind, but because he didn't smell, when she was home alone, when it smelled like that. But when the baby, boom, shut and locked. It happened so fast. And he was just one room away, and she just screamed, "Somebody is in the baby's room. The door is locked." He kicked it in. Like, whatever it was, wouldn't have even probably had time to do anything. But nonetheless, when she put the baby in the crib, the baby was sound asleep. He kicked the door right in, but the baby was already up, like wide awake, looking around, like, you know, not crying, but somebody, that door just didn't close. And not only they would so we don't close the baby. We don't close the baby's door.
Nope.
They had a baby monitor. She said, baby was only taking a nap. She said, I wish I had that. They had like the little screen monitor. She said, I wish I had it on. I said, maybe not. I'm happy you didn't.
Yeah.
I said, I'm happy you didn't. But yeah, and they moved in with her mother. And she, you know, she said, never, you know, there has not been anything since, but also there's never been anybody that's moved into that place. So I think something that, you know, this whole area was the coal mines. So all of our houses, we are really literally, these houses were built above the coal mines. And
yeah, well, back in the day, there would have been a lot of people on those coal mines. Exactly the same
right.
as-
And Mr. Angelello was one of them. That it was the Knox. If you look it up, it's spelled Knox, the Knox mine disaster, and
Yeah,
he was one of the men that died. It collapsed on them. So he didn't have he didn't have a good death. He wasn't ready to die.
no, that's right.
Yeah. So
If you want the app I use, it's called Ghost Hunting. Now, it's a light blue square with a picture of a hand in the square.
mhm.
And it's a free app you can download. I don't know about on Androids, but it's a free app for Apples. And all you do is you just bring that up. And if you think you've got a spirit, you just sit in the room and ask it questions, things like, are you male, are you female, young, old, your name, things like that. And if you do get any responses, it'll bring up like a list for you, like what I had when we did our activity with the ones here in Victoria.
So I'm not inviting any trouble by talking.
No, you're not inviting. It sounds like you've already got spirits in your house anyway. All that's doing is trying to communicate with them.
Okay.
It's not inviting anything. You're only inviting them if you get the 3 knocks on the door and you open the door.
Yeah, I am so happy. Thank God my father didn't. Really, he just, I mean, he probably got a little scared thinking, who the hell is there? Like, nobody comes in there, and you can't come in there because there's 2 screen doors, first of all, that are locked. And then there's the big door, and that's locked. So you can't get in there anyway. He's like, and when I moved the curtain, he goes, there was nobody there. He said, I think I'm losing my mind. He said, but it was loud, boom, boom, boom. And that's why I remember, because he's like, boom, boom, boom. And I was like, Dad, oh my God, what the hell? And then I went, it's August 31st. It's your anniversary. He said, he said, I didn't go today. I didn't put flowers for Mom. I said, what? He said, that was your mom. It had to be your mother. I said, that was Mom telling you, don't forget about me. And we were like in the car so fast. Let's get roses. Hurry. And we put roses on the grave. And then the whole way home, he said, isn't that something? I said, it really is. It really is.
Well, after we did our paranormal with this mob in Victoria, Aussie and I actually went out and we now have a certificate for paranormal activity so we can run our own. And it wasn't until we did that we actually found out about those 3 knocks being a demon.
Wow. You've had some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
You've had some crazy stuff. And Aussie, you're not afraid of any of it too. Like you're right there with them, huh?
Yeah, she loves it just as much as I do. As long as I don't get taken over again, she's pretty much happy.
Don't do that. Please don't come home with any attachments. And I never heard of that. And when she said I came home with an attachment, I said, what the hell are you talking about? And she said, I came home with something I didn't buy. It wasn't a souvenir. I said, what do you mean? She said, like, it was something bad. She said, I wasn't sick. I wasn't mean. I didn't go to work. She said, and then I knew, like, I have to, and I forget her name. She said, and she told her, you have to come over now. They showed her the video, and the lady was like, whoa. And when she said, I slept the next day 11 hours, she said, and then the bookstore picture. And so they did whatever they had to do. But it did, it scared the heck out of her, just because she said, what I felt, I can't really even describe it, but it's like, it's like the craziest feeling. I don't ever want to feel that again, ever. She said, because I feel like if it ever happened again, I'd end up dead. I said, what do you mean? She said, it almost like I would have walked. She said, if I was outside, like I would have walked into traffic. She's like, I really was oblivious to anything. Like, my mother said, I opened up the refrigerator, took out orange juice, put it on the counter, and then went back in the room to bed. Like, just doing wacky stuff. She
Yep.
said, and she said, I don't remember it, but I was not myself. My brother then was just like so scared, like, look at this picture now. I look at the bookstore. You took, we got to, and she said, call, I forget her name. She said, she has to come now. And the lady, especially when the lady saw the picture from the last bookstore, she said, oh, okay. She's like, oh yeah, honey, we're gonna, we'll take care of it. But then the next day, she said, I didn't go to work. She said the next day either, because I felt like I ran a marathon, and
Yep.
just, I was out for the count. I couldn't get enough water in my system. She said, and all I did all day was eat. I was just so hungry. I said, oh my God, that's just crazy. But I mean, she's always had that, like, almost like a clairvoyant, there is a clairvoyant part to her, like, where there is something there. She has some kind of a gift. When she does read cards, it scares the hell out of me. She's spot on. But I don't like some of the, like, she's like, oh, I made a candle spell today. I'm like, don't say the word spell, and don't, she's like, no, we're good witches. I'm like, no, don't say witch. She said, no, I said, please be careful. You could have really gotten hurt at the Cecil Hotel. She said, that part scares me. She's like, the lady, the sound of the high heels, she's like, they were so fast. She said, I kept thinking, like, this woman is walking so fast. Like, why isn't she passing me out? She said, because they were on, like, the 8th, and her brother on the video was so mad, because he's like, I can't believe we're not taking the elevator. She's like, but I was almost walking like a zombie, just walking up the steps. But I just kept thinking, why doesn't this person pass me out? Like, it was loud, fast, heels walking. She said, that I remember. It's not like you hear it on the video, but he said you were like, you kept looking on your side. He said, and I was just behind you recording it. He said, but man, you would not even talk. He said, you didn't like get your pajamas on and like crawl into bed. He's like, you flopped like on the bed like you were drunk, which you weren't. And then he said, the next morning, I tried to wake you up, and you were like, not you, and said, leave me alone, basically. And he went out on his own, touring around, and 11 hours later, she didn't even know what day it was. So that hotel really, the manager, that when they did that Cecil Hotel documentary on Netflix, which I thought was really good. I mean, she doesn't work there anymore, but she said, I learned a lot there. And they said, do you think it's haunted? And she said 100%.
Yeah, right.
I want that. Oh, and then they interview the people with the ones that drank the water when Elisa Lamden was found. Oh God, those poor people. They were from Canada, and they thought they got a deal by staying there. They're like, it wasn't the nicest hotel, but it was really basically just a place to sleep and change. She said, but we not only were we drinking that water, we were brushing our teeth, we were showering with it. And we were kept telling them about it, and then finally they knock on the door and tell us we have to leave. And then when they found out what happened, That's on you. It is on YouTube. I'll find it. Like the girl, like she was crying. She's like, when I think of what we drank now, and
Yeah,
he just said, don't think about it. But it's sad. Like the way they described it. Like she's like, we brushed our teeth, we drank that water, and there, she said, and that girl was floating. She was dead. She was dead for days. And I'm like thinking, I can't even imagine. I can't. And how bad it smelled, because she was telling the managers that she's like, you got it, whatever it is. She said, like it was, so vile and putrid, the smell, but it was so brown. And that's when they stopped drinking. So we had to stop drinking, but we were still showering with it. She said, and that that alone. And then they asked, like, did you sue them? And then the husband or boyfriend just said that's nothing we would like to want to speak about. So they probably are.
I wouldn't blame him, but I'm gonna have to love you and leave you because my phone's about to die.
Well, thank you so much though for being here, because I love everything. I love all your stories. You are welcome here.
Hopefully you can get some sleep tonight, and hopefully the people that tuned in were going to be able to get some sleep.
I think so. I hope. I mean, I might sleep with the light on, but I'll sleep. I'll be all right. You guys are awesome. Love you too.
Aussie said next time she'll come up.
Okay, cool. Because I want to talk about SeaWorld and all that stuff with her, so we'll do that next time.
Yeah, she'll do that with you, not a problem.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Spirit, so much.
No worries. You enjoy the rest of your night, and hope your life goes good.
You too. Have a great day. Love you.
Bye. Love you too.
Bye.
Yep.
All right, guys. That was pretty good. I'm so happy he came up. I'm a little scared, but that's all right. I'll get over it. Wait, did Detective... I don't think Detective answered us to let us know if everything was all right. Captain, we have a detective. I don't know if you've seen him in any chats. That Detective Turtlegum. He had to go. He said he'd be back. Now, he goes on panels, and he sits on panels, but he doesn't speak, which I find funny. But he had to go over, he said, to NC's because he had a bone to pick, or something happened that they wronged him or something. And then he came back, but we asked him, everything okay? And did you sort it out and stuff? But I don't know. He came back and said, the world is socialist. What is that? Why? I don't even know what the hell that means. But I don't see him now, so I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe is Natasha still live? Let me see. Let me look here. I wish Dolly was still live, so we would go in there and love bomb him. Let me see though. Oh wait, because I'm not. What is it? Recline with her? I think recline. I can't keep up with all the. I think it said she streamed 2 hours. She's 6 hours. No, she's not. She has a couple channels though. Let me see this one. No, it wouldn't be on her true crime one. That's like the recliner queen, maybe. Okay, Granny's panties got twisted. What the hell is that? No, that was 3 weeks ago. No, I don't know. I don't know where he went. It doesn't look like anything really bad happened, which is that's a good thing. I mean, it's her live tonight was what's your problem, so I don't know if that was towards him. I hope not, but but that says 6 hours ago, so he wouldn't have. Could have been. You never know. I don't see him I don't see that he was in the chat though or anything. At least he came back. Let us know. Captain, what's going on in your neck of the woods? Everything okay? I know you defend women, and I had to say when I said that time, because I had it done to me, like leave, especially leave parents and kids out of it. Any beef you have with anybody, please, you have some sense, guys. Right? And leave parents, especially elderly parents and kids, out of it. and keep it moving. Stay in your own lane. I'll stay in mine, and that will be all right. It's been rough. It's been really rough, which is awful. But I don't know. But you are I know you're an advocate for women, which is really a wonderful thing. And I know AJ loves you to death, so she's always, no matter what happens, at least you've got, she has a friend. It's just even just knowing you have someone there that will, if it's something really bad, that you can even just call to talk. It's just that feeling alone makes me feel better. So you are, I have to say, I don't have to agree with everything, or or I can, but I like the fact that you're very passionate and you care when you have a friend. It just shows you're very loyal. So that's, to me, that that's a good thing. You're an Aussie. You're a stand-up mate. Let me see here. Molson must have fell asleep. Oh, Teresa even came back in. Molson was drinking. He probably passed out. Molson's gonna be on what did he say? Yeah, I'm alone. No, I'm alone upstairs. My dad's downstairs, but I have every freaking light on. and I'll keep the TV on too. Molson said he's gonna be live tonight on he put the channel in there with Jen, I think it's Jen Lou. They're going to be talking about, and I didn't know if there is a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre that I think he said that was on Netflix. I'm not sure. I like the first original one, and I never really got into the other ones, but he said that was tonight. So yeah, it's Sunday. And I think Jen Lou's, I can't remember. It's in the chat. He did put it down. And I dropped Teresa's link. I dropped Dolly's link. Captain drop. You got yours in, right? Steph, make sure you drop yours. Everybody got theirs in, which was really nice. I'm happy. We had a really, really nice group tonight. Mark Workin came, which was really nice. Just missed John. John wasn't here. John wasn't here tonight, but he could have been. I don't know who. I don't know where. Maybe I don't know if Surviving maybe had a. Did they have a live? Did she have a live? Maybe he was over there. But I didn't think so. Maybe he actually got sleep tonight, because he's always helping. He's helping everywhere. Yeah, horror movie. I mean, I love horror movies, Cap. I love them, but the other stuff, like the paranormal, scares. Even though I do love it, it scares the shit out of me. Then, it was awesome, Aussie. I'm so happy Spirit came up. That's some weird stuff, and the scratches on the back are scary. That scares me. That something touched you and made that mark. So that's like crazy. Now, when you come on, we're talking SeaWorld, we're talking whales, we're talking animals. I'll pull up YouTube, the hunts. We're gonna look at all that, because that's pretty neat that you work there. I still can't believe it. I didn't, and like I said, I didn't even know there was a SeaWorld in Australia. I only thought they were here. That's how I'm not naive, but I just didn't know. So that'll be interesting. What do you guys doing today? You have anything planned? Are you doing any videos? I always catch you at I never catch a live, but I always make sure to go. Always yeah, and rude too, but it's probably just because of the time. But I always make sure to watch the replay and leave comments. My dad's been, in and out of the hospital the past month, so if I missed any lives, I apologize, but that's why. I always support your channels, and you guys know that I love you. You send me the pics. Oh, cool. Oh, got it. I don't know. I'm alone. Rue said scary. T knows I'm scared. I don't know if should I look. There's scary pictures. Should I look? Oh God, Rue, how quick could you be here? 27 hours. 27 hours later, Rue and his cat could show up. I'm not doing vids. It's yeah. Oh, it's brutal for you too. Are you getting? Are you okay? Like you're all right, right? Like I hope. Is everything okay? I mean, you commentate, but are they giving you a hard time with that? I mean, geez, has YouTube decided they're going to actually look at their terms of service? They didn't look at them when someone doxed me and my father, 84-year-old father. Why start now, right? They let dangerous things happen, and I don't know what they're waiting for until what, somebody stalked, somebody comes to my house, somebody goes to we're women, we're single mothers. People know that. It scares me. It scares the hell out of me. Oh, you're working on a new one with the girl from the convoy. Wow. Against the man. Really? That sounds it. Oh, that'll be good, Aussie. Against the mandates. How are you guys with masks? Like Rue and Aussie. Are they making you we don't have to anymore? But I mean, you still see people, of course, wearing them. But my dad, with the cancer, he was the first to get vaccinated, and as a healthcare worker, I had to get. Me and my brother are both we had to be vaccinated, or we wouldn't have a job. They're pretty tough with that. Like the truckers are giving them a run for their money. I saw in Michigan, they blocked the trucks that cross from Michigan into Canada, which is horrible. But their practice, their statement is like, if we don't want to get a vaccine, it's our body, and we should be in charge of it. So it's been kind of rough. It's been pretty rough for them. I don't know what's going to happen with that. It's weird. It's weird when I saw it. I'm like, they actually it's a convoy of trucks that you can't cross from Michigan into Canada. So, and they were like, oh, the cops are going to come now and move them. Well, how the hell are the cops going to move 15, 18 wheelers? That's just not going to happen. Oh yeah, Captain will sub to you. Absolutely. Captain, what else are you gonna do? Who else? You got it. There's more. Who else is bothering people? There's more out there. We lost the mask last night, but most have been. And what about the vaccine? Did you where are they at with that? Is it healthcare workers, teacher, everyone? Because you guys are usually pretty organized. You're not that we're not, but it seems like a whole other world. No, not yet. No, not YouTube doing things. Oh no, the group who's targeting others. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Like what fake accounts? I don't. Oh God, Jesus Christ. I can't deal with it again. Last year was bad. And 5 years and up. Okay, I see. Last year was terrible. I can't handle anybody doing anything like that again. I targeting and being attacked. I can't. Yeah, you do. I know. Oh yes, you do. You do the true crime. Anytime I would love you to come on panels too, because everybody loves when you show up. If you have any good. I love cold cases. I'm so intrigued by them, and I mean, I don't know what Aussie has. I'm also going to do a a whole thing on the Bee Gees because I love them. Every person that's bad. Oh no, stop. Are you kidding me? Oh, Captain, this is really you though, I hope, right? This better really be you. I love you. If somebody's playing you, no, you always come at this time. This is you. There's no way. This is you. Is it that it's that whole group that I think I know who you're talking about? That enjoy. It's almost like professional acting. What's going on? It's it's scary. It's just scary that anybody would go so far as to really want to like ruin somebody's channel. I'm not working. My channel's not monetized yet. I would like it to be someday. Who wouldn't like it to be someday? But nonetheless, what if this right now, if I didn't have my dad and not living here, where would I be? And like, if I was monetized and somebody like really screwed with my channel, would that make them happy? Like she lost her channel? Yeah, it probably would. And that makes me sick. If that's what's going on. No, you don't need to say it. But I'm sorry for whatever's going on. I don't like to see that. I hate it. I don't like seeing anybody messing with channels. You want to speak your piece on your own channel. That's one thing. But when you start infiltrating into other channels, man, that people are crossing into muddy territory, and that's not, and it's dirty and it's so unfair. You don't know, like, God, it doesn't matter where you go. Somebody could be pissed off. I forget where the hell I went. I don't know if anyone's even heard of it was somebody by the name of Whistleblower. And it was the first time I went into Granny's watching. And she was just talking about her grandmother, or it was a story. It was a story about recovery. That's what it was about. That's why I went into it, because Molson said she's talking about recovery. It's interesting. So I went in, and she said hello to me. I don't know. I'm a one woman show. Like I'm not with any channel. I don't talk about people. Whistleblower goes, oh, you better watch Curious Rose. She's the one behind all this drama here. Now, first of all, the mods already got rid of her so fast, but I had in big capital letters. I don't know who the hell you are, Whistleblower. I've never even been in this chat. Nonetheless, I don't know what drama's even going on, nor would I ever start it. And then somebody's like, don't worry, we already got rid of them. But I thought, I don't know why I feel like I've seen Whistleblower. Like I feel like I've seen that name somewhere. I don't know where, but I thought, oh yeah, that's me causing all the drama. I that couldn't be further from the truth. And if I was involved in something, I would just say like I'm involved, or I'm so and so's friend and whatever. But bullshit, like you, yeah, big scamming. And I don't mess with them. So I thought, okay, it can't be them. Went into Granny's. Like I said, it was real good. It was talking about recovery. But to say that isn't somebody, I think everybody was very nice when I came in. They were like, great, oh my God, it's so nice for you to see you. Obviously, whoever that person was there wasn't really there for Granny, and I think was just looking to cause trouble. But nonetheless, it really bothered me. It just bothered me, even because just for a second, people read that and it said, she's behind, and it put all the drama. Every channel is fighting with each other. Oh yeah, I'm that powerful. I don't bother anybody, and I like to see everybody succeed. So it pissed me the hell off. They got rid of her so fast anyway, which was nice, but I thought, I'm just going to ask around. Maybe somebody will be like, oh yeah, I've seen Whistleblower somewhere. I don't know why. I think I've seen it somewhere. I haven't seen it since. But it bothered me. They all follow everyone around. Well, then that's what it is. All the old ones enter new. Jesus Christ. Well, then that's what it is. They're following. Yeah, that's what it is. Then they're following, and I don't. That's friggin' nuts. That I mean, really, that's scary. Get a goddamn life. If you're really that either nasty or bored that you're gonna follow like somebody like me or somebody like say like an AJ who has a son, single, working. We're just trying to do our best, and it sucks. It just sucks. When you have to defend yourself, and I don't even know who the hell whistleblower is, and I know for a fact whistleblower doesn't know me, and luckily the chat knew, like, no, she does. Rosemary has nothing to do with all this, and they got rid of her. Everybody pretty much didn't even say anything. Like, she was just gone. Like, they just got rid of it, but it made me mad. Yeah, that's what Molson said, because I texted Molson. I said, I'm gonna kill you. The first time I'm in this chat, somebody just said that I'm behind all the drama. He goes, you? I went, yes. He goes, I'll kill them. I went, well, don't worry, they're already gone. But I said it was just crazy. And he said, yeah, but he said they come in, they come in a lot of those. They come in Teresa's channel and just say crazy stuff. But I was just worried because when I was doxxed on Sagacious's channel last year, the person started out nice to me, and within 2 minutes, all of a sudden said, I have all the information on a Curious Rose and her family, which I'll be releasing tomorrow. And I'm thinking, what are we, the first family? Like, what, releasing information? And then they're like, yeah, the mafia. And I'm like, and this was Jesse Marshall, and we were, as fast as we were deleting it, she had to have had at least 5 devices. You couldn't get rid of it, no matter what she wrote. You'd get rid of it. Right below it wrote another thing, then my name, my phone number, my age, my occupation, where I work, then below it, my poor father's name, home address, home phone number, and that he has cancer and is ill. Who the hell is that crazy to even look up all that information? I mean, that's nuts. And we were getting rid of them. Sagacious, she goes, and she's going, Rose, you're a mod. You can get rid of them. I said, but it's your channel. Only you gotta block them out. And I woke up the next morning. Oh God, it was still all there. I'm like, Sagacious, there's that person that's still all there. She's like, I got rid of it. I said, no. You know how many times that person showed up? I said, it's still there. And then she got rid of it. But I thought, oh my God, all night long, all that information was there. Like, people are crazy. And it was at a time when all that was, going on, Captain with the rabbit and all that Jesus Christ, I had nothing to do with, but so few of us got sucked into it, which was horrible. And the stuff that happened was horrible. But I just couldn't believe that fucking whistleblower. I thought, you're in a chat, aren't you here to try to listen to somebody talking about recovery, or are you in here trying to troll anybody that comes in that you feel like trolling? And obviously that's what it was. Oh, that Jesse, what do you got it, Captain, you got to help me with that one. I would love to know, because 3 times she went into 3 different channels with my name. Mandy C, Sagacious, and I don't know if it was Rabbit or if it was LLD, but yeah, this just insane stuff. And then, like, but then right after she doxed me, she went into Save Robbie's and said that one of Save Robbie's friends, which he's no longer friends with, is a pedophile. Oh my God. Like, are you out of your mind? Like, I messaged that creator. I said, you need to get on Save Robbie's right now. Even though you're not friends with them anymore, the person that doxed me really bad last night is really, really doxing you. He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, you got to get on there right now. And when he went on and saw what it was like, holy cow. And then she showed up that night on Mandy C's, but Mandy C doesn't have she doesn't have moderators, and B, she doesn't look at the chat, so it was just there. I ended up getting a text from somebody that I used to mod with at a different group, and she's like, Jesse, there's a Jesse Marshall here, doxing you. I said, where? And she said, I said, did she get rid of it? She said, well, it took a while because she doesn't ever look at the chat. And I mean, I immediately private messaged her. I'm like, who the fuck is that? And that's when she said, she said she said she tried to come backstage then, and then she said it came up as, you know who, e.g. I said, are you kidding? She said, that's what it came up as. I said, A, you got to pay attention to your chat better because it's not safe. And get some mods. You need some mods. I don't think she's on anymore. I think either she's taking a break or whatever. Good for her. But I was upset that, an old old friend of mine that was in the chat basically had a call to let me know, because it's like it's still there, and I'm like, oh, for the love of God, I can't take much more of this. What's wrong with this person? Like, this person is really sick in the head. And what she put in Mandy's was, let's all give love to Curious Rose. Her father's very sick and she cares for him. Send them a card and put my name, my father's name, and where we live and everything. Like, I thought, oh my God, it was it was in her channel, but it was under Jesse Marshall. This person's troll account goes by Jesse Marshall. But yeah, that's what she put in Mandy's was, oh, let's show Curious Rose love. Everybody send her a card, and then boom, my name, my dad's name, where we live, and that my dad has cancer, and that I take care of him. I was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening. And she hit up a couple places. She could hit up quite a few. She made her rounds. Now, then she went under Jane Doe, and she tried again to get in Mandy's, and it did show up as EG, which I'm not saying the name. I'm just saying that's what Mandy said. I don't know if it's true or false, but I don't know if anyone has seen any Jesse Marshall since. But I was upset. I was scared. In my mind, I thought, what do you want to happen? Like, A, something as stupid, but what? Somebody send me a box full of shit? Or B, somebody come here and what? Knock on the door or try to hurt my I mean, I took it to not only our local police, but I took it to our cyber web at the FBI up in Iran, and I gave it to them. I had to. I gave them everything that I had information wise, and they said, all right, and if this happens again, get any pictures of it you can immediately and call us. But then I took some time off too when my son ended up in COVID after that, but it wreaked such havoc. I was just upset for my father. Like, I had to go and tell him. Like, he barely knew I had a channel. I'm like, on my channel. Like, he thinks I just listen to channels. He's like, oh, okay. I go, well, something good didn't. I said something not good happened. Someone said our names, and he's like, oh. I went, no. I said, like, they said our names so that, like, our names and where we live and our house number, and that you have cancer. And he's like, why would anybody do that? And I said, I don't know, Dad. I said, I'm just saying, keep the doors locked. He's like, well, I always do. I said, well, we just need to be a little extra cautious. So, that was in June, I want to say, May, maybe May. And it was, the weird thing is, it was the day my Shih Tzu, poor little Shih Tzu, died in my arms. It was, I could cry. It'll be a year in May. And I came home from the vet, like they were, going to cremate it. I had his collar and I saw that Sagacious was live, but I saw that like a bunch of people that I knew were in there, and I thought, let me just go anywhere where I know people, and I won't just be here like crying and alone. And but here my dog just died and I get doxxed. I'm like, you mother effer, like what next? And I had put in the chat, I'm like, everyone's like, hey, how are you? And I'm like, Rocky died. I'm just not good. I'm happy I'm here, blah, blah, blah. But when they did that, and and John Leahy was like, I'm sorry, Rose. He's like, people are just crazy and so mean. I'm like, I said, I thought it was like a robot that just kept spitting out the information. And somebody else said, I couldn't keep, I said, none of us could keep up. There was about 7 moderators, and for every time we deleted it, it kept coming back. And then finally it didn't, but at least 5 devices. That's what scared me. I'm like, that's not a stable person, first off. And you have 5 devices, and you just keep sending the same. And then the last one was, and I have pictures that will be released tomorrow. Who am I, Pamela? Am I Pamela Anderson? And you're gonna release the tape of me and Tommy Lee? What do you like? You have pictures of nothing. If you have pictures of me, I have pictures of me on my Facebook and on my YouTube. I don't care about pictures. You're nuts, is what you are. You're just nuts. She's like, your last name is, and she said my last name, Chandra. She put Chandra. Your mob. It's in the movie The Irishman. I said, I already talked about that. That was my father's relatives who are dead, and we, it's a whole new world, and there is no more mafia. She's like, yeah, okay. When I look into it, I'll let everybody know. I said, let everybody know what? I said, that was a great movie. I said, I thought it was a great movie. Martin Scorsese did a great job. And then that's when she said, and I'll be releasing all the the information and pictures tomorrow. And that's when I put, am I Pamela Lee? Like, where's Tommy? Like, was our sex tape stolen? You fucking idiot, for even saying some releasing the pictures of what? And please do. And then no pictures were released, but that was the start of Jesse Marshall. And then from there, she was like, she was telling a couple people off, but I was watching what she was saying, and it was all fixated on the fight that had just happened between RD, EG, LLD. And I'm like, why is this person, like, where's this person going with this? Because one of the mods said, we're not talking about that, Jesse. Like, that's over and done with, and that's not any of our business. And then that's when she said, then maybe it might have been to Kelly the Advocate, oh, you were so nice to blah, blah, blah. And then they turn on you, and I'm thinking, what, like, where are we going with this conversation? And then it's like, oh, Curious Rose is here. Everybody loves her. You're so sweet, Curious Rose. And the first thing I put was like, thank you. I'm thinking, thanks. And then boom, the next scene was, don't trust Curious Rose. It just went to the complete opposite. And I'm like thinking, what's happening? Because it happened so fast. And Kelly the Advocate was like, don't talk about Rose like that. Whoever you are, get the hell out of this group. And that's when it just started. She just let loose. And I was like, holy shit. We can't even keep up with delete. I felt naked. I felt like, like you have a dream, like you're in the, they tell you to just think of your teacher at the front of the class with no clothes on. I felt naked, like, oh my God, please. And then when my father and saying he had cancer, then I thought,
you're not well, whoever you are. And yeah, please release my sex tape with Tommy Lee. I'm proud of it. Like as if I was Pam Anderson. Be releasing the photos and your family information tomorrow. I'm thinking, you can't do much more harm than what you just did. You anything else is nothing compared to what you just did to an 84-year-old man. Release away, Jesse's. Go for it, sister. And she didn't. But that she was, she was making her way on the channels, causing a lot of havoc. And then all of a sudden, none. But I don't know where she is. She could pop up at any time. That's what scares the hell out of me. And I've already been doxxed. That's not the point. I just don't like the idea of anybody talking about my father or my son. They have nothing to do with this. I didn't have anything to do with it. But whoever you are, then it's like if they're still going to go on with it, you realize then this person isn't well. Yeah, thank you, Aussie. I was very, very upset with Andy. I'm like, you need mods. I said, you're running an unsafe chat. And, she was not, she was screaming and saying crazy stuff, and which it didn't. I didn't really care. I just think, I hung up or whatever, it ended. But I thought, that is the definition of an unsafe chat right there. You have someone 11 hours ranting and raving and no mods. And that's not good. So it bothered me. And that's why, like I said, once I know who you are and you're in my chat, I like to have especially creators drop the links, but it just takes away the idea of, oh, like when you see people in chats like, you haven't made me a mod yet. Come on, like people like begging for wrenches. I'm thinking, well, these people are acting like they're getting paid. It's like so silly. We're all equal here. Everybody's equal. And and if you're a creator, I want everybody else. I'd like to see everybody else subbing to each other so that we grow. And nobody gives a shit then about the rent. It's nice, everybody has it then. And if I don't catch, some, troll coming through with just stupid stuff, nothing mean. It's all been just like robotic stuff, but you can, some catch it before I do. That's really all I've ever had. So people don't like that, Aussie and Karu. They don't like to see anybody just. I mean, believe me, I come on here to talk about, I suffer depression and anxiety, and there are plenty of lives where I've cried and told my truth on a lot of different things. And I'm, I'm proud of who I am and how far I've come and stuff. So there's nothing you're going to say that could hurt me as far as, depression or anxiety. Most of the world has one or the other. Like, it's pretty common these days, so that's not going to bother me. But I don't like the fact that you're going to talk about my father's health, like as if you want then somebody to come here, was all I kept thinking. And that's why I went to the police. And then they said, we'll make sure we do more night runs. When we do, we'll just make sure we do more night runs around around the neighborhood. And I thanked them and stuff, which it was still crazy. Thank you. Yeah, man, Pee-Pee. No, you didn't. Oh no, Captain. No, this is stuff these are the kinds of things that I usually talk about at this time of the night when it's just a couple of us. But it's just scary stuff, and sometimes it's nice to just get it out and just. I feel like I'm releasing it, like letting it go. But that I didn't know. Molson never saw that whistleblower, and so that's why I was just wondering if anybody else had. But I don't know whose camp they came from. I can't imagine whose camp they came from. I mean, they were saying to Granny to watch out that I caused all the drama. So it's obviously somebody that likes her, but not enough, because the mods got rid of her immediately. So it wasn't a regular. So, to me, it's just somebody, like you said, as, Captain, like
follows you and, like follows stocks and then lays down lies. Oh, well, Spirit has a wrench. Does he not know how to? I'll teach him how to use it. Of course, absolutely, because he did have a wrench tonight. He probably didn't even realize, but it's so easy. All you do is whatever who's ever acting like an asshole, just go on that post, and you could time them out if it's not horrific. Say they met, like say at the beginning, I say, listen, keep creators' names out of it, and I don't want to see any subs bashing other subs in this chat. So if you see that, just time them out and let them, they come back. But if it's something horrible, hide from this channel. That's all you got to know. And then as the creator, I block them. I can block them so that then they're just not allowed back in. Like I said, really, if it's something not horrible, time, it's like a 300. I think it's like I forget 300. Is it a 300 minute? It's like so many minute timeout. I like when some of you see on some of the channels. Oh my god, they'll come back and they'll be mad though. Who timed me out? And I'm thinking, I would, if I was ever timed out of a channel, I wouldn't be coming back ready to fight. Like. Some of the stuff I've seen, I'm serious. I just can't. Oh, thank you, Aussie. Thank you. I love you and Rue. But I could see Rue with your channel, like you said, like what's going on and stuff. We care. That's all. Just you watch your back and but you keep doing your thing. That's all. Like is what you said. You're trying to be an advocate. And what else is there to say? Every channel, I guess, we all at times go through some shitty stuff, but ignoring it is if possible, ignoring it is the best thing to do until you can't anymore. Like if it's something horrible, then you report it because you can't mess with it. You really don't know how crazy these people get. And that's the part that I don't like, was that who we think is that Jessie Marshall then had a community post. Now was saying she wasn't, but had a community post because she found out that somebody was coming to her town that she liked, a concert. And she's like, I'll do anything. I'll scrub your kitchen, blah, blah, blah. I'll be Jessie Marshall if you want me to. And I thought, you are making a joke over something that really brought grief to me. Of course, I don't talk to her. I wanted to say, like, are you kidding me? You like bash people for if they're not sensitive to, things that, you're going through. That name, that name triggers me, and I don't find it funny in the least bit. I wanted to, but I thought, maybe there is more truth to some people telling me who they thought that it was, because I have it narrowed down to kind of like 3 people, all girls, 3 girls, really 2, but I just think it's the one that we all think it is. I think it's probably her, but we'll see. I hope Jessie Marshall doesn't pop up ever again. That's all we need. But next week, next week may get ugly as far as her. If a certain channel has like stuff on her that they're going to talk about, I don't know if Jessie's going to come back to life. I hope not. I certainly hope not. Some people don't realize, the stalkers, it's so scary because it's real, and you don't realize that like this. And this week we were actually in chats, and we'll talk about it. She's real cool. Now I don't watch AD, but one day I was in his chat for some reason, And she reads tarot cards, and so does my friend Rochelle. And Rochelle's like, Roxby gets like such, and she said the amount of money for reading. I said, wow, like that's unbelievable. And she said, I think she's from where you're from. I said, what? And she said my town, my town name. I said, what's her name? And she said it. So there, I go in, and the name of her channel is Tarot Cards by Roxby. And I sent her a private message. I'm like, are we neighbors? And then I looked at it. I'm thinking, that's her. She was a couple blocks away from me. So like, you don't realize how close we all could really be to each other. And that's the scary part of it, is you're putting people in danger. You're putting a lot of people, and calling somebody a sexual perpetrator that has 5 children, that's when you could have CPS knocking at. He could have had CPS knocking at his door, the person that she did that to, that Jesse. Despicable things. Oh, you 5 years now, Rue. Oh my God. And for in all the 5 years, Rue, is it like the past couple months, like, is it the worst? Is it the worst you've ever seen it, as far as how cutthroat it's gotten between a lot of the channels? Do you think it's like pretty rough compared to other years? Because I just started, when we went into quarantine in the summer 2020. So I haven't been here long. You pissed off your stalkers. I love it. Well, that's because you know why? You'll make a video of the stalkers, and what are they gonna? There's nothing they could say then. You pissed them off. I like it. I'll talk about it then and say it, like, who, I don't say who I think it is, but if I do find out who it is, I won't say their last name. I will say their first name, and I will let them know that if you ever do that again, I am pressing charges. What's scary is how quickly you guys can, police records and info. Oh, yeah. I mean, especially, the minute they find out who you are, they're going on that been verified. And they find everything out, right down to your parking tickets. Like, it's that part's so scary. And when I was very naive when I first came on, and somebody at a True Channel asked me to be their partner and to bring kindness into their channel, because it was a rough channel, a lot of fighting, and it was when the Watts case, it was a rough channel. And I said, absolutely. I said, can I do other things? Can we do other things, like talk about like movies and books and music? And she's like, that's what I'd like. I picked 2 people. Like, she had already had the channel, for about a year, but it didn't have many, subs, maybe about 500. But I picked 2 people that I met to be my mods. She had already had mods, but I picked AJ, and I'm not going to even say the other one because I don't talk to her, but that's who I picked. So this was my first live, and she was basically the partner. She was going to introduce me, and let everybody know this is my partner now, and why I was coming on, and blah, blah, blah. I get a call or a text from poor AJ. I can't come on. I'm like, what do you mean? What the hell's going on? And I don't even know I did not know the lingo yet. And she said, I'm being swatted by blah, blah. I said, what? She said, if I come on, he's going to release like all this stuff about me. I'm like, I said, are you all right? I said, it was like 2 minutes to go on. I said, are you safe? And she's like, I'm all right, but I'm just so shook up. I said, okay, let me get through this live, and then I'll call you back. So I tell my partner what was going on. So she knew who it was. And I'm like, AJ can't come on because of this. If she comes on, he's going to have her swatted. And Jesus Christ. So she introduces me. I get to start saying what I'm there to bring, which is like a little bit of lightheartedness, a little bit of, other than talking about that case, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, the glare just showed up on the screen. Okay, now that's why AJ couldn't come to the live that night. Nonetheless, he started out decent, and I didn't know it was him, but I said, okay. He's like, I never said I was gonna SWAT, and I said, or docs. I said, I'm new to this. What do those words mean? So he's probably thinking, oh, this numbnut. He's like, I wouldn't send in like cops to people's house or given their legal name. I said, well, that's disgusting. I would hope not. And Unjustified was on the panel with us. She goes, who is this talking to us? Because his name didn't show up. And Cher said who it was. And so Unjustified said, oh, okay. And I'm thinking, where is he going with this? And I said, well, I don't, I said, I don't like I don't want to talk about her. I said, that's my mom. I picked her, and, this is my first live. So, it's upsetting, blah, blah, blah. And all he said was then, well, I'm sorry, but she's crazy. And I said, okay, we're going to stop there. You're not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. And we're not here to diagnose. And in my mind, I'm thinking, I wasn't, Cher had control of the StreamYard. I'm thinking, why aren't you ending this? Like, this is going really bad. And then at this, like, luckily, as soon as I was thinking that in my head, she just ended it. But that was my first live. I made a video on it. It's in if you look down, it's in mine. Because I went to him then. I was going to try to talk to him, but, he knew then what I was going to say. So I got a lot of views on it. Because it's kind of like, silence is I don't know what it was, but I put his name in the title only because I thought, like, you're picking on people that like me, really, like, you're just picking on people, and the things that you're telling us you're gonna do would scare the hell out of me too. So but then I thought, oh God, like, I'm gonna be on this channel, and he's friends with them, and I don't want anything to be weird, but at the same, I wasn't trying to be his friend. I just wanted him to, like, just say, yeah, I know, that was wrong, and I was pissed off because I would say, like, you ruined my first live, like, what the hell? But he wouldn't even. I texted him. I got his number from somebody, and I just texted him, or I might have just messaged him on his community page just to kind of get in touch with me. And then he said, about what? And I said, about my first live. Oh, it's mine. The name of the title is Dear Glare, Silence is a Virtue, Ambushing My First Live, Child's Play. And it got almost 500 views. But he never responded because he knew he was wrong. He knew he was wrong. And I've never spoken to him. I've never, because when I found out what doxing and swatting meant, I thought those are not words to ever just use, whether it's loosely or like you really are threatening to do that. Like, that is so scary and wrong. So I've never. I've never been in his room chatter. I don't even know I'm not even sure what his channel about, if it's true crime or if it's just commentary. And he's doing this thing, but I hope he grew, from that, and like maybe learn, like, leave chicks alone. Just leave us alone. That's all. He ambushed. I don't even know how he ended up all of a sudden on panel. Like, obviously Cher let him in, but because she knew him, but the minute when he started talking about AJ, I would have just pulled him off. But I didn't have control of the StreamYard, so he got to say quite a bit before finally, but you just hear me say, I'm like, you're not a doctor! You can't diagnose, and I can't diagnose. And then it ended. I was up all night because I was so upset for her. Not for me, for her. Because I thought, to call, you're just calling her like a crazy loon, like saying terrible things. It just, so then in my mind, I'm like, these people are fucking nuts. And then when it happened to me, I was like, the guy was like, oh, go take your pills, you loon. And I'm thinking, are you crazy?
first of all, I'm not embarrassed to say, like, if I take an antidepressant or I'm a nurse, like, people were asking me different things, like, that's nothing to be embarrassed about. But mental illness is a protected group. You might want to watch the things you say about me, because you're saying them about pretty much half or more of the whole country has some type of mental illness, and you're going to get yourself in a situation where you will be sued. You're publicly posting, go take your pills, loon. It made me so nuts, and that's what started about 2 weeks of living hell. And it was all over those other two that were a couple and then not a couple, like that. I didn't even know they were ever a couple, and I thought, what a mess this is. What a mess. But that, that part's over now, and I hope forever. I don't know. Yeah, that's right. He was gonna, he was saying with the FBI and all that. I'm like, for what? What are we doing that we would ever need she's a single mom, like she works. I'm a nurse. She's a nurse. Like, what is the FBI gonna do? What the hell? What are you like? I was so confused that he showed up there. And it was my first live, so I was so goddamn pissed off. So we didn't. Then the next day it was like a redo, and then I was like, "Well, sorry guys, I was here to tell you all that I had come to the channel to bring kindness. Unfortunately, we were ambushed," and they laughed about it. But I said, I'm sure you guys all thought, "Oh, who is this numbnut?" When I had to ask him, "What does doxing mean?" And they're like, "No, you're new. We thought it was cute." I said, well, when I found out what it was, I said, I was horrified. And they're like, and it was at a time where they said, right now, more than doxing, people are being swatted. And because I said, when I had asked him what that is, and when he said what it was, I said, yeah, that's pretty bad. And they said, or they're calling CPS, like if they have kids. And I'm like, wow. Like we're really going real life on like these people. And they said, oh, it's pretty rough, and a couple of them like, be careful. And then within 2 weeks, that channel decided that they could not handle kindness. The kindness is overrated, and I was out. But I thought, then I made my name Curious Rose, and I didn't do anything with the channel, but I started to think about what I wanted to do, and I just did it, and it worked out. I've never ever she made a hate video about me after we cuz she, I just said, this is ridiculous. And it ended, and then I wake up the next day, there's like a hate video of me, which I also then downloaded onto my channel, and it's on my channel with my whole thing on it. So the hate video kind of like it made me laugh, because I just took it and made it mine too, and said like everything she said. I was like, okay, and I had an answer for everything. I thought, wrong, stop. Let's just be honest. And it was cut and dry. Really, after 2 weeks, there was absolutely no need to make an entire video about me. Like, Jesus. But nonetheless, she did. And I just downloaded it and put it on my channel, and then, put my own description of what the fuck was going on. And then people were just like, we're sorry. And I'm like, no, that's fine. She has a following, she has a channel, and she has in her mind whatever her mission statement is. I said, and I created a Facebook group for her. I said, and because I emailed the people that I got into the group, just saying I am no longer affiliated with it, because I was blocked out of it and I didn't know it was going to be. And I just said, I'm no longer affiliated with the group or the channel. I'm going to be doing my own channel in a few months, and I'll let you know. And Bob, that's all it was. And she called. She's like, are you calling and emailing people? And I'm like, yeah, the people that I invited on. I said just to let them know that I'm going to be doing my own channel, and that's when the next morning I woke up and there was the hate video, and I thought, I wasn't emailing people to talk bad about it. I just emailed them to say that we were no longer affiliated and give them a reason why, and just let them know when I do something with the channel, I'll let you guys know. But because I'm blocked out of the group, I just didn't know what it was going to be about. But I didn't want to be affiliated with something that I couldn't see. I don't know what they're putting out. And that was the only reason I did it. I just thought I'm blocked out of there, and I don't know what's in there. But I know everybody knows I'm the one that formed that group, so I was just concerned that it was going to be weird or just sabotaging in any way. So. But that, since then we've I've never spoken. I've never said a bad word about her. I don't talk about her. There's no reason to. There's absolutely no reason. Her channel, she has taken it far. She works very hard, I guess, at whatever. She's got a big following, and so then good for her. And I'm where I'm at. And I'm happy with what I'm doing. And we're two totally different mindsets on what we want, but drama sells. And she's got a big following, a lot, very big following. But like I said, there's room for all of us. You don't need to make a hate video about anybody, really. And nor dox them unless they do something horrible. Let me see. The FBI thing though, that boggled me because I was like, what the hell do they need? What are we doing here? He did it for ages. Okay. Oh my God. He said, see, that's what makes me don't talk about meds. That's what the person that was driving, doing bad things to me, talking about meds and the calm, psycho or loon. Do they they get off on saying that? Dude, you know what? Really, that's their only words, and you look horrible saying them. You look inhumane to even speak like that to a woman. So go for it, have a ball. But remember, it's a protected group, and if I really want to, I have it. I along with everybody else that you're calling that can sue you. So people don't realize, sometimes they don't think before they speak. They just blurt it out, and it's out there then for everybody to see, which isn't cool. Yeah, that's just not cool. You don't ever call anybody a psycho. That's a creator or anything like that. You hate them. Okay, then you hate them. But when we start talking, if you have to either mention somebody's mental status or their looks just to get attention, like you're first of all, you're really fishing because you have nothing else to talk about, and you look horrible. So I just feel like it's gone on a long time for her, and I'd be exhausted. I would be exhausted by now. But having you, with her, I guess, I think in my mind, I would feel like better about just knowing you've got people backing you up. And, I'm Wilson's like, if anybody said anything, so it's like, you just know, like, okay, that person is going to be there. And it makes it better. It doesn't make it better when you wake up and there's a video made about you. Nobody wants that. But I thought by now it would, calm down and be for her. But because there's so many other people fighting. But plenty of people to pick a fight, I guess. Yeah, Rainbow, we're still here. We were talking about just, how unsafe it can get here. And you gotta just be careful about the way you talk about people, what you say, and doxing somebody is not, not cool, and could end up you can end up getting arrested. Oh my God. And I know the one I graduated with, the one FBI, that's it. He's in the cyber unit. He's like, what the, and he knows I'm on. He goes, what the hell are you doing with YouTube? I'm like, there's a quarantine. I was isolated. He's like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I said, I know. He's like, I hope you got rid of the channel. I'm like, well, hell no, I enjoy it. He's like, I said, if it happens again, don't worry. I said, you'll be the first person I call. He said, this better never happen again. Then he said, this is sick stuff. I said, this ain't nothing. This ain't nothing compared to some of the other stuff going on, where there are actual people that are having CPS show up at their door, checking that they have food for their kids and the house, like just horrible things. I said, he's like, I said, I don't watch YouTube. He said, but I certainly have, he goes, this might be my first. I said, oh, I'm happy it's me. No, don't worry about anything. You didn't say anything bad, bro. Yeah, we go marathon here when we go. It's usually at the end. It's usually, I don't know what happened to Molson, Aussie. Spirit gave us some scary paranormal, and then Rue. They're my Aussie people too, so it's a whole different time. Yeah, the CPS, Jesus Christ. You don't mess with that. You mess with a mama bear and a child. That is, and you're taking away time when there's not enough. First of all, there's not enough CPS workers. That should be out really on the cases that need looking into. I hear you. I'm a mod on another channel. Think healing. There's a lot of good there mostly, but sometimes, wow. Yeah, you ladies are, well, I'm not like that. So don't say you ladies. It's not all of us. I don't want that. I would love to just see if somebody doesn't like somebody else. It's just like, go on, you stay in your lane. I'm staying in mine. Done deal. It's okay. We don't all have to love each other. But you also don't need to, send a SWAT team to my house or, dox. And I was, my father and I were doxxed last year, and they talked about my father being 84 and cancer and just bad stuff. And it was heartbreaking. It was scary because I didn't know what could happen, because a lot could happen. But I'd like to just start working on more cases, doing more. I like a lot of the cold cases, and I like hearing about the Aussie cases too. And you guys handle things different too. And you guys don't have, civilians aren't allowed to have guns, which everybody I don't have, like, we're not gun people here, but Jesus Christ, it's like the wild, wild west. So, I think that's also something that is, I'm passionate about it, but then you also have the people that have guns that would probably come and kill me if we dare to tread that water. But nonetheless, you have to wonder then, crime rate of Australia versus America and crime rate with guns. Like, I'd like to see those statistics. It's just something I think would be interesting. I think, it's scary, especially when you talk about the Columbine and the movie theater kid and Park, what is the place in Florida? What the hell, Park? Oh my God, I can't remember. Parkland, like, taking their parents' guns, walking in with, 5 and 6 guns in backpacks. That's scary stuff. Your gun laws are crazy. So there's no, even we have, no, in November, deer hunting season, so there's no guns. Is there any hunting in Australia? No offense. Oh, I know. Oh, absolutely. But although, let's say, I gotta say one thing, there are some blokes here that are bitchier than the women, and that's scary, right? John, I missed you. I knew, though. I said he'll get here.
he'll get here. I put the notification out, and I said, it's like 3 a.m. where John is. He's probably sleeping, because I said, I don't think there's any lives that he's probably modding for right about now. I said, he'll stop in. You made my day, too. I got you and Rue both at the same time. We had a good night. I did the true crime case that one of the sub 71 sent me. That happened in my area. We talked all about that, and talked about some other true crime, and we played a little music trivia. My Wi-Fi went down, and then we started talking about paranormal, and Aussie's husband Spirit Time came up and just started telling us some really scary, cool stories. So we had a really good, and it was a nice night. It was a nice night. Mark was here, but he was working till 7 a.m. too, so he was in and out. And like I said, I put the notification out late, so I didn't get to really I usually like to email like True Tam. I didn't get to let everybody know, but that's all right. We'll do that next week. Aussie's gonna. We want to talk about. She worked at SeaWorld, and some crazy stuff went on down there. How often do you do this? I like, now that like I'm trying to get into more of a routine. Now that like everybody's not sick anymore, because everybody had either COVID or UTI here in this house, and it was a nightmare. So, sometimes I'll do during the week, even if it's just 2 hours, just to do a mental health check-in, and then I either then weekly like to do a Friday or a Saturday night. Saturday nights usually work out better for some of the people that go in and work Saturday mornings for a couple hours, but either Friday or Saturday nights, or Sunday late afternoons, whatever. No set date. It's kind of like, if I'm going to do a panel with Aussie, we're going to figure out a time that's going to work for her, and I can work around it. If I were to do one with John, he's he's 6 hours ahead, so it's just figuring that out. But we definitely weekly is, people just enjoy. We didn't get to play tonight, but people like trivia. Like, everybody has a blast, and it's fun, and it just gets your mind off everything. But lately I've been like obsessed with a lot of like cold cases, like true crime cold cases. So we're going to talk more about those. Like the case, like, Kaylee Anthony, the case. I'm not going to talk about Summer. Enough people have talked about that. It's awful. God bless her. The brothers, from California, or in Orson. There's an Australia, what's it called? Bubby, that I want to talk about. There's a lot of good crime cases coming up. And then whatever Rue wants to do, we're gonna do a panel some night too. So we'll have fun. If you ever want to do anything, Rainbow, you let me know too. Where were you tonight? Were you in any good lives? I don't even know who went live tonight. If there was anything good happening, or if it was for Bad Boy Buddy, yeah. And that's a documentary, right, Aussie? That I can watch. Is that I think he said that was a documentary. I'll have to check, because it's horror. It's terrible. It's the mother, and then the kid too ended up mental like the mom. But it's anything like documentary, I'm obsessed with. So, and the BG one. Who told me about the BG one? Oh, that's on HBO. I have to watch the documentary on the BGs. That I'm gonna probably watch when we get off. I'm gonna watch that. I love them. Oh, it's a movie, Bad Boy Buddy. Okay. I wasn't sure. That's right. And you guys don't forget, if I don't know if you have Lifetime in Australia, but the Drew Peterson Lifetime movie, Rob Lowe plays Drew Peterson. If you can watch it, watch it. It's fantastic. And like I said, it's him, and so is Scott Peterson, are getting new trials. So there's definitely a chance that Drew Peterson can say, supposedly they can prove that he did not have anything to do with the disappearance of his first wife, and that's the only reason he's in jail. So he'll be out. I don't know about Scott Peterson. I haven't really looked into that one. I can't stand his face either. And the Stephen Avery, I've been, and forever I keep saying I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch that one for sure. Yes, I did it. Yes, Don, that was me. I emailed you. Yeah, I'm in the UK. Yes, no, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because I could do afternoon ones, as well, where it would be, 8 or 9 there for you, even if it's just a 2-hour live rainbow. Which one, the Bee Gees documentary or the Drew Peterson? Is that's on Lifetime, the Drew Peterson story. It's called Untouched, the Drew Peterson story, and that's a Lifetime movie. And then the Stephen Avery is making a murderer, which I heard is fantastic. And then Bad Boy Bubby. I got to get on this. There's a lot of them. And if you guys didn't watch The Staircase on Netflix, please do, because that's documentary style, but it's crazy. Oh yeah, it's called Untouched. It's Untouched, the Drew Peterson story. Rob Lowe. You almost won't recognize him. And please look at the real Drew Peterson's face first, because then when you see Rob Lowe, he does a phenomenal job. Drew Peterson is real super sleazy, like leather jacket, and like he has a motorcycle, and Rob Lowe nailed it. He nailed him. He was so good. So that one I would recommend to anybody that can watch that. And before I want to watch the Bee Gees on HBO, and then I am going to watch Making a Murderer, because I just heard it's really mind blowing. Yeah, Rainbow, absolutely. I could do, all different times, so that's not a problem. And John always shows up. I love it. Last time, John, you were eating breakfast last time. That's right. You were having that yummy breakfast. That sounded so good. It's almost time. No, I won't have breakfast now. I'll take two Tylenol PM and watch the Bee Gees. I might not fall asleep, but that's all right. Okay. Yeah, you did, and I might have even, I don't know, did I email you this week? You know what? I started because I wanted you to know I was going live. That's what it was. And then the one Shih Tzu got out, and I had to run out after him. So you might have got it or not, but it was just saying that I was going live tonight. I saw somewhere in the chat somebody saying that was a troll, John Leahy. So somebody was pretending to be you somewhere? I did see that somewhere. That they're like, there's no way that was the real John. I'm like, oh my God. John's so goddamn nice. Who the hell was doing that? But and I think that was this week. I can't even remember where it was, but they said there's no way that was the real John. I thought, oh God, here we go. John, I had somebody. Have you ever come across a sub by the name Whistleblower? Because I haven't. But I was in a chat, and everybody was really warm and was like, "Oh, we're so happy you're here. We talk about your channel." And this whistleblower was like, "Oh, guys, watch Curious Rose, because she's behind all the drama on YouTube." I'm like, and the mods deleted it so fast, but I was immediately like, whistleblower. Everything was in cat. It was the most. What that? Oh, hang on. Hang on, guys. Let me just hand my dad something. Yeah, so I mean, it's just imposters. Yeah, so I was immediately then like, whoa, whistleblower. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't bother anybody, and all the drama. I'm not involved in any of the drama. No, not even one person, even in the chat, luckily even acknowledged it. Like one of the mods just totally got rid of the person, and then that was it. But I don't know why. For some reason, I feel like I've seen whistleblower somewhere. If not, it's just is somebody just a troll? But there, yeah, I did see that somebody said, watch out, there's that definitely wasn't John. I forget what the hell they're like, John would never say that. So I was like, oh my God, so that's what we're doing now. We're gonna be imposters on the poor mods, and we're gonna go in other, it's just so bad. We're gonna go in other goddamn people's channels then and wreak havoc. Oh, God. Oh, you sent me kangaroos? Okay, I gotta look. Oh my God, are they fighting each other till the death? I'm still very upset about the koalas and the goddamn chlamydia. John, I have only ever said, oh my God, I know. No, John, I know. We were talking about you like you're fantastic. You're just the same. It doesn't matter who you're modding for. You're there to mod, and that's what you do. You promote the channel you're there modding for, and you're also watching the chat to make sure it's a safe chat. Yeah, okay, good. You haven't seen Whistleblower. Then it could have been, somebody just a one time. I don't know why, but why the hell they'd follow me. But people have they're just people just for whatever reason might not. I don't really care. Of course, we're not everybody's cup of tea, but I know, you see certain channels. I was just wondering. No, John, you're wonderful. I see the way you act in the chats. You're just, even when shit is going down and like whoever you're modding for might be like going at it or going crazy, you stay the same. You're just even. You're just like, oh, if anybody like to send an email to, so like, you're just so good. I'm like, I love the way you handle it. Like as if like this isn't happening. We are going to be nice to everybody in this chat, and that's what I love. I love that because it gets, especially what the last few months have some channels. It's been hard on them. It's been brutal what I've seen, and I just hope it stops. And I would just love to see everybody just do their channel, do what they came to do in their channel, keep it respectful, and we can all be here. Like support each other. Like that's the bottom line. We got to look out for each other, and instead of wanting to bash, going to somebody else's channel as you, and then start saying crazy stuff. But it was funny because people are like, John never talks bad. He never says anything bad. I'm like, John, like John is probably the nicest guy I know. I said this most that I know on YouTube. He goes, what about me? I go, well, you're not as nice as John. He keeps his cool. I said, you get hot-headed. And he was laughing. He agreed. Because he thinks you're wonderful too. He's like, John is a great guy. But yeah, the imposter thing that bothers me now, John. So they had your same they had the same picture and everything, huh? So was it in a channel where you were a mod, and then people noticed like, hey, wait a minute, he doesn't have a wrench, or was it not a channel where you're a mod? Because like that's scary unless you're somewhere where you're a mod, that people will be like, how come John doesn't have a wrench today? How otherwise it is scary if you just go into a channel where you're not a mod and you start saying stuff, and then people be like, that John is rude. Did you see what he said? He's ignorant. Like it's something as simple as that. You tell me if anything. Yeah. Oh my God. I would tell you, and I tell you almost and everything anyway. Like if you heard absolutely. And they like anybody that listens to our lives always just hears me like the way I gush about you. So I'd probably be one of the last people that anybody would ever talk anything negative about. But nonetheless, yeah, I'd have a word or two that I'd first like to say to them, and then I'd let you know. But you I've seen you in chats actually, and in one chat in particular, somebody said something, and it wasn't true, and somebody else was like, Curious Rose never said that, and then you're like, you said, this was before we even got close, you're like, Curious Rose has never been anything but nice to me, and I thought, I really like him.
And then that's when we started to, get to know each other. But it's something as simple as that, where one person could really, if you weren't you could have been like, oh, is she a dick? Oh, okay, I'll stay away. Or like, it's something as simple as that. Funny you mentioned that, Rose, because last week I came to check out your live and my wrench was gone. No, I had been locked out. So then I got back in, and then, oh my God, this week, and in fact, Molson said yesterday, I hope you're going to be unlocked by tomorrow, because I actually had to go. I went into my alternate account and I put a big note under one of them that says, like, I might be having to have a live here. I'm locked out of my account, my primary account again, which is linked to my channel. So I don't know. So then it was maybe about 6:30, 7 o'clock last night that I got you get the Google thing that it's like, you're back, it's unlocked, blah, blah. I said, oh, I'm unlocked. So tonight I had to give everybody their wrenches back. Rue didn't have one. Like, a bunch of people didn't have them. So yeah, you'll always, Molson needed his back. So that's all that was. I went into chats that I go into Mallory at random. She's real funny. This week, every day I went in, I had to resubscribe. Like, I'm like, why am I unsubscribed? And other people were saying the same thing. They're like, what's going on? We have to keep subscribing. I said, me too. I thought I was losing my mind. And she said, I don't know. She said, that's weird. I said, it's every time. And it was like last week. So I don't know what the hell was going on. Now, John, I'm on my phone. You have a wrench. So I didn't. When did you not see a wrench? Was that the first when I had been blocked out for 2 weeks? Because then nobody had a wrench. But you have a wrench now, so it didn't mess with your wrench. You were probably one of the few that it didn't take your wrench away. Aussie, I don't think it took your wrench away either. A couple people still had their wrenches, but like Rue didn't, Spirit didn't. I don't know. I hate, first of all, I hate StreamYard. But a couple didn't. But yours is one that it didn't touch you. So it didn't touch you this time. But last time when I was locked out, it was a good 2 weeks. I thought, I'm never getting my channel back. And then when I did, I just, I'm like, oh my God, everybody. So as everybody started coming in, I gave them. But last week you had you remember you just stopped in real quick. I forget where you were modding. So then I don't think I even thought about it. But now, like I said, now that I got back unlocked last night, you're a mod. So all good. No, I would never unmod you. And that last week was when I first got back into my. So that you did get, then you were one that lost it. And then the following week again, like I have, my problem is I always say, okay, all right, let me write this I'm going to write that password down right now so I don't forget. And then I don't. And then when it comes to it, and then after so many times they're like, oh, this account needs to be verified. You've too many failed attempts. I'm thinking, no. But and Molson always, he's like, not again. I'm like, oh yeah, again. Hey, Blue Rose, how are you, honey? How you doing? I don't think I got a chance to email you. I'm sorry. I usually do, but I put it out late tonight. I was doing stuff with my dad, and my one dog ran out. I was outside like an idiot in flip-flops in the snow. So I didn't get to email everybody. I'm happy you stopped by though. Thank you. But no, John, never. And anybody that ever comes in here and talks about you, it's always good stuff. So you're loved in this channel, and that's all that matters. And I think you're pretty much anywhere you are, Ahmad, you're loved. And the problem with that, John, is the haters don't like to see that. So you're that's why you're a target. That's why people like all of us, any of us that are nice, become a target. They don't like nice. They prefer the chaos. I don't know why, but You'll always be a mod here. Always. Whether you want to be or not, you're not leaving me. I'm glad. Yeah. Everything's going all right, you know. Everything's good. My dad just woke up now. He wants his iPad because he goes on Facebook. That's the one thing, he still loves his Facebook. He knows more about what everybody's doing than me, which is kind of, I get my gossip from my father, which is hysterical, but so he's doing okay, you know, hanging in there. I'll be back. We might just during the week do another, just a true crime cold case, and then again on Saturday. It'll be Saturday. So one day during the week. It won't be a long one, you know, but it's nice to just say hello. And then on the weekend, Molson, I don't know. He was drinking though, so he might have passed out on me. And P, we haven't heard from. Last week I messaged him. Not week. I can only message him on his community tab of his YouTube channel because he, you know how he is. We don't even know where he lives, and I let him know I was going live, and he'll always, like, even if it ends up that shit, I didn't know you were going live. Like, he didn't respond. So then I did another one, and he didn't respond because I said I'm planning on going live on Friday or Saturday. I'll let you know closer. I hope, you know, everybody misses you. And I didn't hear from him again. So I'm like thinking, I hope everything's all right. Either he's real busy now that maybe with doctors are now seeing more patients in the office as opposed to everything had been like the televisit. So maybe he might be busy with that. I just hope everything's okay with his parents. You know, he's every weekend he drives up to wherever they live, and you know, he stays there. So I hope that's what it is, and I hope he responds so that this way I'm not worrying, because none of you know how he's private about that. There's no way I know anything, and we love him. I'm a little bit worried, only because either A, like I said, he's extremely busy, only, you know, because otherwise he always responds. So I hope it's just that he's busy. Not the chat where you didn't see me, the other chat you spoke about on a different live. What about it though? I didn't know about me, or somebody was talking about you, John. Which one? Tell me. I don't know which one. I know you care about me. I know you. I know what you're like. But no, it's Psych Guy. We don't know where. He's a psychiatrist, and something bad happened to him at some point with the patient stalking him, and I don't know how bad it ended, but like when we have bad weather, like we'll say to him, is it raining or snowing? And he doesn't, like he says, like I'd rather not say. He's that protective of his privacy. And you know, he opened up to us though. Why? So nothing like East Coast. We don't know if he's East Coast, West Coast. We don't know. Of course, we don't know his name. He's just Psych Guy. So that it just kind of, it's not like him to go this long without messaging me. So I hope everything's all right. His parents are elderly, and I know he goes there every weekend. He drives up on a Friday, and then he drives back home on a Sunday night. I hope it's just that he's busy with work. There's no way I'll find out unless he hopefully looks at his YouTube, because he hasn't done a live in months. Talking about, oh, okay, standing up for you, the one you just mentioned. Someone deleted a comment. Oh, yeah. Now, the one somebody said something bad about me is like, did you get rid of it? What the hell they say? Oh my God, Spirit, I loved having you up. Oh, if you were there, I know you'd get rid of it. But geez, if we're talking about not his channel, but her channel, the other one, I mean, I went there for a while, but then I just didn't, because
And she knows how, I went on her channel and we talked about Summer Wells a couple days until we found out. Then like they started talking about SA and all this stuff, and then I'm like, Dorothy, I don't want to. I'm not going to talk about this case anymore because if we're talking about predatorial issues, and she said, oh, yeah, she said it's getting ugly. So then I didn't. And she always knows because I'd be like, all right, when you're done, because she'd laugh about it. I said, all right, when you're done bashing whoever you're bashing and you're ready for me to come up to talk about Summer, just text me. And that's what she would do. And then I'd come up and we'd have a good time. But, and her channel it's just not me, but that's all right. And I just don't go. But I'm not ever in anybody's live ever bad mouthing her. I'd never ever do that. Even if I don't watch her videos, I do go on to her comments and say, how are you? Hope you and the boys are doing okay. Whatever it is. Like she stopped in fact, my live last week. And, just to say hi. Oh, the whistleblower comment. No. That was Granny's chat on, and she was talking about recovery. So they got rid of her. So it wasn't even somebody they knew. They immediately got rid of her. So whoever it was not a regular sub. But I was just thinking maybe maybe some channel has seen that name. I don't know. Obviously not Granny's. They didn't know her. They just got rid of her immediately. They didn't even flinch. But I was just mad thinking, who the hell are you? And no, I'm not involved in anybody's drama. That's the last thing I need. Yeah, Summer, Aussie, when it started out, I didn't even really know about it. And they show Dorothy, I forget when Dorothy's like, come on, let's look at this Chris McDonough. I didn't even know who he was. And then I was like, what? And they started to show the house. Like, I didn't even think I said, is this real? She's like, no, this is her house. This was the kid's house. And I'm like, oh God. So we just started, and it was like 3 or 4 nights in a row. It was, we couldn't get enough of it. You do, thank you. John and I will always have yours. Thank you. So her and I were just basically we were watching because Chris McDonough, him going there, and then just his interviews at that beginning, and what was it, maybe July when all of this really started. We just couldn't believe it. And Dorothy's so funny because she'd be like, all right, let's watch this one because I find it, she'd always say fascinating. I'm like, oh, you kill me. I said, you kill me, when you say that word fascinating, and when you say your full name, I would always laugh. Like, it's funny. So, but she also knew that, I'm not, I don't like any of the drama. I don't like any of this, but I want to come and talk about Summer. So you just text me the minute you're ready for it. And she always knew that. Always like that. That was a known thing. So that's why it was cool that I was able to go on panel when it was time to talk about Summer. But then all of a sudden when they came out with the fact that, Don Wells, whatever happened with his sister when they were younger, and I'm like, okay, Dorothy, we're done with this. Now it's getting bad, and SA is involved. I said, no more. And she said, yeah, this is getting scary. So, and then I got more involved with my channel, but she stopped in last week, which was nice. Everybody said hello to her. And I always, even though I don't, because I don't want to be involved in any fighting, whatever's going on her channel, I do go under her comments just because I say, I'm thinking of you and the boys. I know, she's going through a hard time with her older son. We've talked about things and she's very open and honest about it. So I don't like to hear anybody crying about it. And one day she was crying about it. It really bothered me. So I made sure to, comment and also just tell her to call me if she needed anything. But I hope everything's going well. It ain't easy being a single mother. We have that in common, so we would talk about that, and we just would laugh and have a good time. And I told her that I'm like,
you're funny, and you don't even need to do what you're doing. You could just do parodies on funny stuff. I said, and people would love it. You're funny. But that's just her niche. Whatever she's doing, and we we would laugh at it. It was just a good. Never would have thought it would have ever in a million years, but it was really a nice time. And to this day, I will not say anything about her, and I don't like to hear anything because in my mind, like I said, just like with AJ, we're just single mothers trying to have a little bit of a social life here. We're trying to raise our kids. Can you go a little easy on us? And I know that when what's his name? Not you know who that she was just on his channel. He was gonna say stuff and she kind of stopped him and she said, "Okay, we're not going to talk about everybody because some of those people that you bash are I like they're my friends." And I thought, thank you, because it was me, that she meant that for to him. So I really appreciated that. She just said we're not going to go there, and they didn't. So regardless of if we don't get a chance to be on each other's in their chats, it's still you can still be nice to each other and still keep up with saying how's everything, you okay, you need anything, doesn't hurt. And especially when you are dealing with a child. He's I forget how old he is now, Christian, but that's a mother's worst nightmare. Man, just dealing when I found out my son smoked pot, like I was I was brokenhearted because I still, you still look at them like they're your babies. So, for the fact that what she was going through, and then, you've got a rough, you're running a rough channel. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And you got to worry about your own health too, because your kids need you, and nothing is ever worth it. So you going to bed, Aussie? Oh, I will. No, I'll check. I'm gonna check my Facebook message. Oh, okay. The video. It'll make me laugh. Good. I need something to laugh because your husband. I love him, but now I'm scared of his stories. We were telling scary stories, John, and paranormal stuff. We're gonna do more of that too. All right, Aussie. I will talk to you during the week, and I love you and your hubby. What's up, John? So nothing news going on otherwise? Everything okay? Did you find out who that did you take care of that imposter? I'm still trying to find out who the hell Jesse Marshall was. That was the imposter that doxed me last year. It'll be a year in May, and I said you were in that chat. It was Sagacious Angels chat. I don't know if you remember, but you were there because it was kind of the first time we met, and I just remember you saying, "I'm sorry, Rose." Like that's whoever did that is a mean person. I'm sorry, and I thought, oh my God, what a nice guy. It was Sagacious, and that might have been when we started to kind of get to know each other. And it was under Jesse Marshall. So I'm sorry that they're doing that to you. I know, if I see you in my chat and there's no wrench, then I know it's not you. And I think for a while, just lay low and only go in chats where you are a mod. So they, you have the wrench, it's you. Otherwise, Jesus Christ, people are trying to really wreck people. John, I will never tell the story about how I became a mermaid without you here. So when you're here, and when the gang's all here, we'll let the cat out of the bag. We'll let the cat out of the bag then. But I don't like to brag, so it's you know how I am. Blue Rose, how are the dogs? How are the puppies doing? You get anything new? Oh, good. I'm happy everything's cool, John. Because when I saw that, I was like,
who would imposter John? I was like, I told most of them, like, somebody is pretending to be John, and he's funny. He goes, "Our John." I'm like, "Yeah, our John." Yes, because I didn't see what they said. They said, but all I saw was that somebody said that was definitely a troll, John. He would never talk like that. He's like, who the hell? I said, I don't know, but Jesus, like, what's wrong with people? He's like, oh my God. So we were both upset. We're like, faking beat nobody could be as cool as John anyway. They could try, but they could try all they want, but it ain't gonna happen. So I will always keep that. Someone said no, they said it was about me, and it was, I know you were there. Kelly the advocate was there. I know you were there. And Sagacious, it was like she was doing maybe trivia or something, and I came there because I saw that like Jenny was a couple of people that I knew, we're all in the chat. And it was the day my Shih Tzu died in my arms, and I came home hysterical, and I'm like, let me just go into this chat where I won't be alone. And I get into this chat, and then I get this person, Jesse Marshall, first started talking about RD and EG. And I'm thinking, where is this person going with this? And people were saying, listen, we're not talking about those people, Jesse. Like, stop talking about it. And then moved on. Oh, Curious Rose is here. Oh, Curious, you're so sweet. And I'm thinking, I don't know you, but I said thank you. And then all of a sudden, Kelly the advocate, Kelly, don't be friends with the Curious Rose. She's starting all this trouble. I'm thinking, oh my, who the fuck? And Kelly was like, get the hell out of here, Jesse Marshall, shut up. And then boom, my name, my address, everything, right down to my career, my dad's full name, address, home phone number, his age, and that he has cancer, isn't well. I take care of him. And the fact that, I was one of the mods. There was about 8 mods in there. And as quick as we were deleting what this person, this Jesse Marshall was saying, she had 5. We figured it out that she had 5 devices on her, and so it was like slow motion watching it. Like every single post was. And then as she got to the end, we thought, okay, we got rid of her. Tomorrow I'll be releasing the videos and pictures. And then I pulled them. Wait, did I turn into Pam Anderson? And where is Tommy Lee? First of all, because I love him. And please do release the sex tape. This is fantastic. Like, what video? What the hell are you talking about? And I'll be releasing the information on your family. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, go ahead. You just did the worst thing anyway. Like, you doxed me and my dad. There's nothing worse that you could do. But okay, yeah, you release those videos tomorrow. Like, videos and pictures. Okay, I can't wait. Like, what a nut. I honestly can't remember. And like everybody's like, I'm so sorry. Because I just said, like, I'm just happy to be here. Like, he literally died in my arms, and they're like, oh, we're happy you're here, just relax. And then boom, all that happened. When it ended, then I got off. I'm like, I thought, what the fuck just happened? What just happened? Here's me holding the dog's collar, and I made them cut a piece of his hair. I'm talking to it, like, because I by that, you're delirious, crying, and I'm just like, Rocky, I love you, and I'll see you someday at the. I was saying crazy stuff, but it was really because I was just so upset that somebody could be that effing mean. Like, you just heard me say my dog just died in my arms, and you then, like a lunatic, went off on me, and none of it's. That's I do know who Jesse Marshall is. I know it. There's no doubt in my mind, but I thought, yeah, I didn't know it at the time. It was one of the names it was one of them that I thought. And then when she started to dox and go into other chats talking about certain people, I'm like, oh, it's definitely her. So, everybody in Sagacious was just like, we're sorry. And I'm like, it's okay. That's all right. What are you going to do? And they're like, but then people were like, you need to go to the cops. You please just do that. So then I was worried. Then I went to the cops. I went to our FBI cyber unit. And one of the guys there I graduated with, he's like, what the hell are you doing on YouTube? I go, I'm bored with the quarantine. I'm home with my dad. He goes, oh, and what are you doing? I go, well, I have my own channel, but I haven't really done nothing yet. And he went, oh, brother. And then he's like, if this happens again, just please call me right up. I said, oh, don't worry, I will. But like, he couldn't even believe. He's like, what is this? I'm like, yeah, they dox you. I said, or they SWAT you. They could send the whole team of cops there. I said, if you have little kids, they call CPS. He's like, my God. He's like, that. I said, yeah, YouTube can be rough. I said, I didn't know that. And he said, I didn't realize. I said, it's gotten really rough lately. I said, and I didn't know half. I had asked people, like, I didn't know what swatting meant. I didn't know what doxing meant. And when I heard what it was, then I thought, people are all effing nuts. Oh, the dogs are snuggled in front of the fire. It's, how cold is it? I know it's friggin' freezing here. You're laughing. I'm funny. I know. I try, even the worst situation. I am like self-deprecating. So I do try to just make fun of it. Make fun of it before they could make fun of it. Like, please release my sex tape of me and Tommy, because damn, I look good, as release the videos. She made it sound like I was, for a minute, I'm like, God, you're good for me. I'm going to hire you as a PR rep. You're making me sound pretty important. It was so stupid. But, then it was slow motion seeing my father's name coming down. I'm like, wait, what is this? Whoa. And we couldn't get rid of it. And Sagacious doesn't know how to run the channel mod thing. Because she's going, Rose, you have a wrench. You can get rid of them too. I go, we all have wrenches. I said, but you're the only one that could actually block this person. But this person had 5 friggin' devices, so it took us a long time. The next morning, there was still my name, and I had to be like, Sagacious, you didn't get rid of all of them. She's like, I did. I'm like, no, you didn't. Go down to the end. And she's like, oh God. I said, hurry and do that, but it just sat on me. I just kept thinking, like, oh my God, that's been up all night. How many people have watched that? I know normal people will be like, that's a horrible thing to do to anybody, let alone, somebody taking care of their dad. Or there are crazy stalkers that will be, oh, is that where they live? I don't really like her. She likes to be nice to people. Like, either I was waiting for a box of shit to be delivered. Like, anything could have happened. And that's why I was that's what made me go to the cops. I just thought, I'm not messing with this, because something bad could happen, and God forbid it ever did to my dad. I would never ever be able to forgive myself. So the cops were nice. I mean, all they could do, really, they said, we'll make more run, we'll do more driving around, your neighborhood at night, and please just let us know if it happens again. But I'm like thinking, so that's. And when I went to this, I said to my friend, I'm like, you're the FBI cyber. Can't you look into this account? He's like, no, it's like really a one-time deal. It's something that, like, if it's ongoing, yeah. I'm like, all right. I mean, she doxed me 1 or 2 more times. And I didn't. At that point, when I heard who it was, I was just like, she's not, she's not stable. And, if it doesn't stop, I am going to just confront her, but then it totally stops. So, but I think it's going to happen again. Not with me. I just think we may see Jesse soon. If a guy and a girl that are going to do some shows together are going to do a certain show, I think it's going to wake Jesse Marshall back up. Which is ridiculous, but we'll see. I'm not going to, I don't care
If she mentions me, I am going right to, I'm not even going to the police. I'm just going to go to the FBI and be like, okay, I've had enough now. This is like the 4th time. You really do need to look into this. You got to find out who this account is, because YouTube is failing the entire platform. No one's safe. None of us are safe. They're like, it's every man for himself, and it's not that scary. That's what scared me. I'm like, they don't, I was sending them the actual times, then they'd send it back like, we need the snapshots. I'm of what? I said, they're gone, it's gone now, but here's the times, and it shows we deleted it, but what more do you want? And their legal team, it was useless. Like, they did nothing. And that's what turned me. I thought, yeah, if we don't look out for each other, we're screwed, because they really don't give a shit. And you see how other channels, what's going on. Their YouTube isn't following terms of service. They are letting it be like Wild Wild West, and it's every man for himself, which I don't like, but it's what we're seeing right now. And that's what sucks. I think that's what sucks more than anything. And I don't like the fact that good people that are moderators are being trolled. That really, when I saw that about John, I'm like, they didn't say what the person said, but I thought, of all people, like, he is the best mod. It doesn't matter what channel he's on. He does not ever sway from what he's there to do. Be respectful, promote the channel, and keep the chat safe. Who the hell doesn't, like, how could you not love him? I was so mad, and when I told Molson's like, well, kill them, our John. I'm like, yeah, our John. He's like, an imposter. I said, yeah. I said, I don't know what they said. I said, but the chat was just saying that definitely wasn't John. There's no way John would ever say that. And he's like, people are fucking nuts. I said, yeah, it's getting a little rough. It's getting a little rough when we're gonna pick on our John. And that was the same night, I think, where Whistleblower told everybody and I caused all the drama between everybody. John, you have a big heart too. I see how you are. I see how you are to everybody. And you try to get, even if you have to mod somewhere, you still stop in everybody's like chat that you're, friends with or whatever, to say hello. Like, you're still there to support. And that's what I love so much. So, and thank you for that. My mother had a big heart, and I was raised well, right? I think I always think of that, like, try to make her proud, and we have a good group here, so I'm proud of that. I ain't going nowhere, so I just hope Jesse does that, knows that, and whoever thinks they're John Leahy knows the world can only handle one John Leahy, and we will take the other one down. John, I'm gonna email you. We're gonna need a code word. Like, I'm gonna be, John, is that you? And then you're gonna say something. Like, you're gonna say like what I really am, that I haven't told the whole world yet. Like, you could say one word and they'll be like, oh, that's John, because he knows I'm really from the sea. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta have a code word. Otherwise, it could be the imposter. And then I could email you and be like, hurry, this is where they're at. I know I don't. I show the love as much as I could. I like to. It's hard with my dad, so to be in a chat is hard. I'll have it on and listen, but I'm usually then having to go back to the replay for what I missed. But I do try to leave comments, even just to let them know, great video, miss you, love you, whatever. And give it a thumbs up. It doesn't take much to do that. But I don't, yeah, I mean, and I definitely stay out of any of the hate groups. I don't want to listen to somebody else talk about somebody they hate. Like, we got enough of that in our real life. So I've been lately I've been into reaction videos. I like watching people's reactions to different videos. I've been watching a lot of that. I've been doing a lot of cooking shows and cooking like a lot of really good. I've become like a pretty damn, like a really, really good cook from like this one channel, that this little old Italian lady. So I've been watching a lot of like pretty good stuff. And now that I'm getting back into the cold cases, like the true crime cold cases, I've been looking at a lot of that, which is cool. You gave it to me good in Dorothy's. There should have been a wrench option to place someone in a special bubble for OGs like you. Aw. I was nice to you in Dorothy's, right? Was I like when we first met in Dorothy's? Were you already a mod? I can't remember because it'll be like a year in July. I can't remember. I remember Violet was lovely. Green Eyes, AJ, and I think Rue. That's about all I could remember. But but I can't remember if you were already a mod yet. But I always would make it a point because I'm like, everybody loves him, and you didn't know me that well, but I'd always be like, "Hi, John," and then you really started to be nice to me, and I'm like, he's so damn cute. I was, because I'm like, he's so cute, and everybody loved you, and I'm like, I want a piece of that. I want some of his loving. So that's how I think that's pretty much how we bonded, right? Which is a good thing then. I could thank Dorothy for that too, because I met some cool people there. Well, really, you, because I already. Oh, and I didn't know Violet. I haven't, and I don't see Violet because I don't get a chance to even get to see her. Oh, this kid, that's right. No, you're like Rue too, though. You stick up for, especially women. Like if they're wrong, you tell, you're good about just keeping it real. Thank you, Blue Rose. Blue Rose, we met on Zeitgeist channel, right? I'm worried about him. I don't know where the hell he is, but he better message me back soon. Because it's been a while now, and it's not like him to not message back. I hope it's just that he's busy. But I think that's where you and me met. I met either, a lot of people from True Tam, Psych Guy, a lot. Dolly Vision, and he love bombed me last week. That was really nice. Teresa Smith's group, they were lovely. So it's the groups, the places where I have gained subs, I have to say, are the really nice channels. I've really, I love my group. I love us, who we have here. We're all just real, and like we're real people. We care about each other, and like we're always like, "Where's John?" or "Where's Mark?" which is really nice. Rose, do you include your state code on your phone number? Because I want to. Oh yeah, I'll email you. Because the U.S. it's just like 1, and then it's just my area code and phone number. I'll email you, absolutely, John. So we could do. I love WhatsApp. Yeah, it's just 1 and then that. In fact, I'll do it right now before I lay down to watch the Bee Gees. I'll email it to you so we can talk. But yeah, it was Molson never ever falls asleep. I hope, unless the cats got rowdy. Mark was working till 7, but he came in on his break. He came in a bunch of times actually. While he was working. And Molson tonight is doing at 7:00. I believe he's going to be on panel with Jen Liu, doing like a horror thing on that I guess there's a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre that had come out. So he's doing like a panel with her. So if you get a chance, he'll be with Jen Liu. We put it. The link is somewhere in the chat because I don't know the name. I don't know the name of the channel itself, but it's in the chat. So just if you get a chance, support our buddy. I haven't even watched that movie yet. I really didn't like the other ones. I liked the first Texas. It was horrible and frightening, but I
I didn't even know there was a new one. I just watched that goddamn Tinder Swindler on Netflix, and that threw me for a loop. Don't watch that because you guys won't believe it. It's like a don't fuck with cats, but this fucking dude gets a. He got away with it. He got away with what he did, which blew my mind. That was a really good one, and I also watched. It's called Catching Killers. I only watched the first episode was about the what is it? BTK and how they found, caught him and everything. But it's like they talk about a couple different serial killers, but I haven't watched any more of that. The Tinder one threw me for a loop, and right now I've been binging on the woman. It's the dumbest, longest. It's the woman. What is the woman in the window across the street from like the woman in the house across the street from the girl in the window? But it's really good. Kristen Bell, I have to say, is really good in it. So I've been binging on it. It's that good. But Steph told me about the Bee Gees documentary on HBO, and then I have to watch Making a Murderer because I don't know anything about Stephen Avery, but I just heard I have to watch it. So that's got it. Those are the two things that I'd like to see. First, the Bee Gees. I just want to watch something nice because Spirit told us some scary stories. So I'm scared. Blue Rose at John Lake. Did you mod first? MCF. Remember your. Oh, who the hell? I don't even know who MCF is. MCF. Edit. I first met you, I think. Oh, was it in BAM's Blue Rose? Maybe it was. I don't know why I thought it was Psych Guy, but maybe it was. When she, you know what? It might have been when she was doing in the summer, she was reading like serial killer books. And she could tell a good story. Like the one was on that Dennis. He was a crazy serial. I forget his last name. Like she was Jack the Ripper. She did a couple of them. So it might have been. I haven't been over in a little bit. She comes on at odd times too, but like if I'm up or I'll catch it. She always makes me laugh with this shit. And I see a lot of, the mods that I had originally met, that other channel that are her mods that are funny. So yeah, I try to go, when people are being nice and funny and it's calm and it's a nice chat. So I haven't run into anything horrifying yet, because if I do, then I just, I quietly exit. I don't need to announce like I'm leaving. This is it. I'm out. I hate when people do the announcement. It's like, all right, Queen Elizabeth, thank you for the announcement. Be on your way now. It's like, just go. So that's usually what I do if I'm in a chat that gets a little hot. I was in BAMS, which was a crazy one when Bubbles was on. Bubbles came, and I didn't know when Bubbles came. Then the Ruchek showed up. Like it was the craziest. I'm like, I can't believe all these people are here. It was beyond wild. But then, like, I think Bam was funny. Then came to her senses, kind of thing, and it got flipped around. Things changed, but the way shit went down, I'm like, what the hell what's happening to this world? And who was a grown woman calling herself Bubbles? Like it was just I found it actually amusing for a bit, but then I don't like when they're doing weird anything real life. Of course not. I don't know. I never really was a follower of AD. I don't, what you hear people saying about him, and some love him and some hate him. Anytime I did watch him, it was always almost like a very long Broadway play. Like I want you to just get to the meat and potatoes of whatever the hell you're going to talk about tonight. But he like would drag it on. So I think I was turned off with that, and I just didn't watch it then. But I mean, I didn't hate him. I just didn't watch. He was too slow. I didn't want. It was too much. And he was bringing weird people on. When he brought that weird guy on that was supposedly in jail with who from the I don't say name, from the island, that weird guy, I was like, yeah, this is, I mean, of course I felt dirty. I immediately changed the channel. I probably showered, and I thought, I don't need to go back there, but he's still on, and he's got a big following. Yeah, the Tinder swindler was crazy, wasn't it? And because he did not steal from any of those women, they gave him the money because he asked for it, pretending with his security. So he did not get in any trouble to that. He was in jail for 5 years, and it was for whatever it was for. And now he makes $300 an hour for people to call him for business advice. I thought that when you really watch it, you keep saying, I can't believe, how is this possible? Like, it's unreal. You feel bad for those girls. I like the one though with that. She's like, I got his clothes and I started selling them. And then she said he realized, and he called me and he's like, what do you mean nobody's buying the clothes? Who wouldn't buy from, on eBay, all my Gucci and blah, blah. She's like, no one's buying yet. Meanwhile, she's like raking in $6,000-$7,000. I'm like, you go, girl. She's like, it was nothing compared to the fact that I think she lost like $100,000. They're all in debt, paying off everything that they gave him money wise, which is pathetic. It's very sad, but he's the true definition of like a sociopath. And then when you read his text, and you don't notice it at the time, never to all three girls, never did any of the texts ever have their name, like I miss you, Lisa, or everything was just miss you, baby. So then it was like, oh my, yeah, no, he was sending the same text. He was just sending the text to everybody. Every text did not have any name in it, and that's how he was getting away with that. And a lot of them would be in like the same like it was just bizarre. The Squid Game I heard is good. I don't even know what it's about. All I heard was somebody say, you have to watch the Squid Game. So is that a kind of thing? Good morning, Cowboy. Yeah, we're still on. We're moving on now to on Netflix, what's good to watch. And we're talking about the Tinder Swindler is a really good one. But I heard Squid Game was good. Blue Rose said it's the best, but I'm just asking her like what it is. Like, is it like a don't fuck with cats kind of docu-series? I love that. I love those, but I'm not sure what it is. But a couple people told me. But before, I have to watch Stephen Avery. I have to watch Making a Murderer because everybody said that's so good. So I gotta watch that, then I'll watch Squid Game. But yeah, Tinder Swindler is definitely one, and that's a must. You'll want any man or woman, you'll want to kill him. Such a terrible person. Terrible. Netflix made me my kid's favorite. Take that, baby. That's right. The kids watch Netflix all weekend with me. You take that, baby mom. We're going to Daddy's. We get to watch Netflix. Cowboy, I love you. I love you crashing all those goddamn cars. Somebody asked it, they're like, do you ever crash cars? I'm like, well, what the hell do you think he's doing right now? It was weird. And I'm like, oh, is it only because like they're either trucks or something? I don't know, but I thought that was a weird question. I almost want to put the answer like, what the hell do you think he's doing right now? I said, but I want his job. It's a good way to get out all your damn aggression. Just like go and totally smash a pickup truck or whatever whatever is on the menu that day. Always. All right, so Squid Game's got to go on the list. I'll watch it, definitely. I'll watch it and I'll critique it. I could critique that one. Like, I like doing the critiques too. The Tinder one, though, is fantastic. And The Staircase, if you haven't watched that yet on Netflix, is a must. That's another true one, and it's kind of like docuseries style. And you won't believe it. And next week I do want to talk more about, I'm going to try to look more and see if we find out any more information this week on what the hell really happened to Bob Saget. Because I don't know. The more we got from his autopsy, now the wife did put it back under sealed. I don't know. Something's weird. Something ain't right. So we'll see if anything else comes up. I don't know if it will or won't, though. Hell or High Water. Oh, Hell is a good to see. Really? First of all, I just love Texas. Everything's bigger and better in Texas. And it's beautiful. Weather's gorgeous. People are gorgeous. Hang on. Getting rid of that stupid site that is absolutely not that stupid. Like that's a troll that just, it's a site that leads to nowhere, but they usually, it's like robots almost. It was so bizarre in chats, but me and you had our own chat. That's right, because we were talking about Michael. That's right. Oh my God, I remember that now. That's right. We just kind of, we weren't even listening because we got so into Michael. And that was another thing I put under PG's tab. I said, I want to finish it off tomorrow night. So, just let me know, but because I can't finish it off without him here. So I do hope he gets back to me. And then it might even be then during the week that I'll do the Michael Hutchins, because I want to get that done, because I'm going to do Chris Cornell / Chester Bennington's suicides next, because they kind of happened within the same a month apart, same way, and Chester had sang at Chris's funeral. It's just bizarre things happened. And thank you, John. You're a better soul. You're the best. So I would like to do Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington, kind of just make it a whole thing. And then as far as, because I do want to, even though we're going to talk about, true crime cold cases, I still want to stick with music things too. I want to talk about the 27 Club and all the the celebrities that died at 27. That's an interesting one. But first I have to do Cornell and Bennington, and once I do that one, that one will just be a one night. Michael's is pretty complicated, so. But I'm going to just make this last one. It really should be like a 3-parter, but I'm just going to get it all in. I have to move on from him. It's like letting your kid like go to kindergarten the first day. I have to just let it go. So I'll get it done. But like I said, I got to hear from PG first, and he don't know where he lives, so he better be all right. Yeah, the 27 Club is gonna. It's interesting. So I thought that would be a good one to do on a weekend one night. Because there's so many of them. There's just so many of them. And I think that's definitely a cool topic that people would, be into. I haven't really thought past that, because Cornell and Bennington will take up a little bit of time of research. The 27, I could kind of, read up on it and then wing it and talk about it. And and then we'll take it from there. Doing more true crime, seeing what happens, who's found, who's brutal. Brutal. Michael's was very sad. Anybody like this, just the suicide ones, like, and Chester and Chris. I think there's there's some kind of link. There's some genetic link between like musicians have something in their brains that we don't have, that make them like, I don't know what it is, like that the dark side of fame. It's like a tortured soul almost kind of thing. To it's not just somebody taking a bottle of pills. I mean, you really hate yourself to hang yourself. It's the most self-loathing form of suicide. So, like, what is, and that's why I want Pete, psych eye with this. Like, what is that? Like, what's that little genetic? Is there some type of genetic link, or is it something that they just have as far as being so they're so creative. Whatever it is, I mean, come on, there's something there that you can't deny it. There's just something there. Now, Chester and Chris literally they just snapped. They went pretty much from laughing with their families, Chester, and then hours later he's dead. Chris was on tour. His was a little bit different. He was given too much Ativan. He wasn't supposed to be in charge of his Ativan. So that one was, there was a reason with that. And then Michael's really was truly the head injury. So it's a lot of good stories to talk about. These lives that really they mean a lot. It matters. And they're, when they die, I just hate that they're not talked about then, especially Chester and Chris. God, they were really, they were making their mark in the world. So was Kurt Cobain, but Dr. B did a really, really good on her, like, research into that. She's, big into that. So she could have that one. That's a real complicated one. She was supposed to talk to, like, actually someone that was, I don't know if it was somebody that Courtney wanted, like, try to get to kill Kurt. I forget who the hell it was, and I don't know if it even happened then, but I do watch her shows on Kurt, and they're really good. Thank you, John. Yeah, I like to cover. And I have a group that, we all kind of like the same. We're all big time music lovers. We all are. We all like our true crime. We're all goofy and could make, bust each other, but we really do look out for each other. And I think that's the real reason why I love this channel, is because I really do believe in the fact that everybody here really does look out for each other. When people are saying, "Where's John tonight?" or "Where's Psych Guy tonight?" like, that's true. That's real. And I love that. You don't see that a lot. So I'm really proud of who's here with us, and, like, how we feel about each other. It matters to me that this is the kind of people that not only I have in my group, but, like, I love yous. You guys are nothing but wonderful to me, but you like each other. That's wonderful. So I wouldn't have a channel, first of all, if I didn't have you guys, but I don't want just subs to have subs, So that's why the channels that I have got my subs from are they're wonderful channels. They really are. So I've been lucky in that sense. True Tam, when she does her mental, health type channel, and she's dancing or doing her facials and stuff like that. I think that's maybe where I met Molson Man and a bunch of. So they were, they're good platforms that I know, like, there are people there that's a mental health group that doesn't get out. She really has people there that don't go anywhere. So it I didn't get to text a few of them that I was even going live. I feel bad, but I'll text them for, if I do anything during the week. But Tam hasn't even been doing a lot. She's been in pain, and then, everything going on with her teeth and all that. So I haven't really, talked. I'll get in touch with her during the week. Her and Foxy Lady. Dave G came through tonight, John, who I haven't. Dave G, I think it might have been the first time, so it was nice to see him come through. And who else came through? Do you know he calls himself Detective Turtlegum? Do you know Detective Turtlegum? People were like, no, oh my God, Detective Turtlegum is here. He's so funny. Like, he goes on panels, but he won't talk. Like, he just goes on panels and sits there like he doesn't talk. So no one knows his voice. But he came in and he said, I'll be back. I gotta go over to NC's channel. I got a beef. I don't even know with her, or she has a beef talking about me or whatever. And we're all like, just be careful. And he actually did come back. But then he left again. So, because Aussie was like, are you all right? Is everything all right? But he didn't say then, but it was nice to see he came back. But I had never seen him. I'm like, who's that? What's this name? And they're like, no, he's Detective Turtlegum. He's known for that. That's like, he likes to just go on panels, but not talk. I'm like, that is so weird. And I love it. I love that he would just be there and not say a word. Really, you don't know if he could be a guy or a girl. Who the hell knows? But he was very nice in here, and he was just saying, I like your channel, I like you, and I will be back. And I said, thank you. I said, be careful, it's rough out there. I don't know what the channel where you're going, I don't know who you have a beef with, but just be careful in the chat. And he's, he came back, so he survived, but then he left again. But it was late. It's late. So maybe he was just tired and just wanted to come back to say goodbye. And that was sweet. I gotta go. I have a beef. I was like, oh dear God, of all group, don't go fight with them. That's you don't want an army of people on you. But I can't remember I'll look back at the chat, what it was. If he had a beef with her or if she had a beef with, I don't even know what it was, but I just found it funny that he said he had to go. He stayed he was here for a while. But when he came back, we're all like, you survived, you made it. But you didn't talk. So who the hell knows? Teresa came, and I got a bunch of subs from her last week. Teresa Smith, I put her link in. I put Dolly Vision's link in, because that was so amazing that, he love bombed me last week and all those people started showing up. And he streamed me live. So I'm so happy. I was nice because I'm like, what's happening? You see all this, all of a sudden you just see a swarm of people come in. Everybody has hearts. Now, really, you'd be like, oh God, am I being trolled? Like, is this what's happening? I go, what's happening? And then somebody said, you're being love bombed. Somebody over on Dolly's Vision is talking about you saying you're nice and you have a nice channel. And I was like, for real? And then a bunch of them came through and I was like, oh my God, look at all this love. I said, and I want to please tell Dolly, like I'm sending all these hearts right back to him, all the love right to him too. Like, this is so wonderful. I'm happy I said all that because he was streaming me live, but then it was nice to hear him say, oh, that, like, that's nice. He's going, there you go. All right, give her a thumbs up, subscribe to her. Because but when they were coming on, and he said he goes, don't forget, if she's nice, what we do, he goes, and if she's not nice, just leave. But that, when he said, oh my God, and people were like, this is so, this is what it's about. So I went on. I've been trying to make his lives. He had trouble this week too. Somebody tried to strike him, so he had to use his, like, a backup channel. And I think it was Mr. Vlogger who does, like, the puppets, and he was like kind of surprised by it too. I don't know what happened, but I know his channel's still up. So I think everything is fine. But I try to make his, and I was in Teresa's last night, and Teresa and Ginger, they're sweethearts. They're both, so sweet. And they don't, they talk about anything and everything, and it's very just a nice vibe to it. Just low key and no drama. And it was nice that, she actually came in a couple times. So that's all we got to do is support each other, John. That's right. And we do. I know we like the people that were here tonight. I know that we care about each other. Like poor Mark was working, but he was coming in on his break, and a couple times actually. So, and Madonna, she always comes in. Madonna Brown, I love her. She was working too, but she always comes in. She's like, I listen to your live as I'm working. I'm not sure where she works, but she's always a sweetie too. So even when they're at work, it's nice that they just stop in to say hello. That makes me feel like this channel does matter to people, even if they're working. It's something that maybe cheers them up, or they feel like this, because I just feel like we have a bond, like a family. This is our own community, and I really truly feel like we've honestly bonded. A lot of channels can't say that, and we have. When we are actually like when I see my subs asking where like so and so is, I'm thinking like, wow, we've come a long way, and this is like fantastic that these people are caring about. Not where's Psych Guy, why isn't he here, and where's John tonight, and that's big. That's especially, like I said, right now with the way YouTube's been pretty rough. But we're handling ourselves. We'll be all right. How could we not, right? I'm a mermaid, John. How could we not? But my God, it's 6:50. I am so gonna bust Molson later. I want to, where the hell'd you go? Somewhere more important? Kill him. He probably did pass out though. Or he'd be here. I know he would. I mean, he was here, and then he came back. And then he said, I'll be back. I don't know if something was what happened with the cats. We are a protected class. That is right. That's absolutely, don't badmouth mermaids. We are a protected class. And we will sue you. Somebody that doesn't know would be like, what are these fucking weirdos talking about? Who goes on Air Force One? How does that guy go on it? How does he know Hillary Clinton? That night was just crazy. And then when Psyche out of nowhere said, who's holding Donna? We're like, what the hell are you talking about? He's like, the barge. We're like, okay. And then tonight we're like, I think I know where PG is. I think, because it was part of trivia. It was a DeBarge song. I said, I think he's freaking holding Donna. And Wilson's like, I think you're right. So we can bust him about it if he comes back. I don't know where he's making me nervous now, like he's like a child that didn't come home. But like maybe he'll text today. It is Fridays. He goes pretty much right from his practice. I think he just basically gets in the car then and drives to his parents, and he doesn't tell us where they live or how far it is. So he usually likes the Saturday Night Lives. I don't know. We'll see. Then if maybe I'll come on tomorrow for a little bit just to play some trivia. If he gets back to me, I definitely will, because I don't know. I'm worried. I don't like not hearing back. Even if he says I can't make it, he always gets back to me. But he has not been in YouTube in weeks. So, and I mean, his people love him, but he doesn't do a ton of lives, but when he does, they're really good. So we'll get him back. We'll figure it out. He'll come around. He'll probably maybe check out his YouTube and emails and stuff like that tomorrow. And if he gets back to me, I'll see if he wants to do any trivia tomorrow, yeah, because it's tonight. It would be tonight. Oh yeah, Molson's doing that. I'll figure it out. I don't even know if he'll get back to me, but we'll see. We'll see what he says. So what's everybody doing today? I'm gonna sleep. I am gonna sleep. Wait, what did Geldof said? Geldof better be sub to me, okay? Because even though he put Hutchins through a lot of hell, I get it now. I get it. I listened to Geldof, even though a lot of bad shit happened. He was just trying to be a good father, and he also lost his wife. So, some people say he cheated on her. Some say he never cheated on Paula. I don't really know either way. I know she had quite a few affairs before Michael, so it wasn't a perfect marriage. But nonetheless, he was heartbroken when she was formally leaving him for Michael. So I do get that, and I respect him for raising Tiger Lily. That's major. And she turned out to be wonderful. And even though he's cocky, and most people be like, he is so cocky or whatever, I always think like when he talks, like people listen. I just find him interesting. I think he's a super smart guy, and I find him interesting. So if he better be sub to me. Michael Hutchins' sister, she watches anytime I put on Facebook groups, any Michael Hutchins group, any videos I do, I give to them, put on the groups too then. And the one video I had was called like he's wearing a t-shirt that says Hustler on it. And so then I'm like, oh my, bad boy and meets beautiful girl. It was, and here Tina Hutchins puts the comment under it. Michael was wonderful. He wasn't a bad. I thought, oh, are you kidding me? Because her group was the one that they're like, yeah, this group is owned by Michael's sister. So we really don't, want to endorse your docuseries until we know like what you're going to talk about. What you're going to talk about as far as Michael's life, the last 5 years of his life, what you're going to talk about with Paula Yates, and what you're going to talk about his death. I was like, whoa. And then I said, I'm going to talk the truth. I'm going to base it on, the autopsy report and his stress and blah, blah, blah. And I said, and then, based on his autopsy report, that brain injury created nothing but chaos. And they're like, oh, okay, good, definitely then. And then this lady calls again, and she's like, and Tina wants you to know she'll be watching too. I'm like, oh, okay, good for Tina. I'm thinking, whatever. Well, go, that's great. But then she put under, Michael's was not a bad boy. He was wonderful, and he was kind, and he was loving. And I put right under, and I put Tina Hutchins, bad boy, meaning bad in the best way possible, like naughty and nice bad. That's what Michael was. I thought, oh, for the love of God, you're his sister. You shouldn't even be talking about this stuff. But yeah, she had to get her 2 cents in, Tina. And she wonders why Tiger Lily wants nothing to do with her, because she talks terrible about Polly Yates. She talks horrible about her. That's why. That's why Tiger doesn't want to have anything to do with her. You talk awful about her mother, so I watch what I say. And even though I'm a small channel, those documentaries get, all over the place. She could click on that very easily. And the last thing I'd ever want to hear is anybody bad-mouthing her mother, considering she's lost both parents. So I keep it pretty respectful. When you met I can't believe you met Gil. I mean, I don't even know what I do. Just mention my name if you meet him again. You have to. Just give him my link. Give him my link. And he's going to see that I say good things about him. I am going to do a little one-nighter on him doing We Are the World. It was, do they know it's Christmas? Because he was brilliant with that. Didn't end up the way he actually wanted it to, but nonetheless, his intentions were good. And I liked watching his hot-headedness come out. And
Paula's in the video and their little girls when they were little. So, I don't know. When you put yourself in their shoes and then you see really like he really had that was really had to be shitty, like her leaving and taking, she had custody of the girls at the beginning. He eventually then got, the custody of their daughters, and she just had Tiger Lily. But at first he had nobody in that house, and he said, I was just in a house and everything just smelled like her, but like there was no kids around. I no longer had kids running around or just anything. So it was like, I thought, oh, I like you again. So I like, and he's married and he has a good life, whatever. To each his own, right? It's just that the way Michael's life ended sucked. So once I'm finished with that, I'm done with it. I have to be. I had to stop for a while because it really kind of put you in a dark place. The the last few months of his life were pretty rough. I had to stop for a little while because it took me to a dark place, just feeling down and not right. I thought, oh my God, Michael Hutchins has been dead since 1997, but like I'm having a bad day today because I was up till 3 a.m. researching stuff. So, but I know Jesus, I know everything about his goddamn life by this point, so I just have to get it done. So PG, if you listen to this live, please get back to us. You got my email, or even though you don't email, that's right. You could just put under one of my videos, just let me know if you're going to be around so I can finish Michael Hutchins that you want to be there for anyway. And Bob Geldof knows I'm a mermaid, which is good. John told him, and John said that he thinks I'm cool. So we're good. I think everything will be good, John, right? We're going to make sure that no one else imposters you. How dare they? And we have a secret word. So if the imposter doesn't know it, boom. I caught him. Okay. Kudos to me. I'm kidding. But I will be on the watch just to make sure. Because I know what it's like to have weirdos that are just trying to cause trouble. Nobody's going to mess with you. They don't realize we're like a pack of wolves that look out for each other. Ain't nobody going to mess with John. He knows Bob Geldof. You don't want to go there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, right? All right. Well, Molson, we missed you, Molson. You're probably snoozing by this point. And, you do have to get up for your panel tonight, which I did mention again, and the link is in the chat. So, text me or I'll text you. I'm going to sleep probably half the day awake because I'm exhausted. And then I'll be at, of course I'll be at your panel tonight. Good luck with that. You'll be great. And then we'll figure out what's going on for during the week. I'm going to send you the word. You already know the word, but I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to email it to you because it's just between me and you. You know it, John. It's us. It's our bond. And the imposter will be caught, and who comes out the hero? I don't want to say me, but I mean me. You're not, John. How dare you? I don't even know what I'd want to do. I'd want to immediately say like, you're not John, but no, we need the WhatsApp because I'll call you and be like, get in this chat, whatever it is. And if you're ever anywhere where whistleblower is, you have to immediately WhatsApp me. And we got to do that for each other. I'm on the lookout for a fake you, and you're on the lookout for anybody named whistleblower. And we're going to whistleblow the shit out of them for messing with us when we didn't do anything to anybody. That's too funny. All right, John. I'm tired. At least I got to talk to you because I've been missing you. I missed you last. I knew you. You were busy with a lot. A lot.
So I'm so happy that I got to talk. Molson's gonna be so jealous too, because he's like, oh, John will be in. I'm gonna say, John came in. Where were you? Where were you? And now there's a secret word, and we can't tell you because we just can't. It's just between me and John. I'm sorry, but we love you anyway. We love you, Molson, but that's it. I can't tell you the secret word, no matter what. It's between me and John. That's something it's a bond. You can't break it. It's there. It's set in stone forever. Aw, you've been missing me too. Oh. Yeah. Oh, no, I know. No, I just miss you because I love having you around. You know that. And there is lots of times when you are modding in that chat that I want to, but I know the minute I go in there, people are going to say hello, and then God bless her on she'll be saying, "Oh, come up on panel," and I can't. I don't want. I'm not going to get into that. But there's so many times I'm like, "Oh, I want to say hi to John. I want to say hi to Violet." But I don't. But I make sure I comment. So just tell them all I said hello at least, and that I was just thinking about everybody, and especially Violet. She was such a sweetie. I joined Mod. I did sub to Modlin. She subbed to me, and I subbed to her. So that was nice. I mean, I want to come and visit. I just don't. I'm not going to go up on panel. That's all. I can come and visit, right? Yeah. It's not like I'm coming in there and saying anything bad. I want to come in because I really truly miss you guys. So yeah, I'll do that. Is she on? Or she kind of doesn't. I don't know if she lets you, if she has a schedule, or she just kind of pops on when she can. She was cute. I know she was cute today though, because Jerry wanted, or yesterday Jerry wanted something from the store, and she's like, "So I'm taking them." She loves her. I'm like, she's just like me with my Nico. Like she loves her Jerry. So I'll come and visit. I will. Violet was always sweet to me. And Maudeline's a sweetie, and I do like Maudeline's channel. I like seeing the different places. Just politely say no. Yeah, I could even just I'll even just text her to say I miss everybody. I'm going to stop by, and of course not for panel. My thoughts on that, and there is absolutely no friction or anything between us. But I do want to come in to say hello to everybody, and I know how she'll be the same way I was when she came. I was thrilled to see her. It was really nice. So, and she had been on a live and just got off it. She had been on her live. No, she was on a live on his channel. Then she did a post live on her channel, and then she stopped by mine to say hello, which I thought was, very nice, of her. So I'll be on the look for, see when she'll probably go live at some point today, and I will I'll stop in. I will stop in to say hello because I do miss I miss you guys. There were quite a few that were just sweet and fun. So I'll be on the lookout for me. I mean, I won't come there unless you're there, but I'll be the only mermaid then in the chat, so you'll know it's me. No, she is understanding. I know how she is, and like I said, when we're just talking about good stuff. Oh, I get you're the best. I love you. I get the VIP. Like if Geldof showed up, like that's where he'd go. If I do, that's where I go. Like it's fantastic. Exactly. It'll be interesting. People will be like, is that a mermaid? Who is that a mermaid? What did that mermaid just get out of Air Force One? John, we are so goofy together. I can't. The very sweet head. Thank God. Well, I need you. I mean, you've got to have a little area, because I do have to keep it. I do have to, in and out, keep myself hydrated. So you know what to do. I have no doubt that the suite is going to be to my standards. Absolutely. I have no worries at all. Don't I don't even have to think about it. I know it'll be perfect. And to say, yes, that is a mermaid. No, no autographs. She's out of the water. Let her be, just from afar. Take it all in. Soak it in. Soak it in. We are so goofy. Jesus. This is what happens. What time did I start this live? 9:30. I slept in late though. Yes, well, it would be yesterday. I had a hell of a migraine. So yeah, that's pretty much what it would be. Yeah, guys, it's a mermaid, and right now it's time of the year when she's touring. Anybody that wants to see her better have this suite ready, or she's not coming in the chat. And she's also looking out for any fake people named me, because I have a fin that will knock them right to the ground. Don't make me use it, you fake, whoever you are, fake John. Don't make me use the fake fin. I haven't had to yet, but I've heard it's pretty bad. It'll leave a mark. It'll leave a mark. No one messes with the fin, and no one should be messing with our John. Like, I remember my grandmother would call all my uncles, which were her sons. She'd be like, our Charlie, our Greg. I refer to you, and so does Wilson, as our John. Like, you're our John. No one messes with our John or our Finn. Two things that you just don't go there. You just, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. We are a wolf pack. We are like, what was it? What the hell's that movie? What's the movie with Bradley Cooper? And doesn't he call them like a wolf pack? Oh, it's so friggin' good. I love Zach. Oh my God. What the hell is the name of that movie? When they go to Vegas. Oh my God, what's his name? Has the front tooth pulled out. He marries Heather Graham. But one says, we're a wolf. The Hangover. Yeah. We're like them. One like that. All it would take was one night of us going to Vegas that we would wake up. There could possibly be a tiger in the bathroom and a lot of stuff around. A mermaid. We don't know. Don't know. But it could happen, and that's us. We're a wolf pack. You mess with one of us, we all come. We all come because we're here to spread love and kindness. So if you say bad things about us, we have to stop it. Like, we're not going to just not. We're not going to be assholes, but at the same time, we're going to be like, you might want to watch what you say. And she does have yes, that is a fin she's wearing. And then I have no doubt that they'll probably never say our names again. And then when you say you've been on Air Force One and Hillary and all that, I mean, it got dicey that night. Yeah, Wolfpack. There you go. Oh my God, that's so good. With the Wolfpack with the mermaid. They had a Wolfpack with Heather Graham. That ain't nothing compared to a Wolfpack with a mermaid. And I love Heather Graham, but I'm sorry, she did not have a fin. I do. We roll. That's right. That is how we roll. Go to Mike Tyson's in. We got to return. Oh God, we got to return this tiger. It's gonna shit. Shit happens. We got to get the T-shirt. Shit happens. I love you, John. John, go. What are you gonna? I hope you have something to do fun today. Something 8 to 9, 9 to. What's it? Oh, it's about 1 in the afternoon there. Is the weather decent? It's freezing here. We had snow yesterday. I think we're getting a little bit more today, and it's supposed to be nasty, which is a nice a reason for me to just get under the blankie and watch all these shows that everybody told me to watch. And maybe Molson will probably be getting up soon, texted, so I'm saying sorry, I passed out. And I said, oh, that's all right. You just missed our John. No biggie. And we have a code word, which I can't get into. I'm sorry, but we love you, Melissa. Well, yeah, the fin it stops fights. They almost should use me like almost like a peace treaty type thing. Like get the fin, get the fin on the phone, and like that's it. Like really, right now, Russia and the Ukrainians, they really, if they have a brain, I'll be getting a call later. And then you'll be getting a call because I'm probably going to need a ride on Air Force One. So just have that on standby. But I'm just saying they're going to hear my live, and they're going to be like, that's what's missing. That we did not even think about getting a fin in on this. I'm going to squash that war so damn fast. Your head's going to spin. Because the wolf pack's gonna we're all going on the Air Force One, no doubt. Shit's gonna roll. That it's gonna go down. It's gonna go down. But at least, and then right from there, after I take care of that war, I'd like to end this goddamn trucker convoy. So we're gonna head up then to Michigan and Canada. We're gonna we're gonna get those trucks off of the bridge. We're gonna settle it. We're gonna come to a peaceful conclusion, and then I say we go to Vegas. Then I'll take you guys to Vegas because you guys are just there for me. A curious meet, yeah. That's exactly it. Like, oh my God, did you hear who they got in to talk? Who? No, who? The curious mediator. Yeah, and she has a friend, the Air Force. Yeah, well, that he's with her. It's kind of crazy. And then that's it. We're like royalty. We're gonna be treated better than Harry and Meghan are now that they left the royal family. We're gonna be treated more like royalty than they are. So take that, Oprah. Take that, Oprah. You want to be friends with Harry and Meghan, and not John and me? Well, that's on you, not us. That is definitely not on us. So, John, don't feel bad about that. We don't even want to be her friend. Too much money isn't good either. We don't need all that money. Who needs all that money? When you have a fin and Geldof, and I'm not even going to give our secrets away. I can't. I've said too much. The Russians are listening now. From now, it's all WhatsApp. We've got to keep it tight, John. All right, we've got to keep our wolf pack. It's got to stay tight. And I know you are the man to really keep the others in order, because I'm busy. I have to be busy looking good. You want me to? Jesus Christ, the fin, the hair, the makeup. It's a lot. Oh, God, but I'll do it for you because I love you. And you're a riot, too. You always make me feel good. I'm going to go to bed now with a smile on my face because me and you just got to talk and just have fun. And I will hopefully see you if there's any lives that you're on today, or if you stop by Molson's panel. And I'm going to email you, though, now my number so that we could have WhatsApp. We'll have WhatsApp. And then this way it's much easier, because email, I'm not the best with that. So at least with the WhatsApp, we can do that as much as we want, and I see it immediately. So I will send that to you, and then it's tough being it is tough being at the top. I just feel like the world peace, that one's going to come first. I just think we're going to start there, and then head over to the trucker convoy. They're going to be rough, but nonetheless, it's like it's like seeing like some, like somebody from Scores or Hooters, truck. They're going to be happy. They're going to be like, whoa, does that girl have a fin? So we'll get it done. And then it's Vegas time. We will tell no one where we're staying. That's for sure. That's got to be tight-lipped. And you make all those reservations, and I know you'll keep it tight-lipped. I know you always do stay on top of everything. I love you. Oh, no, I love you. You're the best. I love you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we will see each other. I'm sure we're, like you said, I'll stop in the chat, or if we see each other in John's, whatever, and then whenever I go next. But I will email you so that we could, correspond on WhatsApp. And no one's ever gonna find us. No, hell no. We're way ahead. We're already 10 steps ahead of them. Captain, I think I'm gonna let John get on with his day. And I think I'm gonna lay down, and that's about, I'm gonna watch. There's a million shows everybody told me to watch, so I think I'm gonna start with that Bee Gees documentary, and then I'm gonna watch Making a Murderer. But I'll fall asleep in the meantime and be back on YouTube. Well, not on YouTube, but I'm gonna try to make Molson's. I think he said it was at 7:00, so we'll see. But yeah, I will send that, John. And geez, Captain. So wait, it's nighttime for you now, right? Like, is it after 9ish? Trying to. So is it like, or maybe is it like around maybe 9:30 for like on Sat? Is it like around there? I think I thought I had got the Aussies time kind of down pat, but I could be wrong. But I think it's probably like a Saturday night. You going? It's Saturday night. You going? Are you hitting up the clubs? You hitting up the discotheques? I love disco. Damn, I wish there were still discotheques. Are you hitting up the discotheques? Oh my God, you're in damn Australia, where the Bee Gees were from, and Michael Hutchins. Jesus, I have to get there. I just realized that. Oh my God, they have a lot of. I mean, Australia breeds a lot of good-looking dudes. Between the UK and Australia, man, they got some good-looking dudes. Yeah. So we'll just looking out for each other, like we always do, Captain. That's all we're gonna keep doing. I'm gonna try to lay down, and for a little bit at least. It's freezing out anyway. I'm not going anywhere today. Any errands I got to do, I'll do tomorrow. Today is a stay home and just chill out kind of day. And I will be in touch. I'll see you guys on chats, of course, and maybe a trivia. If Psych Guy gets back to me and he wants to do trivia, maybe tomorrow night for a couple hours, or tonight an hour or two, whatever. I just, I'd like him to get back to me because we're worried about him. We'll take it from there. Oh, you're looking at it's hard. It is hard. I'll talk to you though. Okay, John. Love you. Take care of your mom. That's an awesome. You're awesome. And Captain, you'll be going to bed soon, right? So just sleep well, and we'll be in touch. Just message me if you need anything. My email's there. Steph, don't worry about it. Of course, you should have fallen asleep. This isn't normal, these marathon lives. But I just love I love talking to everybody. So everybody's on different times. John's ahead of us. Captain is already into Saturday night. I think Molson passed out at some point. And I'm going to now head into bed, and I want to watch that Bee Gees documentary. I'm going to start with that. And then if I hear from Psych Guy and he wants to do anything, I will send out notifications, and I'll message you guys. See, yeah, a lot of people, we were just talking about it, Steph, had lost. They weren't like, you lost your wrenches, and yet this week you had your wrench, which is weird. But a couple people, like I said, didn't. I don't know. But I was also locked out for 2 weeks, and then 1 week. I did finally write down the goddamn password for this channel, because it's brutal when you're locked out. You feel helpless. I will. I'm definitely going to look at the pic. And Aussie, True Crime, sent me some pics too. and some scary pics. I don't know if I should look yet, but she said it's pretty scary. I think you fell asleep when Spirit, her husband, came up on panel, and he told some pretty scary stuff. Oh no, you were here for that. But Aussie sent me some pictures, but I might wait until I sleep a little bit. I don't want to. I'll be scared. I'd be scared. I'd be scared. So I'm gonna wait. But I will be looking at everybody's pick, and I'm gonna get on WhatsApp and stuff like that. So if I don't see anybody tonight in anybody's panel, or if I'm gonna do an hour or two of a trivia, I'll message you guys. And if not, we'll see. I'll get in touch with you during the week. Have a lovely day or night. And I love you guys. And I appreciate that, every single one of you. And I'll see you again very soon. Love you guys. Bye. And John, I'll be waiting for that breakfast. And thank you. I just saw it. I'm so happy I didn't end the live yet. I'll wait up. I'm waiting. John, you're the best. The fin is off though, John. No biggie though. But I'm here. Doors unlocked. Just come up with it. Fantastic. I won't even have to worry about making breakfast. This is so good. What a wolf pack. I mean, talk about a wolf pack. All right. Love you guys. And I will talk to you soon. Bye.